At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
Day Cup match between the Sussex Sharks and the Kent Spitfires, and it's great to be back at Arundel Castle. First time in 12 years that Sussex have played since their one-day cup match, one-day match against Kent in 2013, and it's a wonderful Arundel Festival of Cricket, of course. And I'm joined in the commentary tent alongside me by Sam Keir. Very good morning to you, Sam.
Morning, Andrew. How are you this morning?
Oh, very well, very well.
Good.
I think the walk from the station did me good, you know.
Yeah, get your step count up, because there's not many steps from this point on for us, but plenty for the 22 men that have been selected for, like you say, this return to Arundel, which is got a real buzz about it, hasn't it? There's a lovely big crowd. It's not particularly sunny, but it's meant to be dry throughout the day.
Absolutely, the umpire's just wandering out into the middle, getting a lovely ovation actually. I'm looking around the ground, just trying to have a look at how many people are in. There's going to be quite the crowd here at Arundel.
Yeah, I heard from the guys at the club today that they're expecting somewhere around 4,000, which is fantastic for a midweek Metro Bank one-day cup fixture. And a really good atmosphere, as you can hear on the effects mic here, as the two teams, well, Sussex the fielding side and Kent Spitfires, who are batting, make their way onto the field. The toss, of course, won by Sussex.
Yes, should say that. Of course, you can see that on your screen there, that the Sharks won the toss and elected to bowl. And the good news is that although it was slightly sort of grey clouds when we first turned up, the sun is starting to peek through. It's starting to make its presence felt.
Yeah, it's not a cold day. It's lovely and warm, and plenty of people in shirt sleeves, and the sunglasses are on. It's nice and bright. So yeah, I think we're in for a great day here at a ground that always looks a picture, but you never fail to have your breath slightly taken away when you come back here. It's one of the most stunning settings for professional sport anywhere in the world, I'd say.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yep, just to mark your card. Well, we'll go through the Sussex team and of course the Kent team as we go along, but Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to start up and Sam will take you through the first over. And probably, if he's got time in Finn's little warm-up, he might be able to take you through the Sussex team as well.
Yeah, so Sussex today with Tom Haynes, John Simpson, Tom Clark, Dan Ibrahim, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who has the new ball, Ollie Carter, Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, Archie Lenham, Harry Carvelis and Henry Crocombe.
And the Kent team with Mikey Cohen and Mo Rizvi making their Kent debuts. Jaden Denley and Ben Compton opening. Joey Everson, Chris Benjamin, Harry Finch, Akan Singh, Jack Leaning, Mo Rizvi, Fred Clarkson, Matt Parkinson and Mikey Cohen, the Kent team.
Hudson-Prentice starting with 2 slips, and starting in that channel where those 2 slips might be interested. He's got 2 slips, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, a short fine leg, and a third man is the fielder I missed on my way around there. John Simpson, of course, taking the gloves back from his one-match stint with London Spirit in the 100. It's wide, and in fact given wide by the umpire. So Kent Spitfires are up and running. First game of the tournament for Kent. Second game for the Sharks, who had a very, very long journey to and from Gosforth Cricket Club, just north of Newcastle, only 2 days ago. And I was talking to some of the guys from the staff who said that they didn't get back to Hove until 4 AM yesterday morning, which is not ideal preparation. That one's let past by Compton.
Kent, of course, this is their opening game of the competition. One thing that you mentioned about the, or we mentioned about the weather, the wind is starting to get up a little bit as well. You might be able to hear that on our effects mic. Occasionally our tent will blow wildly as well.
First bat on ball of the morning, and what a lovely sound echoing around this this amphitheatre, this natural amphitheatre. Stunning foliage in the trees and great views over the Arun Valley.
I'm a big fan of the phrase natural amphitheatre.
Has it become cliched?
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, well, there's the raised banks here. They might not even be natural, they look man-made, but it's got that vibe of an amphitheatre as the first runs off the bat come via that push into the onside, fielded by Danny Lamb, who scored some runs in that opener for the Sharks, ultimately falling short though in a high-scoring game. Both sides will be wanting to improve on their performance in last year, just the one win for the Sharks in 2024, finishing bottom of the group. Kent slightly better with 3 wins and a 7th place finish in their group. So work to do for both sides. Full and down leg side, which will be given as a wide, and in the end 5 of them.
Yeah, just straying down that leg side, moved a little bit. And it races away.
First bit of air traffic of the morning. Last time I was here as a spectator, we got a great display of Spitfires doing some acrobatics. That's a good comeback from Hudson Prentice, beating the outside edge of young Jaden Denley.
And of course, Sussex fans will be hoping there aren't displays.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
This afternoon or this morning.
I should have worked out that connection, but you can have it, Andrew. As we get another angle there of a delicious delivery from Hudson Prentice. Jaden Denley, of course, continuing a fine dynasty of Kent cricketers through with Joe Denley, his uncle. Up and taken.
What a good catch that is.
Henry Crocombe.
Henry Crocombe.
Great.
That's a superb catch, and he holds the pose. Just like a batter driving through the covers.
Yeah, because it was...
Sorry,
go on, Andrew.
I was going to say, if you've taken a good one, you need to say, look, come on, how good was that?
It was dying on him, so he had to take it low, and a fabulous catch. And that dynasty I was talking about, the Denley dynasty, will not be playing a significant part with the bat today, that's for sure. Jaden Denley goes. Finn Hudson Prentice with a wicket in the first over of the match.
Oh.
Fabulous catch. Expansive shot from Jaden Denley, trying to take advantage of the fielding restrictions in this first power play, but finding a thick outside edge rather than the middle of the bat.
Joey Everson wanders to the crease. Number 33 on his back. And it's the end of a very eventful first over for Finn Hudson Prentice, 7 from it. And it's going to be Ari Carvelas to bowl the second over, take the new ball with Hudson Prentice.
You see much cricket here, Andrew?
I think I was at the last game against Kent in 2013. That might be the one I was at. So it's only my second appearance here at Arundel.
cricket centres.
Yeah, well, of course, Sussex went, as you mentioned, went to Gosforth, and yeah, there's, I guess, places like Merchant Taylors, and obviously here at Arundel, they'll all be getting their share of the action.
Yeah, I was at Guildford yesterday.
Yes, I think Surrey are playing all their home games at Guildford, aren't they?
No, just a couple.
Just a couple, is it?
Yesterday and tomorrow. It's down the leg side, well taken by John Simpson, which is a phrase you hear often. Must have come off something because no wide signalled. It's just flicking that pocket.
And quite a good, really good take, because especially coming from that round the wicket angle, if you get it down the leg side, that is going some. Hudson Prentice 1 for 60 off 9 against Durham. Durham racked up 310 for 7 on that occasion.
This is leg sidey again, and this time there is bat on it. That'll bring Ben Compton his first boundary of proceedings.
Well fielded by that young man down there.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of outgrounds, is that you do get close to the action. Yeah, very nicely fielded, taking into account the rope.
Yes, I remember before the padded advertising ropes, I remember test matches where kids would line up behind the rope, get down to the ball, and then the ball would hit the rope and hit them in the face.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you think, you haven't learned about science yet, have you? Physics is
Exactly.
not your strong point.
Yeah, perfect long barrier.
Yeah. They thought, I'll show my cricket coach. But unfortunately,
they'd been at the Ken Barrington School or whatever, and then yeah, sadly, a little third party, namely the rope, getting involved. It's full from Hudson Prentice, and Compton jams down on it. Yeah, John Simpson obviously back in the Sussex fuchsia of the One Day Cup, but it's slightly different surroundings for him compared to a few nights ago when he was playing his one and only game for London Spirit in the 100, covering for Jamie Smith, who'd been rested after Test match duty. So very different surroundings. Lords to Arundel Castle Cricket Club, but both of course rarefied in their own ways.
I think this is definitely, I know we keep talking about it, but this is definitely end of the over 16 one. Definitely one of those places where, you know, a lot of the cricketing fraternity of Sussex fans love it, of course, but well, you know, it brings out, you know, some cricket media types as well. They love coming to Arundel, and it's always included in features around outgrounds. I think the Cricketer magazine has had a feature on outgrounds recently. I know they focused a lot on Cheltenham and things. You'll also hear some talk in the outfield as well from our effects mic. Danny Lamb is almost standing on top of it.
What was he requesting there?
I think. Oh, that's
lip balm, was it?
Yeah,
yeah.
So, yeah.
Let's hope Danny sticks to polite requests rather than any chuntering. Should.
Wow.
Here it comes. Good old Vaseline. Big tub of Vaseline for Danny Lamb, who's right in front of us.
And he's just going to just smear it on his lips.
Very quick
At
service.
least I think that's what he's doing. Carvalhais, a couple of wickets against Durham. That's a lovely drive, and it's going to go to the boundary.
It's
not quite sure it was quite off the middle, but it was certainly, he certainly got most of it.
It's lusciously green, the outfield, but it's clearly still pretty pacey. That raced away, didn't it?
Certainly did, and you're going to get value for your shots here. Lamb is now warming up in front of us. Carvalhais coming in a stifled appeal.
Yeah, leg by there, no bat involved. Now, the makeup of this Sussex Sharks side is interesting because still very young, but actually some pretty experienced list A cricketers now, given that they were all sort of blooded so young. You know, the likes of Crocombe and Dan Ibrahim, Archie Lenham. Been around for a bit now.
Oof. Well, there is a third man in place. Yeah, and of course, you know, that is the, as you say, the great thing about, you know, sticking them in so young. There was obviously a lot of talk around that, a lot of, see there, it really tucked him up a bit. But now, you know, a few of them are solid members of the championship team that's got up into Division 1. Others are having their moment in the spotlight, playing well for the seconds and now in this tournament. So it is a young Sussex side, but complemented by experience likes of Simpson and Lamb, really helping out those who have perhaps, should we say, got fresher legs. And that's going to be another boundary. Tickled away. And at the end of that over, a good one for the Spitfires. They are on to 27 for 1 at the end of the fourth. A couple of boundaries in that. Compton on 11, Everson on 9.
Yeah, expensive over from Ari Carvelis with, I think, 11 off it. Hudson Prentice for his third over, still with those 2 slips, even to the left-handed Everson. Still coming over the wicket. Honing in on that off stump.
Compton was halfway down the wicket and wanted half considered a run, but was sent back unceremoniously by Everson.
After that early wicket of Jayden Denley, the runs coming reasonably quickly for the Spitfires in this power play, this first power play, just under 6.5 runs and over so far.
Yeah, Kent have really settled down now, haven't they? And both these batters in there playing their 27th List A match. So, but Compton outscoring Everson.
Yeah, Joey Everson, of course, the hero of Spitfires' win in this competition in 2022, as that's left alone. 97, I think, in the final when they won in 2022. Very good cricketer, Joey Everson, offering plenty with bat and ball.
It's fair to say I think this will be a competition that Kent will want to do well in this season. Obviously they want to do well, you know, but you know what I mean. It's kind of, it's something that they will be targeting a big improvement on from last year, as you said earlier. As will the Sharks, of course.
Yeah, I think both sides, you know, haven't been decimated by 100 call-ups like some counties have. So they've almost got, you know, something resembling a full squad to choose from. I think just 3 players from each side up in the 100. From Sussex you've got Tom Alsop, James Coles, and, well, actually Tamal Mills, but he wouldn't be in consideration for this anyway, so just the 2. Jofra as well, of course, but I think the days of seeing Jofra Archer in Metrobank One Day Cup action have probably maybe for later in his career. And then on Kent Spitfires roster you've got Billings, Miyeye and Zach Crawley, who are all up with 100 teams. So not loads and loads of players missing from that point of view, at least. It's appealing for a tickle down the leg side. It's hit something because it wasn't given as a wide, but it must have come off a pad strap or something like that. As Hudson Prentice completes a maiden over, is that right?
Yes, it is. Yeah. And funnily enough, there is often appeals, aren't there, when it's down the leg side, just to kind of stop the umpire from giving a wide. But so it must have flicked something but on that occasion there was a clear deflection, but it did come off the pocket, I think.
Yeah, good over from Hudson Prentice in terms of stemming the runs. Still not quite getting his radar spot on with the left-hand, right-hand combination of Kent Spitfires' current pair. But the most important thing of all, no runs conceded.
Got the score predictor on there now. It shows 291 as Carvelis comes in, and that is caught well. And Carvelis strikes, and Sussex Sharks have their second wicket.
Well, that just shows you the value of pressure from one end, doesn't it? 6 dots in a row builds the pressure a little bit. The batters feel like they've got to find runs somewhere, and Compton just pushes at one and finds that edge.
Good catch by John Simpson, getting in front of first slip, but it wouldn't have carried, I don't think, to first slip. Let's have a look from this angle. First slip going across, but Simpson there to take the catch. And so Sussex in amongst the wickets in the opening power play. See the look of Carvelis' face as he comes charging in there. It's a great angle, that. It's the other thing about outgrounds, of course, that you get good camera angles that you have to set up from wherever you can, basically. Yeah, so the Sharks getting in amongst it, and that score predictor has gone down, I think, from whatever I said it was before.
291, I think you said.
Yep, 259 with that second wicket. All about batting resources in hand, and Kent have lost the openers in quick fashion here at Arundel. If you're not familiar with the format of the One Day Cup, Sussex will have it's the first of 4 home matches that Sussex will have. The other 3 will be at home. I think the next match after this is at Lords against Middlesex, or away at Middlesex. I'm not sure actually where the game is.
I think it is Lords.
Thought about it, and brought the bat back. Benjamin, who is the new man at the crease, Chris Benjamin.
Yeah, in his first season with Kent Spitfires after joining from Warwickshire in the off-season.
It's his list A debut for the county.
And the player who's not playing for Warwickshire, Nathan Gilchrist, is heading the other direction at the end of this season.
That will just be a single. So that's the first run in 9 deliveries.
Great t-shirt on that guy in the blue cap there. Dave Gower's Tiger Moth Tours, reference to his little foray in a biplane during the, was it
1991, I think, was it?
Yeah.
Well, I almost thought he was overhead earlier, actually.
Yeah, plenty of small airfields in and around this part of the world where we might get some interesting...
yeah, I suppose some of it's going into Shoreham, is it, I suppose?
Shoreham, yeah. But
Brighton International, whatever it's called.
Yeah, Brighton City, I think,
That's
is the...
it. This is really good pressure from Sussex at the moment. Just 1 run and a wicket from the last 11 balls. You can see there the crowd milling about. Ice creams, not quite sure it's ice cream weather, is it, at the moment, but might be later.
I think at an outground it's always ice cream weather.
Absolutely. Good bowling again. So just one from that over, a successful one for Ari Carvelis as he takes a wicket, and Sussex have restricted Kent in the opening 6 overs to 28 for 2.
Yeah, they were off to a good start, and I think it was only a couple of overs. They were over 6 and over. That those last couple of overs from Finn Hudson-Prentice and Ari Carvelis, taking that right back down to 4.5 and over. So it just shows you. And of course, there's always that tension for the batting side in the power play where you've only got 2 men outside the ring. How hard do you go? And actually, the runs were coming through proper cricket shots. What's changed is this opening pair for Sussex with the ball just found their rhythm in the last couple of overs.
Well, if you think about the 28, I mean, you know, yeah, 2 or 3 boundaries down the leg side, isn't it, as well?
Hudson-Prentice into his 4th over, a misfield from Crocombe at mid-wicket, but no run. Yeah, they certainly clocked up the miles in the last 10 days or so, Sussex, with that championship match at Scarborough. Apparently some of the squad even stayed in Scarborough, knowing that they had that trip to Gosforth round the corner. Nice delivery from Hudson-Prentice, who's just starting to find that off-stump line, hammering away. Ball not doing a huge amount through the air. Quite often the way, Andrew, that these white kookaburra balls actually take a few overs for the lacquer to come off before you start to see any movement. But I suppose Carvelis and Hudson-Prentice aren't necessarily prodigious swingers of the ball. You expect them just to try and find a little bit of movement off the seam.
And it's about getting it, as you say, Sam, in the right areas. Bit of cloud cover.
Another dot ball as Hudson-Prentice strings his dots together.
I think this may refer more to the Dukes, but there's always been that debate, hasn't there, amongst scientists about how much cloud cover actually affects a cricket ball and how much humidity affects a cricket ball and things like that. Sometimes bowlers will say, well, perhaps it's more a psychological thing, an actual scientific thing. You get a good cloud cover and you go, right, if I put this in a good area, they'll do something through the air.
Oh, that was
Carved away.
Not a great delivery from Finn Hudson-Prentice, wide, full and square driven to the boundary just to release that pressure which are building. Hudson-Prentice will be cross with himself there because he's given a freebie after having built so much pressure.
Of course, this was a ground that used to host many touring teams, didn't it? They used to play a Duke of Norfolk's 11 here. I might have seen one actually.
It's nicely pushed into the offside by Chris Benjamin, but just 1 run in the end. Well chased.
That's our friend Danny out there.
Danny Lamb out there, yeah. So there's the Duke of Norfolk 11 that used to play touring sides here, isn't that right? What's the Duchess of Lavinia? Isn't that something to do with Arundel as well? Testing you now.
Yes. I'm not sure, I must admit.
Shot from Joey Everson, just back of a length from Hudson-Prentice, and the back foot punch was timed to perfection by Everson. Not much wrong with the delivery. Beautiful shot. Yep, the runs coming in that over a little easier. 9 runs from it.
Yeah, so apparently the Lavinia was the Duchess in 1975 decided to open the venue up as a tribute to her cricket-loving husband, and the Friends of Arundel Castle was formed, and that's after which the Duke of Norfolk's team started to play those touring teams.
So is the castle the residency of the Duke of
Yes,
Norfolk?
as far as I'm
Right,
aware, yes. So, and the record attendance, 6,000 who watched the Duke's 11 take on the touring Australians. That's a capacity crowd of 6,000. So I dare say, if they could have got more people in, they would have done. But
well, to have 4,000 plus here today is not a bad effort then.
no, not indeed not. And I once saw Sussex play the young Australians, as they were called, sort of which I think might have been acting as a shadow side for that year's Ashes touring team. That's a good shot, but it'll only be for one. And it has some good future Australian stars in it. I think, I'm trying to remember, I might be able to look the game up because I can just about remember the rough year. It might have been about 1990. Well, the Ashes would have been 93 or 97. Maybe it wasn't, maybe it was 95, but
See Henry Crocombe and Jack Carson both going through their warm-ups. Won't be long before we see both those in the attack.
here we are, yes, 1995, a young Australia 11. Matthew Elliott and Matthew Hayden were the openers. Stuart Law, Justin Langer played, Adam Gilchrist all played in that game. It was a 3-day match at Hove. As Carvelis comes wandering in. And that's a lovely shot. And that'll be another boundary. You're not stopping those. And suddenly the cork is just unplugged a little bit. And Kent taking advantage. Good on drive. As I said earlier, get value for your shots. So yes, the young Australians made 580 for 8 declared in their first innings. And Sussex, a Sussex side that, well, the names will bring back memories from the mid-90s, I'll tell you that much. Stand by for this one. Opening pair of Bill Athy in his latter years. Toby Pearce, Neil Lenham, James Hall, Keith Greenfield, Peter Moores, Danny Law, Alex Edwards, Nick Phillips, Jason Lurie and Ed Giddins were the Sussex team, and they were bowled out for 109.
Who took the wickets? Shared around,
yeah. 3 for 23 for Peter McIntyre, if that name means anything to Australians. But then Sussex did much better following on, 479. 115 from Danny Law. And it meant that Australia, the young Australians, needed 9 to win. Which they lost an early wicket, at which point I thought, hello.
Game on.
Game on. But it's quite hard when you're facing Matthew Hayden and Matt Elliott at the top of the order. 43 for 2 at the end of the 8th as we go to the present day rather than what is actually, I've just realised, 30 years ago on, where are we, Thursday today, aren't we? On Monday, so that game started 30 years ago on Monday, finished 30 years ago on Wednesday.
Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to continue for his 5th over, 1 for 20 from those 4 overseas bowled. Lovely shot down the ground by Joey Everson, who clearly likes anything he can drive at. Just too full from Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Shot of the morning for me, that.
Yeah, the on drive has a certain aesthetic quality that makes it hard to beat, doesn't it? Beautiful shot.
Do you prefer an on drive or a cover drive?
On drive every day of the week.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the way the it looks effortless, but everything's got to be in perfect synchronization. The head, the feet, the hands. And when you time it perfectly, it just looks like it works. Effortless, but perfectly synchronized. And this one is driven through the offside, back-to-back boundaries for Joey Everson. Finn Hudson-Prentice starting to leak runs again. just quite finding his length. That one a touch short, the one before a touch full, as he just strives to find that perfect spot on a good length. But Joey Everson bringing up the Kent Spitfires 50 in the 9th over with that second boundary of the over. That's better from Hudson Prentice, who finds a good length on off stump, and Everson obviously deciding that that is a one to pay some respect to.
Yeah, that's 50 score of 51 coming off of 8.2, so that's off of 50 deliveries. Runnable, and yes, that's second boundary off the back foot, cut away.
Oh, what a shot. And Joey Everson with a masterclass in driving in this over. 3 boundaries from the first 4 balls. Finn Hudson-Prentice straying once again just a touch full, and Joey Everson pouncing on it.
That is, yeah, a glorious shot. Glorious shot. And we talk about, I'll come on to it after this over, really. But I was going to say, we talk about players, certain players, I mean Ian Bell in particular, Moeen Ali, another, known for them, David Gower of course, known for their elegant driving, cover driving for example, but any players in mind who have a good on drive? We talk about the beauty and majesty of the on drive.
A man you mentioned a moment ago as Hudson Prentice comes in and gets away with a dot ball to come out of an expensive over, 12 from it. Matthew Hayden used to stand and deliver with that straight and on drive, just bullying it back down the ground. Steve Smith of the current Australian crop.
Yes, he's got a very good on drive actually. Might be an Australian thing, perhaps it's the pitches that they grow up on, that it's sort of, yeah, you can trust maybe the... Oh, we're going to see Archie Lenham. He's got the ball. Oh no, he's just throwing the ball back to Carvalhais. I thought he was going to bowl. It was,
Jack Carson doing some vigorous warming up at mid-on with 1 over of the first power play to go. You feel that maybe he'll be introduced pretty swiftly. How about you, on drivers?
yeah, just trying to think. Funny enough, Steve Smith was a name that, as I asked the question, was a name that came to my mind. One of the current New Zealanders.
Ravindra?
Ravindra's got. I might have been thinking of Tom Latham, but.
Oh yeah.
Oh now. Oh. How close was that? Is that going to also go to the boundary? No, it's not.
There was a puff of dust.
It really was, wasn't there? It's very, one of those that I imagine was very difficult to judge. Actually, Carvalhais has his head to the sky. Oh, that's not going to tell us a huge amount, but bit of frustration for Sussex.
Probably be a bit harsh to put that down as a chance, but close to a chance. And Tom Latham, you mentioned there, of course, I think scored 100 in a championship match here at Arundel in one of the last times Sussex came here for a championship game. He was playing for Durham. Tom Haynes' debut, he also scored 100. I'm just going to confirm that Latham did indeed score 100, but
good statage.
Helps when you're at the games, doesn't it?
Yeah, certain innings obviously do stick in your mind, and when you've been at those games. Danny Lamb turning his shoulder over again in front of us, just getting warmed up.
I'm talking nonsense. He made 2 and 20.
Oh right, well that's...
He was here.
At least he turned up.
Yeah.
Did anybody get 100?
Well, that was the game in which Phil Salt and Tom Haynes both made their maiden first-class centuries. Tom Haynes is the game famously where Tom Haynes had to pack his bags on the morning of the match and get a lift from his mum when he was called out of a second 11 game. Can't remember who to come and play instead of, but it was a last-minute call, and he came in at number 3 and scored 124. Partnership of 244 between Salt and Haynes for the second wicket in that match.
So end of the 10th, 60 for 2, and that's the end of that power play. Compton out for 11. You see the bowling figures there: 1 for 32 for Hudson Prentice and 1 for 24 for Carvelis. Doing all the donkey work in the power play.
Yeah, so spin straight into the attack as we see a relaxation of the fielding restrictions. Overs 11 to 40 of power play 2, and you can have 4 fielders outside the ring as opposed to 2 in power play 1, and then the final 10 overs of the innings you get 5. So a bit more protection for the slow bowlers, which is why we're seeing Jack Carson straight into the attack, just to try and stem that run, that flow of runs.
And that's the Adil Rashid role as well, isn't it? That he plays for England. You get as soon as the power play is out of the way, Rashid has his moment.
Jack Carson, of course, captained Sussex up at Gosforth in that defeat to Durham, but John Simpson back at the helm today, and as if there was a delivery and a shot to exemplify middle overs cricket in one-day games. That was it, wasn't it? Sort of the push for one, fielded. You see a fair bit of that now that there's the extra couple of men out in the deep and the spinners are on. The only thing about this camera angle behind the bowler's arm here is the tall umpire standing at this end somewhat obscures the rather important bit of the of the action there. So we won't be being much help with LBW shouts here, but that is not going to be troubling the pads a bit wide from Carson.
Speaking about outgrounds, one of the I was at the last, I think it was the most recent game that Sussex played at Eastbourne, a one-day game against Essex.
Flighted from Carson, tempting Chris Benjamin, and a bit of a mix-up potentially between Benjamin and Everson, but as you'd have heard, that loud shout saying, "Don't even think about it, mate, we're not going anywhere," and I think it was the right decision. Look at that for a view. Goodness me.
The rolling hills of West Sussex. That's beautiful.
This time,
plonked for 6.
Chris Benjamin has had enough of plinking about and hits that one down the ground. Bit of flight again from Carson, inviting the shot, and Chris Benjamin says, "I'll take it on, thank you very much." First 6 of the innings.
It does have the potential to be a high-scoring game, this, doesn't it? And we've lost the ball, I think. It's ended up under the covers somewhere, I think.
I heard Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's now fielding at deep mid-on, just comment to someone passing around the boundary that he thinks it's a very slow wicket, which has actually been the way Arundel's played, as we look for that ball.
It's under there somewhere, lads.
That's Jake and Alex, the masterminds of this excellent stream that they've set up here at...
No, Finn says, dunno.
And they're not having much luck looking for the ball either. and I think Alex, the sound guy, is summoning someone else to come and have a look.
It might be us soon in a minute.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we've got it. There we go.
There
Finn
we
Hudson
are.
Prentice.
And that has gone. I don't know where that's.
Oh no,
gone.
maybe
No,
that's a practice ball.
That's a different ball.
Obviously, unless Finn Hudson Prentice said, I don't like the one that we've got, so I'm just going to chuck that away and pretend it's been over there for months.
The umpires are now coming together to say what do we do? Or are they going to chase after the ball that Hudson Prentice has thrown?
I think they probably want to have a look at it just to make sure it isn't the one that they have been using, that Finn Hudson Prentice is trying to pull a fast one and say, no, well, that's been there for months, we'll have a new one, thanks very much.
The umpires, by the way, are Chris Watson, Mark Newell. Yeah.
Anyway, the box of balls is making its way out off screen, and so we are going to get a replacement ball. But Jake and Alex doing a great job of searching for it, but even they have given up. And Finn Hudson Prentice has very much given up. He's seen enough of that ball rushing to the boundary. Well done for your efforts, Jake and Alex.
Do we? Oh, yes.
So we're going to get a replacement ball at this end.
There we go. Have that one.
Let's see if this makes any difference for the bowlers.
I bet he didn't expect to have to play such a key role in proceedings.
So first ball change of the match as the ground staff head towards those covers to see if they can find that ball. They're not cheap, these balls, are they? So worth holding on to it. As a quick single is taken by Chris Benjamin after just pushing into the offside. Clever cricket from Chris Benjamin there, having hit that lovely six, deciding that there's plenty of space for him just to pick up a single to end the over, from which how many runs came off that over? 9, I think. 6 and 3 singles.
It's getting a lot of screen time.
Well, when you've set the stream up, you can control you can call the shots quite literally, can't you?
Carvalhais continuing 1 for 24 from 5 thus far.
They found the ball to ground staff, but the umpire said thanks for your efforts, but too late. We've moved on.
That's old news.
I mean, it's absolute practice. Yeah, but not many over. We've seen it.
Might get a look at that ball as the guys come past.
Yeah, it'd actually be interesting to put it in front of the camera, but too late now. Moment's gone. Oh no, they've gone behind us now as well. Oh, well, Hudson Prentice is fielding at third man, so that won't go to the boundary. Oh, just in front. Just in front, frustration. Again, second time that's happened. It fell just short, we think, of... well, it was Dan Ibrahim for definite, but we think it was just in front of him and we earlier, and now that one not quite going to hand either. Can't put that down as a chance, the Ibrahim one earlier, can we? I don't think.
No, I don't think so. I think it probably was just in front of him. Tom Haynes at this wideish slip, I think that's good captaincy from Simpson, because as we heard Finn Hudson Prentice say as he made his way down to third man, it's a slow wicket, it always is at Arundel. So I don't think the nicks are necessarily going to be fine nicks, so if your slip is slightly wider and probably a little bit closer. Apologies for any bad language, might let Finn know that he's audible.
Yep, Sam's just going to go and have a quick word, I think. But, yes, apologies for any technical terms you might have heard, I think. We need a little sign up by this fielding position. I have to say, Danny Lamb was as good as gold.
Yep. He hadn't been hit for 3 boundaries in an over. So I think my language would be a bit fruity.
End of the 12th, 68 for 2. And I wonder if that's the last we've seen of Ari Carvelis for the moment. 6 overs on the bounce.
I'm just going to risk turning the effects mic up again, but we have warned Finn.
It's getting closer and closer to it now.
And Grant Flower, who's having a chat, just seeing what he thinks of the pitch. Jack Carson into his second over after an expensive start to his spell. 9 runs from it, including that lovely lofted drive from Chris Benjamin for 6, the first 6 of the match. Flighted again from Carson. I love that about Jack Carson, is that he's not afraid to just toss the ball up.
No, and you know, you've got to be prepared, especially in white ball cricket as a spinner, to be hit, and you've still got to stick to your guns. Now he's flattened that one out.
Yeah, I don't think that's the batting order.
The as I'm just conscious of that conversation going on in the background, we'll have to probably play a little bit with the volume as people make their way around the boundary. Just
you do realise that it's a little bit like the stump mic in the test matches. You do realise that people hope that we shut up so they can actually hear what
absolutely,
they're talking
yeah.
about, but we're going to talk over them for that very reason. Or we could really stitch them up and turn the mic
right up, yeah.
Right up, and just. Of course, I don't think you know, we're not under the auspices of Ofcom, but
okay.
we are responsible for any.
That's flatter from Carson. Good mixing it up, and Everson read it well, but it's good from Carson, who is going back to your point about white ball spinners. You know, there are white ball spinners who just deal in darts, but Jack Carson is confident enough in his skills and his ability to land the ball that he's happy to toss it up and then throw in the occasional quicker ball. That's flighted again and swept, as you'd expect, to the off spinner cover out in the on the cover boundary.
Just to say that
I should say the square leg boundary.
Just to say that we are sort of a wide-ish mid-on, as you would look from this end, from out where we are, our angle to the pitch.
That's nicely driven by Everson, well fielded out there by Daniel Ibrahim, who's been in great form with the bat in Championship cricket in the last couple of games. Dan Ibrahim.
Make that point, finish.
As Finn Hudson-Prentice is sent back into the infield by Grant Flower in front of us with some instructions from the stand-in head coach.
Henry Crocombe is going to bowl the 14th.
Yeah, Crocombe, the leading wicket taker for Sussex in that not particularly successful campaign last year, just the 1 win, but Henry Crocombe performing reasonably well with 10 wickets at 25s and an economy rate, a very decent economy rate of just over 5 runs per over.
This partnership now worth 46 for the 3rd wicket. It's Eastbourne's Henry Crocombe. Score predictor gone up to 291 again now. As these two, Chris Benjamin on 25 and Joey Everson on 30.
How much faith do you have in those score predictors, Andrew?
Well, I mean, they fluctuate,
They do.
but naturally so, I suppose. I think they're a good kind of initial guide. After a certain point, of course. I think it is odd when you get them after a couple of balls. You're thinking, hang on, this one didn't come until 5 overs, but yeah. I think you'll start to get a sense of where we're at in about sort of 6 or 7 overs time, maybe at the 20 over point, where you go, well, yeah, what they're going to need from the next 30, is that realistic?
There's lots of sort of white ball cliches, aren't there, about scores? You thought, was it double the score
Double
at
the
30?
score at 30, yeah. Well, yeah, now and then, of course, they say, well, now it's 32. And,
Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, because these days they tend to, and then of course there's the, you know, see if you can get 100 off the final 10. Well, that's an interesting one. It's also going to be a no ball.
Yeah, lively from Crocombe, who of course is quickest of the Sussex bowlers.
It's an interesting shot, that. He sort of caught up with it as it went past. So a free hit, overstepping that front mark. Henry Crocombe.
Yeah,
Not what you want when you've got 2 batters who are well set is for one of them to have a free hit. Well, that's not come off where he wanted it to. He was going to try and dispatch it into the trees through the leg side and got a bottom edge somewhere along the line, but that's brought up the 50 partnership, or at least I think the previous boundary did actually. Oh, he's hit him on the helmet actually. That's why it didn't go where it wanted it to, and we're going to have a check on him. So the physios will come on and there'll be a brief pause. I didn't realise it had come off the helmet.
it's Henry Crocombe showing his extra yard of pace with those 2 short balls, which definitely hurried Everson. And even on what's typically a slow wicket, Henry Crocombe managing to get that through at a decent pace. And yeah, I think he's just top edged that onto the grill. I think he'll be fine, but quite rightly in this day and age, you make sure that everyone's okay when there's a helmet strike, as they call it. Well, looks like Joey Everson is fit to continue, as we thought would be the case. Just a concussion check, which is quite right that is performed, because we know the potential serious consequences, but he's fit to continue.
I still find it remarkable, you know, watching the cricket from sort of the pre-Packer era or around that time, of course, when, you know, batters are facing the West Indies and Australia pace attacks with, you know, just in a cap, and you think that's not something I'd be wanting to do. But of course they also say that you got better technique out of it if you were thinking that if you didn't play the hook shot well, you'd end up with no teeth.
Yeah, and actually you can't think of any famous incidents of someone being seriously injured. I mean, obviously people got hit, but in terms of, it was usually, thankfully, you know, somewhere on the front of the face or the head, rather than, you know, temples and necks, which is where I think you get into serious trouble. So maybe there's something in that. the motive to keep your eye on the ball is a lot greater when you haven't got a bit of protective equipment doing the job for you.
Of course, Ian Botham's innings at Headingley in '81 was, I think, without a helmet, and there was one 6 he hit where he wasn't. They said he wasn't even. He didn't have his head anywhere near, or his eyes anywhere near the ball, and yeah, you sort of your instinct kicks in, doesn't it, after that? But Kerry Packer made the point when he did have one of his star players in World Series cricket hit on the head, and I think he broke his jaw. I think was the damage done then, and said, I don't want to be paying all these stars if they're going to sit out for a period. So that's when helmets were brought in, and they were, so as well as these coloured clothing that they had, I think they dyed the shirts for the tournament. West Indies wore a lovely garish pink number, not as classy as the Sussex one, and yeah, then they brought out these sort of motorcycle helmets, which were very odd looking.
Yeah, and probably pretty hot to bat in as well. But they're incredible now, how light they are. It's almost like wearing nothing. And then you know, you've been seeing now in franchise cricket people putting cameras on helmets and things, all this stuff which would have weighed a ton. Flighted again from Carson's really good attacking bowling. He's taken a bit of tap, but I think he's persisting with that aggressive style of off spin, as the bar looks like it's doing a roaring trade on this nice summer's day here at Arundel Castle.
Butterfly just floating in front of us.
Bit of drift in the air from Carson, but Benjamin watching it onto the face of the bat as he drives down the ground to Danny Lamb.
I think also they had those, I don't know if it was just for a period, but I remember Michael Carberry in the Ashes Down Under wearing that streamlined helmet type thing.
I remember, and I think Kumar Sangakkara wore it as well. It was a sort of, I always thought it made people look a little bit like sort of rodents, because you know what I mean, if they were in a stage production of the Pied Piper or something, that's the kind of shape of the rat mask they'd have on. And so hit with gusto by Everson, but I don't think he quite timed it, and it's rolls out to Crocombe on that deep mid-wicket boundary. And so just the 3 singles off Carson's over, which will please Jack Carson after a slightly expensive start to his spell. He has 0 for 17 from his 3 overs.
Were you someone who, when you went to cricket as a younger man, Sam, who would, you know, like to kind of score as you going along, or write down things on scorecards or anything like that as a kid? Were you someone?
Is this a safe space, Andrew, to
Absolutely,
reveal my nerdery?
To geek out. You
Yeah,
can geek out here.
I certainly dabbled. I remember going to National League games at Hove, and the thing I remember is if I had to nip and get a drink or go to the loo, then making my dad take over for a couple of overs.
That is off the bottom of the bat, but it's got plenty of distance, and it's 1 bounce 4. I think he's, well, maybe he has middled it more than I thought, but it's certainly gone a long way.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? There's a big gap out there, and I think Crocombe was almost saying, go on then, I dare you to play that shot. I don't think he quite got it short enough to then trouble that top edge going straight up, but it's an interesting bit of thinking from the Sussex fielding side, and I just don't think he quite executed the delivery, because actually at his pace, if you do get it short and there's that big gap out there, and Everson thinks, I'll take this on, it could go anywhere. What about you?
Yes, I think I bought a scorebook from a sports shop when I was a kid.
Oh, that's fine the way.
And yeah, I used to like putting in all the scores, and I I even bought, there was a book, I think, that Bill Frindle released showing how he used to score games, so that essentially the way he scored them, you could tell exactly what happened with each ball.
Very nice,
And he, of course, was the Test Match Specials scorer for many, many years, the bearded wonder. And yeah, so if you looked back, you could say, well, ooh, what a good stop that is. You know, you knew exactly, it wasn't just a dot ball, but it was a dot ball that was a, you know, short ball that went through to the keeper. So there's, you know, where fours were scored and things, but all still in that bowler's boxes. So it's very clever. His own obviously designed scoring system. I suppose it was sort of the genesis of my question, really, because I knew that I did it. So I just wanted to find someone else who did.
Well, I think we're probably in good company here at Arundel Castle Cricket Club today. I haven't spotted anyone in the crowd with their scorebook out now.
Well, I've seen people, that's what prompted me really. End of the over, by the way, the 16th, 92 for 2, that partnership 65 off 66. Yeah, a few people at the end of an over I've seen noting down things on scorecards. Nobody necessarily that's been picked out with their own bespoke score books. But there will be some people out there who will be scoring games.
And of course that's the that's part of the modern game, is now it's all done on computers up in the actual official score boxes, isn't it? So although I think they tend to keep a paper copy in case technical gremlins happen, you want to have a fail-safe method, and you can't beat a pen and a pencil.
I was allowed to change or press a button. I don't know if press a button, whether it was something that was manual. I'm trying to remember now. I think it was a button operated system.
Shout for LBW, but I think not a huge amount going for it. It did come off the pad as signalled by the umpire, but as we see the replay here, we don't get a great angle, as I was mentioning, but that looked like it was going down the leg side, even from our obstructed view behind the umpire. You were remarking on the colours of the umpire's tops, or was that our friend in the Nick in the press?
It was, I think. Yeah, Cadbury purple we settled on, I think.
Yeah, it's
although you wanted to invoke another reference.
Yeah, an old well, I don't know if it still exists. It's a certain cigarette brand had a purple range, as that is walloped through the covers off the back foot by Joey Everson, who moves into the 40s with a lovely shot to a bit of a drag down from Jack Carson. Yeah, whichever brand we're invoking, it's a nice purple, a sort of sophisticated. You can see someone wearing that in a lounge bar.
Absolutely, yeah. With jazz playing in the background.
Swept this time. Runs all around the wicket from Joey Everson, who is racing towards a half century here. 47 from 49 deliveries, and Jack Carson just a little wayward in this over. And there you go, classic example of that rope catching people out, although he was on his phone, so no excuses to you for you, sir. You should be watching the cricket.
100 up, and the score predictor suddenly racing past 300.
Next sidey again from Jack Carson, who
for the only one interested.
Yeah, one of the game's more vociferous appealer, and he celebrates in style as well. Do you know what, that's it. The silk cut reference is getting a bit of traction on the YouTube comments, so
that's a good point, actually. Did anybody talk about on drivers? Have we got any suggestions on drivers? I'm not sure.
I missed any comments on that, but yeah, any famous on drivers, let us know in the comments, and you can get in touch that way as well. As we see a shot of Ben, the Sussex head groundsperson, who is on secondment at Arundel for the day, as that is played down to Ari Carvelis in front of us here at third.
Very nice, guys. Very nice, guys.
So we've had 17 overs, 17.1 overs. How would you assess Sussex's bowling, Andrew?
I think it's gone in waves, hasn't it? There was that period, especially around the taking of the second wicket, where they really tightened up, but there have been overs that have been quite expensive where they have sprayed the ball around a little bit. There have been some obviously very good shots as well, but the bad balls have always been punished. They've not really got away with them, and
yeah, I think they'll be a bit disappointed with their discipline. They've wavered a bit in line and length.
And then with the in this second power play, of course, Kent are able just to nick singles like that. So
I think it's the kind of wicket where you do have to be on the money, because it is such a slow, flat pitch traditionally, that if you're too full, you're too short. Batters have time to get into position and not be too worried about the ball being hurrying them or doing too much. Although that slightly hurried Chris Benjamin, who ducked underneath it.
I think Croker will be the one to try and get the most out of this, and yeah, again that didn't get up, so that's why it looked, you know, it looked a little bit awkward for the batter.
Yeah, good short ball from Croker. He's bowled a few decent.
You can see how hard
bounces.
He's having to work just to get that out of the pitch. One hit into the ground.
Yeah, I think Henry Crocombe is probably getting rid of a bit of his irritation at his 4:30 AM return home on yesterday morning. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? To play a game of cricket, finish, have a shower, eat something, hit the road, I don't know, at 8 o'clock, and to make it back to Hove at 4 o'clock in the morning, a day before a game. It's full on.
It's a beautiful way to bring up a half century for Joey Everson. 52 off 53 deliveries. It's the 7th time he's gone past 50 in List A cricket.
Yeah, and 40 of those 52 runs coming from boundaries, which perhaps is as good an illustration as any of how Sussex have just offered a few too many balls, which Everson and Benjamin have been able to hit to the rope. We're going to get a bowling change just to try and stymie this flow of runs. Danny Lamb now from the park end.
Rod! Can I get one of those bars? The energy bait.
Finn Hudson-Prentice just putting his lunch order in as we're bought a packet of crisps. Slightly less
less
sporting choice from you and I, Andrew. Packet of salt and vinegar crisps for us, and an energy bar for Finn Hudson-Prentice at deep mid-on. As oh, what a catch! Oh, brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Danny Lamb, diving to his left, his first delivery just back of a length, and Everson, having just gone to his half century, did not time that. He was through the shot early and he spooned it up, and Danny Lamb takes an absolute beauty off his own bowling. Look at this.
That's superb. I swear you called that before he even took it.
Never in doubt, mate. Never in doubt from Danny Lamb. Yeah, well, it nestled
through
in
the air, yeah. And Benjamin, I mean, he's squirted that away, so it's catchable, but he wouldn't have expected, even if it left as it left the bat, he wouldn't have. If he paused it there, if you'd done that sort of, you know, record scratch, how did I get into this situation type pause, you would not have said that Danny Lamb is catching that from where he was. But that's the second good catch today, probably better than the Crocombe one.
Well, there's something about return catches that are always impressive, because you're in such an unnatural position in your follow through. And Danny Lamb just actually showing the value of someone with a bit taking the pace off naturally, not necessarily a slower ball from him, but just bowling that length delivery. And he's been so used to Chris Benjamin, I think I said Everson earlier, Chris Benjamin is the man who's gone. He's been so used to being able to sort of throw his hands through the delivery that the timing hasn't really been something he's had to think too hard about, but in that delivery, which is a bit slower, maybe just short of a length, as we get a lovely side-on angle of the catch. Brilliant.
That, well, the reactions are great, and he's also got a stop as well in his follow-through. You know, that's hard on the knees, that. And yeah, I wonder whether it was a bit of a cutter maybe from Lamb. Possibly, it's held up a little bit. And
well, this is the kind of wicket which I think Danny Lamb will be very useful on, because it's when the pace is off, not an easy pitch to time your shots on. And that ends, I think, an 81-run partnership from Everson and Benjamin. The new man is Harry Finch, who's off the mark. No, he's not. Good fielding from Tom Haynes at backward point. Yeah, Harry Finch, of course, who everyone here will know very well from his years growing up and then playing for Sussex as a professional.
Born in Hastings.
And captaining Kent now. I think brought to Kent by Michael Yardy when Michael Yardy was on the staff, given a second chance after being released by Sussex, and now captaining the Spitfires against his former club. And it's nice to see Harry Finch with this second chapter in his professional career, because he's a very talented player, and I think he himself admitted that he felt he perhaps had wasted his opportunity at Sussex, which is perhaps a little harsh on himself, because he certainly played some decent innings, and his list day average, his one-day average, was always superb for Sussex. He was a fantastic number 3 or 4 for Sussex in one-day cricket, but I feel in this day and age, if you're not scoring your runs in T20 or first-class cricket, it's almost sort of the poor cousin, isn't it? Your performances in list day cricket. As Danny Lamb bowls another dot ball.
This has been excellent so far from the experienced Danny Lamb.
That's such a great camera angle there, isn't it? Look at that. Picture postcard view of the Arun Valley from here at Arundel Castle CC. Maiden over, wicket maiden for Danny Lamb, who not only stops the flow of runs, he's broken that very effective partnership between Benjamin and Everson. So a good bit of captaincy from John Simpson to introduce Danny Lamb into the attack, but of course the bowler's got to do the work. And that's exactly what Danny Lamb did with a great catch off his first ball.
So Harry Finch was the first time he was in a Sussex List A team was a match in the Netherlands, where they managed to get 10 overs bowled and then it rained all day. So that was a nice little trip for him to for no reason. Back in the old Yorkshire Bank 40 days, the old Pro 40 tournament.
Where was that? Amstelveen? No, Schiedam.
Schiedam.
I don't know Schiedam.
I thought that's what you'd ordered for your sandwich. I'm gonna. Archie Lenham is gonna come into the attack. I'm gonna continue while Sam munches away on his salt and vinegar. Oh, that's another great catch! And for the second over in a row, a new bowler comes on and takes a wicket with their first delivery.
Well, however you rate Sussex's bowling this morning, their fielding has been absolutely top-notch, certainly their catching.
And that brings about the end of Joey Everson.
What a catch.
The half-centurion. And that was travelling. I don't know if Archie Lenham will rate it as the best ball he's ever bowled.
Well, that's sort of the leg spinner's prerogative, isn't it?
But either way, I mean, he didn't get all of it, but even so, that is a top catch.
Yeah, and Ollie Carter, of course, a wicket-keeper by trade.
They don't normally come at him like that, though.
No, exactly. But there is something about wicket keepers when they are in the field, fielding at that sort of short mid-wicket position.
I used to really enjoy it, by the way. I think he fielded normally at point, but I used to really enjoy it when Jack Russell was in the England team alongside Alex Stewart, and Alex Stewart was an outfielder. That was always a little bit, I always felt that always looked a little odd because you used to see him behind the stumps. But
well, quite often in the last couple of years, when Surrey are playing in the One Day Cup, Ben Foakes has almost been given a bit of a break to allow them to develop younger wicket keepers, and there's something very weird about Ben Foakes fielding. You know, when someone's that legendary a keeper. Archie Lennon has had some success in the One Day Cup in the last couple of seasons. He was the most economical bowler for Sussex in 2024. But he started in fine fashion in 2025.
suddenly the pendulum has swung. That score predictor back down to 259. It appears to either be 259 or 291, so I'm sure there's a mathematician out there who'll be able to explain why.
Well, we're assuming that it's some complex algorithm. Maybe it's just a guy who goes, oh, well, if they're on top,
I like
put 259, and if not, 291.
Oh, yeah, good fielding. Again, keeping the pressure on. Kent batters out in the middle there, not sure whether to stick or twist. And Ekant Singh is the man in the middle with Harry Finch. Two new batters now at the crease, which is always helpful for the fielding side. And there again, the ring field, well, almost doing its work. Clark felt that one, and they've come through for a single, which gets Singh off the mark. Finch yet to score after seeing out 5 balls of the previous Danny Lamb over, and this is his first ball since then. Good stop. So this is very similar, isn't it, to when that second wicket was taken. Sorry, Sam, I'm about to throw a question to you, and you're now full of crisps. But it's very similar to, I make a statement, it's very similar to the period around that time of the second wicket where Sussex suddenly put the squeeze on and Kent found runs difficult to come by. Although, they're going to get some runs there.
Yeah, misfield from Henry Crocombe, having sung the praises of Sussex's catching. That was a bit of fielding, perhaps illustrating the weariness of a man returning home at 4:30 a.m. the day before. And yeah, Archie Lennon will be cross about that because it's ruined a really, well, not ruined, but it's taken the shine off a fantastic start for him.
But yeah, I mean, it's a long way down for Henry Crocombe, but to be fair, he didn't quite get his fingers to the grass, and the bobble then did for him.
Well, that could be although the outfield here at Arundel is beautiful, but Hove is so flat and such a bowling lawn that you get used to fielding, you know, without worrying about any bobbles. Maybe that took a little bobble. There are some outgrounds which certainly the long lamented long barrier has to come out again as Lamb starts his second over and concedes his first run. And that is Ekant Singh off the mark. Ekant Singh, of course, on a rookie contract at Kent Spitfires, batting all-rounder who came through their pathway, made his first team debut in this competition last year and has since made his first class debut this season. Leg sidey there from Danny Lamb, just nudged away into a bit of vacant real estate on the onside and fielded by Tom Clark. It might be Tom Clark's first touch of the ball today. I can't remember him fielding another delivery. Back of a length from Lamb and played defensively by Ekant Singh. LBW shout. Ooh, and despite our obstructed view on the stream, that was certainly full. I think probably the question was it straight enough, and maybe it was just angling down the leg side, but a fairly confident shout from Danny Lamb and his colleagues.
Yeah, they certainly liked it, didn't they? But the umpire was unmoved.
And one of the two men on the onside boundary does the fielding. This time it's Henry Crocombe without any mishaps. The four men out are Jack Carson at deep square leg. Sorry, Henry Crocombe at deep square leg, Jack Carson at deep mid wicket, Finn Hudson-Prentice at long on, and then offering some cover on the offside boundary is Dan Ibrahim. So those are the four men out to Danny Lamb as the over concludes.
Yeah, 116 for 4 at the end of the 21st, so 5.5 and over. There are some jackets going on, only to do with the temperature really, no rain knocking about I don't think, although the sun has disappeared again now, so there are not quite leaden skies, but certainly a rather, sadly, typical English August day. Another good stop off his own bowling there from Archie Lenham. Speaking of cricketing dynasties. Now that one has been dispatched and has gone all the way. So Singh picking that one up and plonking it over the long on boundary.
I think a reasonable number of Kent spectators in today. That got a warm reception, obviously generous crowd, regardless of affiliation, but I've seen a few Kent Invictus horses on people's hats, and
yeah, and obviously not that far to come. There'll be Kent fans living in Sussex, I dare say. I mean, I would hold a referendum to kick them all out, but no, I'm teasing.
We've got another search for a ball,
Oh,
which
good.
in outground bingo is definitely one, isn't it?
It's gone into the forestry, and no one wants to go. No, oh, there we are. I've got it. I was going to say no professional athlete wants to go in there in case they get stung by something or can't bowl or get a cut on their bowling finger, or I don't know.
A badger bite.
Yeah, exactly. Or they go in there and they're never seen again. Maybe it's Narnia. Who knows? How does Lenham respond?
Yeah, so in terms of outground bingo, we've had looking for balls in bushes. The ice cream van is a fairly obvious one.
Fielders standing too close to effects mics.
Yep. The ball flicking up off boundary ropes into unsuspecting spectators.
We haven't yet, as they had at the 100, had a fox dashing round the perimeter.
I think that's more county HQ because of the urban setting, you know. A deer or something we might get here.
Yes.
Yeah, that was on a game which didn't have much going for it cricket-wise. Was probably the highlight of the evening. Was the fox.
I must admit, I felt sorry for the fox. I mean, I know it found its way in. It couldn't. No, and you can't. You know, usher a fox out. It's a wild animal, but it was clearly frightened. But it had got itself in there, so I'm not entirely sure how it expected to get itself out. But end of the over. Good response from Lenham getting out of that one. 123 after the 6. 123 for 4.
Yeah, well, you mentioned that sort of record scratch moment earlier. Oh, it's looks like some lunch orders.
That's
Well, what's he got there? Those are the sandwiches with a few crisps on the side.
here he comes.
Great service here.
At least the media team are well looked after. Look at that.
There's Nick Friend of the cricketer, just putting his order in, probably for a maybe a bottle of claret to go with that as well. They get spoiled in the media tent, don't they? Danny Lamb continues from the park end here at the Rathbones Arundel Cricket Festival, and he is targeting those pads, which is why he's got those two men as cover on the onside boundary, but yet to really put the umpire under too much pressure. Danny Lamb proving economical in his brief spell so far. Just 3 runs from his 14 balls, and of course that fabulous caught and bowled which broke that partnership between Joey Everson and Chris Benjamin. Chris Benjamin, the man dismissed by Lamb. And then at the start of this subsequent over, first ball again, we said goodbye to the half-centurion Joey Everson, which really were crucial blows from a Sussex Sharks point of view.
The other thing I like about Outgrounds, of course, is cute score boxes or scoreboards and score boxes. As I was about to say earlier, actually, I got to press the button on one of the scoreboards once. I can't remember if that was Hove or Eastbourne. Probably Eastbourne, actually, thinking about it. But yeah, they have the little.
Oh, to let the umpire know the signal's been received. That button.
No, I think it was literally changed the score.
Oh, right.
They let me as a kid. They let me. Yeah, because I was watching it and what they were doing and everything else.
Because I remember, you know, the strings, pulling the
Yes.
strings. Here comes Jamie with our lunch. Thank you very much, sir. We weren't forgotten. Just singles so far off Danny Lamb's bowling, which he'll be happy about, doing his role in these middle overs.
So now, of course, we're very parochial this, but me and Sam are now going to have to take it in turns to commentate whilst the other one eats and vice versa.
Absolutely. We'll just turn the effects mic up and let Finn Hudson-Prentice commentate. Yeah. He's fielding it long on, just in front of us. Lovely drive, but well fielded by Danny Lamb.
What a good stop that is.
Danny Lamb doing a great job off his own bowling, which shows how keen he is to keep the runs down. Lovely bit of fielding to end the over. Just 2 runs from it. 125 4-4 from 23 overs. Harry Finch 6 not out, and Ikanch Singh 11 not out.
Yep, Danny Lamb will certainly be feeling it after his bowling performance even so far, I reckon, but he's thrown himself around in the field, taking a great return catch. I'm going to take this over and allow Sam to munch if he so wishes.
I'll take your invitation gleefully and enjoy my tuna mayo sandwich.
Archie Lenham with a wicket to his name, but he's also been hit for a 6, and that one is going to go likewise, I think. That one was lofted, had a good trajectory on it. It's 1 bounce 4 by the looks of it, so certainly, I mean, look, it was a 9-iron type trajectory on it. This one is flatter and cut away. Jack Carson out there on the point boundary. .130 for 4. Another wicket. Sussex will feel that they're on top. But if this partnership builds, I mean, they know what these two can do. Kent could set a platform from here. But as we know, with the 50 over game, it ebbs and flows. And we are of course entering those middle overs where establishing a platform is the most important thing. Again, good response from Lenham after a boundary. Did well to get out the over last time after being hit for 6. This time he's responded well after being lofted for a 4. So there'll be a dot at the end of that one. So the end of the 24th over, and the Kent Spitfires are 131 for 4 with Finch on 11 and Singh on 12. Just under 5.5 the run rate.
Let Andrew have a bit of his sandwich, 'cause it's not fair. I got the spinner, which means I have to wolf down my sandwich. You get a bit of seam to really savour your tuna mayo sandwich.
This is not my first rodeo.
Yeah, plenty of bowlers in the history of cricket with run-ups where you'd ever have a 3-course lunch, wouldn't you? Danny Lamb is not one of them. He offers a relatively short run, just bowling these off-cutters that are his trademark. Those 2 sixes from Singh and Finch respectively, lovely shots off the leg spinner, great use of the feet, middle of the bat, targeting the gap behind the man in the ring, and executed nicely. They weren't both sixes, of course. 6 from Finch and a 4 from, sorry, 6 from Singh and a 4 from Finch. Danny Lamb continues in his parsimonious fashion. Nothing more than a single off his bowling so far, 5 of them, and he's now 3.2 overs into his spell. 1 for 5. That's uppish again, just showing how these cutters and the pace off deliveries from Lamb are hard to time for the batters, but Singh gets away with it. We have, I'll run through the field quickly after this delivery. It's much shorter from Lamb, but again, pace off, it really doesn't get up at all. Yeah, Lamb bowling to sort of a backward, well, what I guess you'd call a man backward of point, not quite a short final, not quite a short third, but something in that region. And then you have a man at short cover, mid off, long on, 2 men on the onside boundary, deep square and a deep mid wicket, a conventional mid wicket, and then a man on the 45, a sort of short fine leg, almost a spinner's field to Danny Lamb, which is kind of the way he operates with these slow cutting deliveries. And he gets out of the over with another dot ball, just 1 from it, and that takes us to the halfway point, at which Kent Spitfires are 132 for 4, just rebuilding after those couple of quick wickets from Lamb and Lenham. And as the players and umpires take drinks, we can get Andrew's reflections on the first quarter of the game.
Yeah, it's definitely ebbed and flowed. I think you know, Kent obviously had a lot of momentum. You can see the scorecard there, a couple of early wickets which put Sussex on top. Great catch from Crocombe to remove Denley early, and Carveda's got Compton to edge behind. But then that partnership between Everson and Benjamin ended when Benjamin spooned a catch back to Lamb, which was really good take. And then Archie Lenham got himself a wicket as well to remove Everson. And you can just see there with the Manhattan how around the wickets there that the runs have kind of dried up a little bit. And vice versa, actually, with the second wicket there was pressure beforehand which led to the wicket. And there's the bowling figures. Hudson Prentice 1 for 32, Carvallis 1 for 25. The pick of them, so well, Lamb the pick of them, I suppose, 1 for 6 off a 4. Look at that. But yeah, Carvallis bowled well, and then Carson none for 25, Crocombe none for 23. So drinks being taken. 132 for 4.
Another one to add to our outground bingo is the sort of very old school Village Fate style tannoy, which you can hear in the effects mic. Dog show at 2:30, followed by the vegetable growing competition at 3 o'clock.
And the winner is Puce number 473. That's 473. You can collect your side of hog from the
yeah, a real Village Fate feel about outground cricket, and it's great because whilst everything feels sort of slightly old worldly, the cricket is, you know, as gripping as it is anywhere else. I think both sides will actually probably be reasonably happy with where they are at this stage. I think actually those two wickets probably make Sussex probably go into the drinks a little happier of the two sides, but equally Kent Spitfires 132 for 4 at the halfway point gives them a decent platform. But they won't want to lose too many more quick wickets to make sure they've got the firepower for the back end of the innings, when they'll probably be pleased to see a bit more pace on the ball. So quite a lot riding on Vikansh Singh and Harry Finch. And lovely just bubble of noise around Arundel Castle cricket ground as everyone settles into their day out here at the Rathbones Festival of Cricket, which of course takes place over 4 days this year. There was a Disability 100 tournament here yesterday, won by Sussex, so a good start for the home side. Very well organised event by the Sussex Cricket Foundation, who do so much great work in terms of promoting the game for everyone in the county. And some high quality disability cricket on show yesterday. They were calling it the first ever Disability 100, so obviously taking that 100 ball format. And by all accounts it was a successful day, as we're going to get a bowling change. Archie Lenham has had 3 overs, made that breakthrough with his first, well, I say breakthrough, it's followed up with on Lamb's breakthrough with that first delivery, but it's time for an injection of pace from Henry Crocombe.
And time for Kent to unbreak the shackles with a firm drive for 4. I'm just going to go through other scores in the One Day Cup at the Utilita Bowl. Essex 154 for 5 against Hampshire after 26 overs. Nettleworth, Worcestershire 112 for 3 in the 23rd against Nottinghamshire.
Nettleworth sounds like an outground you'd want to go to, doesn't it? That's like something out of a you know, some Edwardian novel. Nettleworth, where's that? Any idea?
I'm not sure actually, I've never heard of it,
no.
Frankly.
I'll look it up.
I can tell you it's in Nottinghamshire if it helps, but
Oh, hang on, that's Nettleworth Infant School. I'm not sure they'll be playing in the playground there.
It might explain why the boundaries are so short.
What was the score there? Are they?
Oh no, it's only 5 and over, so maybe they're...
Oh, hang on, Nettle is what they call Welbeck, which I have heard of.
Okay. Oh, now that's a shorter one.
Right, so Nettleworth is the more bucolic name for Welbeck.
Now we've still got Archie Lenham on the score bug, but it is definitely Crocombe.
Yes, they say that famous thing about losing concentration after drinks obviously applies to scorers as well.
Now. That will be a single. Jack Carson with the fielding. And I think if my laptop is still working, Glamorgan Derbyshire, which is another game that was meant to be being played, has been delayed due to rain.
Oh, that's a shame.
Neath.
Neath is what, just down the coast from Swansea,
Yes.
is that right? Yeah. Quite interesting about this Kent Spitfires batting order is Jack Leaning coming in at number 7, someone who, you know, is a very well respected top order player, but he's obviously decided that the kind of finisher role is one for him. He's definitely batted higher in the order, and that's well, certainly gives Kent Spitfires plenty of batting depth with him coming in at number 7. No changes though at the park end as Danny Lamb gears up for his 5th over. Still very, very economical figures with 1 for 6 from his 5 overs so far, and that was, I think, almost half a chance for Danny Lamb, who I should say has bowled 4 overs so far. A cross-batted shot, which again Singh struggled to time. I mean, it did go above the ground almost as far as Danny Lamb. I'm not sure if we can put that down as a chance, especially after the first one he took off his own bowling. And again, just singles currently on offer from Danny Lamb.
Just before that delivery, Ollie Carter at mid-off there. I'm not sure whether he was practicing his batting or his golf. He was sort of quite a wristy, kind of almost like a little chip shot onto the green that he was trying to fashion.
Full toss this time, and he gets away with it, Danny Lamb, with this well set field. Jack Carson, the man doing the fielding there in front of the hospitality tents, which seem to be attracting the great and good of West Sussex. It's the place to be on this Thursday afternoon in Arundel, the Rathbones tent.
If anybody wants Sam during the innings break, that's where he'll be. 2 is the call.
And that is a 2. The first 2 from Danny Lamb's bowling. It's taken 4.4 overs. Comparatively expensive over from Danny Lamb. 5 from the first 4 balls. As Kent Spitfires approach their 150 in the 27th over. Back on the money. Almost a mix-up. He almost sold Singh a dummy there, Harry Finch, because he set off and Singh obliged as the junior pro, and then Harry Finch went, actually, that is definitely not a single, and I think he did apologise to Ikant Singh.
That's what some of the England players I've heard say about Joe Root. Joe Root's the sort of man who'll be halfway down the pitch and then go, no!
Well, I think that's why calling, you listen to the call, don't respond to what people do. Good end to the over there from Danny Lamb. 5 from it. barely a deck chair without someone lounging in it here. They look smart, those deck chairs. I think Sussex might have invested in some new bits of cloth for those deck chairs. They look very smart.
I want to know what that man bottom left is eating in the white shirt. He's tugging into something.
Scampi or something like that.
Henry Crocombe from the Castle End. Reminder, Sussex won the toss, elected to bowl. And this is just starting to annoy Sussex, this partnership. Finch 16, Singh 20. It's 108 when those 2 wickets fell in consecutive overs. So this partnership now worth 37. The wickets falling in little batches. 7 and 27 for the first 2, and then 108 for 3 and 4. Good over this so far from Crocombe. Good bit of fielding from Hudson Prentice. Might have been able to hear on the effects mic. Praise for Finney. It's Archie Lenham who is just doing some patrolling in front of us here, that third man. And you can see that the cutters pace off, not allowing Finch to use the levers. Singh looking very casual, bat firmly planted. Single teapot stance. Now he's focused as Crocombe runs in. Handsome drive, beats the fielder, and a boundary just to take the shine off what was otherwise an excellent over from Henry Crocombe. Into the white picket fence. Disappointing the crowd behind it, who thought they might have a chance to field it themselves. End of the 28th, it's 149 for 4. Finch 20, Singh 21. That partnership, as you see on screen there, 41 from 53 thus far. Six bowlers used by Sussex in these 28 overs. Hudson Prentice 1 for 32 off 5. Carvelis 1 for 25 off 6. Carson none for 25 off 4. Crocombe none for 35 off 5. Lenham 1 for 18 off 3. And this man, Danny Lamb, 1 for 11 off 5. One of only 2 bowlers alongside Hudson Prentice to have bowled a maiden in this innings. This won't be, it's a wide, and they're going to come through for a single. Let's hit the stumps. Be a couple to add to the Kent score, which will take them beyond 150, 151 for 4. So if we assume they might be up towards 160 in a couple of overs time, they do say in one day cricket double it at 30, well that would obviously take them towards 320 if they could keep wickets in hand and then really go through the gears late on. Sam talked about Jack Leaning coming in at 7, so there's power to add. No is the cry. Clark rushing in to keep that Just a dot ball. Score predictor now at 280. So there must be some science to it now. And I think the general demeanour of the ground has lightened up a little bit with the weather. That's going to be a very quick single, chance for a run out. Bale's come off, but I think that was his hand that knocked those off.
Decent bit of fielding though from Tom Clark.
I like how fielders put Stumps and Bales back, and then the umpires always come in and check. They don't. I don't trust you to have done a decent job. Single. Still got one ball left after that first ball wide.
These two rebuilding nicely for Kent, Finch and Singh. Partnership now approaching 50. Doing a good job.
That run will take that partnership to 47. And to Kent to 155 for 4 at the end of the 29th over. And as I said to you earlier, that it is all about building a platform to then take the innings on from about over 40 onwards.
What would you have as par here? I know there hasn't been much professional cricket here in the last few years, but I think 280 probably is about a minimum, really, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and I think with the outfield as it is and the boundaries as they are, but also the pitch as it is, yeah, that sounds. I mean, score predictor is saying 282. I think that's going to be, you know, if Kent make that and then bowl right, I think that's on this pitch could be difficult to overhaul, but we'll see.
So Archie Lenham is returning. That's up in the air. Just confirming, Andrew, that when I nipped off there for a little comfort break, it wasn't Lenham bowling, was it? This is his first over back, or? Sorry, I've put you on the spot there.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, Crocombe, and that's right, exactly. So Lenham back into the attack for his 4th over. Just had some breaking news from the Kent media team, as that's a lovely cut shot from Harry Finch, using his feet really nicely against the leg spinner, but there is of course a man out there. Yes, that breaking news as Singh drives forcefully down the ground, and eventually Henry Crocombe does the fielding. Apparently Harry Finch, and I didn't know this from his Sussex days, does a brilliant Kermit the Frog impression, bringing you the breaking stories here live on the stream here at Sussex Cricket. And again, using his feet, Finch just picking out that man on the boundary though, Jack Carson. I won't ask you to do yours, Andrew.
No, I was. Well, that will be why he's not much of an environmentalist, because it's not easy being green. That's all I've got. It's my only Kermit joke.
I was going to make some self-deprecating reference to suggest that you don't need Kermit for a Muppet show when you've got you and me here.
Hey, we're like Statler and Waldorf. That single before last took the partnership to 50. 24
well
from
spotted, yeah.
24 of it from Finch and 25 from sing, because of course they came together as fresh out of the packet batters.
Yeah, 63 balls, which perhaps illustrates the rebuilding nature. It hasn't been electric, but they've just been busy. Two busy cricketers going about their work, rebuilding after those 2 wickets, and so far doing it very well. So we're going to get another bowling change, double bowling change here in the middle overs as Archie Lennon returned at the Castle end. We're going to get Finn Hudson-Prentice returning at the Park end with his figures so far, as he errs down the leg side. So far of 1 for 32 off 5, now make that 1 for 33 off 5 because he starts with a wide.
Yeah, I think there were a couple, weren't there, in his first, because he started obviously opening the bowling. I think in his first spell he did just occasionally err down the leg side.
Yeah, he did struggle a little bit with his line. Of course, picked up an early wicket, that of Jayden Denley, who was the first man to go today. The wickets falling with the scores today on 7 for the first wicket. That was Jayden Denley being caught by Henry Crocombe, very well caught by Henry Crocombe. Denley going for a duck. Ben Compton was the second man to go. He was caught behind off Ari Carvelis for 11 with the score on 27, and a good partnership between Chris Benjamin and Joey Everson. Before 2 wickets and 2 overs got rid of both of those set batters. Chris Benjamin going for 34 or 41 balls, brilliantly caught and bowled by Danny Lamb, and then Joey Everson 6 balls later off the first ball of Archie Lennon's bowling of the day. He was brilliantly caught again, this time by Ollie Carter at short mid wicket for 52 from 54. That's uppish, just popped a little bit off the pitch. Don't know if that was a cutter from Hudson-Prentice, but it seemed to take Singh by surprise, but no one close enough to the bat for that to really be ever any great danger.
Of course, Glamorgan, who aren't able to be playing at the moment today because of the weather in South Wales, they're the holders of the One Day Cup. Beaten by Hampshire in the opening game. I think it's going to be another very open competition, and does, as you said earlier, does sort of depend a little bit on who's affected by call-ups for the 100, if that's the right phrase for it.
Yeah, and then you get that quandary, don't you? If you're one of the teams that makes it to the final in September and you've got your 100 players back, do you reward the guys that got you there, or do you say, well, we've got to play the big names? I think when Kent won it in 2022, they were pretty loyal to the guys that had taken them to the final, with perhaps 1 or 2 big names drop back in, and it paid off when they won that title in 2022, I think beating Lancashire in the final. Six runs off that Hudson-Prentice over, 5 I should say. 5 runs off that Hudson-Prentice over, a wide to start and then 4 singles, takes Kent to 164 for 4 from 31 overs.
So they're at 159 for the 30 over mark. We were talking earlier about doubling it at 30, but that would be quite something, some going from there if they were to do that. Take them to 318 essentially. Brighton and Hove Albion cap there. Richie Lenham. Aerial and 6.
Lovely shot from Singh, who has played that lofted straight drive a couple of times now and found the middle of the bat. An aborted attempted catch in the crowd, I think.
Well, he was about 5 or 6 people
yeah,
away
he's
from
going
it,
to have
which
to
doesn't
dive.
help.
He's going to have to do a Danny Lamb to get there.
That one almost looked catchable, but it's wide of the fielder, and that's going to be 4 more. And Singh has decided he fancies Lenham's leg spin, and that this is the time to just up the ante a little. 6 and a 4 off the first 2 balls always helps, and perhaps 300 plus is not beyond Kent.
Well, it's a big partnership for them, isn't it? Which is going well at the moment. I like that from Lenham. He's been hit for a couple of boundaries, but he was brave enough then to even toss that one up even further. Brave leg spinning from the young man.
Good stop off his own bowling as well. I think with some of these Sussex players, we'll be calling them young even when they're 34, because we'll just associate them with making their debuts at 16 and 17 and whatnot.
Yeah, well, the fruits of that policy paying off for the club, because, well, certainly in first class cricket, back in Division 1, with a core built around that sort of class of 2020, 2021, when we saw that exodus of Sussex players, and then the kind of the youngsters having to do a lot of the hard work and having to learn on the job, really.
But James Coles, of course, the youngest Sussex debutant, and picked up 3 big name wickets on his debut in the Bob Willis Trophy against Surrey. I think Rory Burns was one of them, and Jamie Smith another. So not bad at 16. So the partnership worth 67 now off 77 balls.
Yeah, Sussex would dearly love to break this partnership, because I think that puts them well on top. Equally, this is kind of the beauty of 50 over cricket, isn't it? Is these two are still there in 10 overs time. Kent will be set for a very fine total. Slower ball from Hudson Prentice, but well watched by Kent Singh, who drives out to Danny Lamb at deep mid-on. Bit grey now here at Arundel. I don't think we're expecting any rain today, but
Certainly wasn't due in the forecast that I looked at before I decided whether to bring a coat or not. Spoiler alert, I didn't. Which probably means it will rain. There you go, that's put a positive spin on everything for you, isn't it?
I think we're going to be okay. The cloud is high, and like you say, there's none forecast, so hopefully we'll get through okay, but it's just got a little chillier than it was when there was some sunshine threatening to break out, but it's certainly not put off this bumper crowd here at Arundel Castle. Baron Corvo makes a great point on the YouTube chat. Of course, today's commentary coming via the Sussex Cricket live stream at the Rathbones Arundel Festival of Cricket. Baron Corvo says, why do the boundary boards lean backwards? Are they sponsored by dentists? And funnily enough, our colleagues in the press tent made exactly the same point. What was it? They said it was like a ski jump ramp into someone's face when the ball hits them. I think it's to make them visible, and ultimately when you've paid your sponsorship, that's the key thing, right? People's dental health is of secondary importance to your brand identity.
Absolutely. And if the brand manager at Metro Bank is listening, hello. You're very welcome.
Just spotted that as well as an ice cream van, there's a cocktail van expecting that sort of crowd? I'm not sure. Just the 2 singles so far off the first 4 balls of this over. Finn Hudson-Prentice has started better in this second spell of his. Did start with a wide, but since then has been pretty accurate. Oh, that dentist comment has sparked a bit of a conversation.
What have you done?
Another commenter saying, well, there's no dentist in Arundel anyway, which obviously perhaps takes us into the realms of politics. That completes the over, a pretty good one from Finn Hudson-Prentice, 3 from it. He has 1 for 40 from his 7 overs, and that economy rate of his heading in the right direction in the second half of his allocation. Some 4-legged friends here at the Rathbones Arundel Festival of Cricket. He or she looks gripped. Can we say the same for the owner? Yeah, I think so. Finding time between overs to, what was that? A green gauge or a bit of celery or something.
Archie Lennon, ball in hand. Tosses it from one hand to another. Been a lot of good fielding off around bowling actually, Sussex today.
I think by and large, apart from that one misfield from Henry Crocombe, their fielding's been good. Certainly they're catching.
Good quick running, that. Good cricket all round really. Good fielding, which is applauded, but good running likewise, and I'm sure the Kent fans in the ground, and there are a lot of people. I mean, if you're watching, obviously you're watching on the stream, you won't be here, but everywhere you look, vantage points are being taken up. So the aim or the prediction was for 4,000, and there are what is there's a bank that goes at this end of the ground at the park end. There's a bank that rises up, a reverse sweep, and that is going to go for 4.
Sold Finn Hudson-Prentice a dummy at backward square leg, and he went the wrong way like a goalkeeper on a penalty. Great bit of...
Oh, and now the dog is on the field. The one we saw earlier has broken free from his owner.
And it's going to be Jack Carson to do the fielding this time. Now, outground bingo, this is full house. And the gentleman's in no hurry to retrieve the dog. Well, there you go, you had your fox at the 100. Brilliant.
I'm not a dog expert. Do we know what that type of dog is?
A naughty dog, that's what it is, Andrew.
A naughty dog, there we go. We've got us. Now there's an appeal. No, nothing doing there.
Well, if that wasn't peak outground, there he is. Oh dear.
He's not far away from us, is he, somewhere along the line?
I like how sort of nonplussed by the whole thing the owner is. Sweet little dog.
I think I was on a completely different train of thought before the dog, but oh yes, the banks behind us. Yes, so yeah, the banks sort of rise up from the oh, the dog's getting some attention.
Oh,
now.
the Kent fans as well. So maybe it was a deliberate ploy to
distract one of them.
Go and bite the ankle of the man at Cow Corner.
Yeah. So yeah, the banks sort of rise up from, if you imagine it at deep extra cover at the castle end, as the batsman faces at castle end, and then rises up at the park end, and there's fans sat all on the top of those banks right behind us, where we've got a tent which is fortunately keeping the wind off us. I think you can probably hear on our effects mic the wind getting up. We can see the trees in the distance are certainly taking a bit of a buffering. They're big trees, but they are
Yeah, you can hear them rustling, and well, they are providing a wonderful backdrop. I hope there's a few photographers here today, because there'll be some great pictures with the crowd and the setting as a new bowler enters the attack. This is Tom Clark, and I think this is a good move from John Simpson, because we've seen the front-line seamers, or the guys with a bit of pace, have sort of been the bowlers that the batters have enjoyed batting most against. I think when you take the pace off, and it's something that Finn Hudson-Prentice has learned with the cutters that he started to bring into his repertoire, that's when it's harder to score. So Tom Clark, medium pace, and just hammering away back of a length and with the odd cutter, and hoping the ball nibbles around a bit, making it hard for the batters, who on a slow-ish pitch will have to put a bit of pace on the ball with their shots against these guys, which of course then always brings the risk of a full shot and a chance. So I don't mind this at all from John Simpson with Tom Clark, and his, I'd say, slightly better than part-time medium pace. He's a tall man as well, so gets a bit of bounce, although that one is dragged down and pulled round the corner by Harry Finch, who with that picks up his 5th boundary. The danger with a non-frontline bowler is the occasional boundary ball. That's better from Clark, and Finch scampers through for a single. That brings Kent Singh onto strike. He has 44 of 51 balls in his 2nd year as a professional cricketer, having come through the Kent pathway. Oh, and Harry Finch was looking for a quick single, but Kent Singh sent him straight back. And this is of course Kent Singh's highest score in List A cricket by some margin. 16 his best score before today in his short career. 5 List A games before today. He'll be looking for his maiden List A half-century. Tom Clark finishing that over well. After that drag down went for 4. 191 for 4 after 35 overs, 15 overs to go. And I think we're probably 4 or 5 overs away from Finch and Singh deciding to accelerate a little bit, but at the moment they're happy just to tick along.
Yeah, and the current sort of rate, they'd be adding another 82 from here. Which would take them to 273. So you'd think that they then, obviously, if they were still together, that they would be pushing it on a little bit from here. So 300 certainly, and the score predictor at 298 certainly not out of the question. And that wind is getting up even further now.
Yeah, Sussex starting to get into territory of being in urgent need of a wicket, because they don't want these two to have both reached 50 with 10 overs to go or something like that.
Milking the spinner.
Where do you think Sussex's best chances of a wicket look like coming from? I know they'll be saving Crocombe for the death, but
I think, of course, Danny Lamb has bowled well, but it's just whether there's enough in this pitch that, you know, is it going to be a batter error that's going to lead to it.
So Crocom's bowled 5 overs. He's been expensive at 7 and over, but I just wonder whether his extra pace and venom is worth a little shot at this point before things get away from Sussex. Carvalis with 4 overs as well. Hudson Prentice has bowled 7, Carvalis 6, Carson 4, Crocom 5, Lamb 6, Lenham 6.4, and Clark just that 1 over in the over prior to this.
So 7 bowlers used by the Sharks.
Lamb and Carvalis the most economical thus far. Lamb very economical with 17 runs from his 6 overs, and Carvalis 25 from his 6.
And then outside of them and Hudson Prentice, all the others have gone up more than 6 and over. End of the 36th, 196 for 4. Sing on 46, Finch 38.
I suppose the only thing you would say is that, given they are 4 down, Kent won't want to go too early with their assault, because if you do lose a couple of quick wickets here, you've still got plenty of overs left and you could be in danger of squandering a good position. So I don't think we'll see anything too different from Singh and Finch for a little while yet. Singh will be on strike to Tom Clark with 46 from 55 balls, on the cusp of a maiden List A century. List A half century, I should say. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. And I think Kent Singh did get a little bit ahead of himself there. His eyes lit up for a ball that was short, but as we've seen from this Arundel wicket, and as is characteristic of this Arundel wicket, it's pretty slow and low, and so he was played over the top of that shortish delivery from Tom Clark. His partnership now worth 88.
Yes, Tommy, real nice boy.
Jack Carson's Ulster drawl coming through the effects mic there. The man from the north of Ireland. He comes up into the ring with Harry Finch now on strike. Obviously conscious of Singh's propensity to loft. Oh, and that's out. Danny Lamb with his second catch, this one much more regulation off the bowling of Tom Clark, and what a timely wicket for Sussex. Harry Finch's eyes lit up to a shortish delivery from Tom Clark, but he has hammered it straight to the man at short mid-wicket, and he goes for 38 from 52 balls.
And it's that combination, you said it was a good move to bring Tom Clark on, it's that combination of Clark's Clark taking the pace off, and obviously the slow pitch, it held up and Finch picked out Lamb, and you were definitely able to call it before he took that one, because we were right behind it, so we knew as soon as he hit it that as long as Lamb didn't shell it, that it would definitely be a wicket.
Well, it's definitely the easiest catch of the day so far, but you have to say Sussex's catching has been spotless, flawless.
And a very timely wicket to remove Finch, but the equally dangerous Jack Leaning coming in.
Yes, and this might be the time with a new batter where you say, go on Henry Crocom, you have a little burst from the other end. I haven't seen him warming up. Just before Leaning gets the measure of this pitch, whether we can see Crocom hurry him, or anyway, a big breakthrough for Sussex. Kent will be ruining that dismissal. Harry Finch, the Kent captain for the first part of this Metrobank One Day Cup campaign, before Grant Stewart takes over as per their dual captaincy policy, which is an interesting one. Grant Stewart just getting back up to full fitness, I think, but it has been described by Kent as a dual captaincy rather than a stand-in thing, which is interesting. Anyway, Jack Leaning, a very accomplished cricketer, former captain as well for Kent, takes his first ball, and no great alarms. Don't know if probably Lennon might, if he's going to bowl his 10 overs, which I dare say he will, he'll probably will just continue from that Castle end, but I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of Crocombe now. Yeah, there's a great palette of colours out there, Andrew, with the Cadbury or silk cut purple of the umpires' tops, and then the fuchsia pink.
Yeah, I like the contrast actually of because they're both bright colours, aren't they? The two teams. Ooh.
Well fielded off his own bowling, Tom Clark. Yeah, and then actually in terms of a palette, the kind of royal blue of Kent Spitfires works as well, doesn't it? That's the end of Tom Clark's second over. Just the 1 run from it, and that crucial wicket of Harry Finch for 38, breaking a partnership of, you can help me out, Andrew? It was 89 runs. Yeah, 108 was when Everson went.
Yep, 89.
197 when Finch departed.
Off of 17.2 overs. So we're going to see Ari Carvelis come on. He was warming up vigorously just now, so I thought he might make an appearance, and it is in the very next over from the Castle end. 1 for 25 off 6 thus far.
That wind getting up, isn't it?
It really is. I was just trying to ascertain, obviously the trees are in the distance, I'm just trying to ascertain which way it is actually going. Is it going across the ground as we look left to right, I think? So just working against Carvelis slightly. That's driven.
There is a clue
for a single.
Behind the trees at the castle end. I think that's the flag post of the castle, and you can see the flag.
That's more than I can from where I am.
Can you? This
oh yes, sorry, up there. Yes,
Yeah.
I was not looking high. Oh yes, no, it's going the other way than I thought. Going to the other way than I thought. So so it's blowing across right to left as we look from our commentary position, and actually from your screen position as well. So blowing into the right hander, as it were.
Yeah, almost the wind behind Carvelis's back. But there's a certain swirling feel to it, isn't there? I'm not sure it's all in one direction.
Thank you for bailing me out there.
Well, that's the only glimpse of the castle we get at the castle end from here.
Yes, I hadn't seen that. That's, yeah.
I don't know what that flag is. I guess that's the Duke of Norfolk's insignia or something like that.
I imagine so. Be a single. Jack Carson been very busy out in the field, hasn't he, Jack Carson? A lot of shots have found him out on that boundary.
Getting some more press releases from the Kent media team. Favourite sports person for Jack Leaning, for Akant Singh, Roger Federer, fair choice. Even fairer choice, Jack Leaning plumps for Darren Stevens.
Of course he does.
The GOAT, Stevens, of course, not Federer. So the field reasonably spread now, of course, with that limitation of the 4 fielders outside of the ring, who to Carvelis are the man at long off, deep cover, long on, and deep mid wicket. Fairly standard field for this point of the innings. And someone in the ring could be in business.
Oh, yes, just about.
Tom Clark with the catch over his shoulder. Thought he'd made a mess of it, but actually pretty good recovery, and that's the end of Vikant Singh for a career best list day score of 48. He'll be disappointed not to make it to 50, as we see this actually, given that it was completed successfully, very good catch. Tom Clark sort of puffed his cheeks out as if to say, oh, nearly dropped that, but never easy when you're having to run with the ball coming over your shoulder. Well batted, Vikant Singh, but 2 timely wickets for Sussex.
Absolutely, and suddenly 199 for 6, irrespective of run rates, overs left, etc., etc., does not look in their favour. End of the 38th, that coming off the last ball of the over. 199 for 6, 12 overs to go. And the score predictor drops to 265.
So a first, I think I'm right saying, a first professional innings for Mo Rizvi. And he's been putting in consistently good performances for the Kent second 11. He's played 11 games for them, scoring 367 runs and taking 28 wickets, and I think he scored 100 for the twos recently. Maybe the Kent press office can give us an update on that when maybe we'll find out his favourite sports person as well. Jack Carson back into the attack at the park end.
Already gone off it.
I think Sussex again under John Simpson's leadership, seeing this as a chance to race through a few overs with 2 new batters. Jack Carson can wheel away and suddenly it will be 42, 43 overs and Kent will have to get a move on.
So in his Mo Rizvi's last second 11 game, 73 not out and 100 not out against Warwickshire at Canterbury, and also took 9 wickets in the match as well. But he has one first-class match to his name. That's playing for Oxford University against Hampshire back in 2019.
Yeah, because he's not well, that's 200 up for Kent with that single. He's not a young man. I mean, he's a young man compared to us, Andrew, but I think he's been sort of pursuing this dream of professional cricket for a long time, and the moment has arrived. He's on a rookie contract sorry, not on a rookie contract. He's been signed for this competition. His first professional contract came via the South Asian Cricket Academy, which is doing such brilliant work at bringing lots of young and perhaps not so young cricketers of South Asian descent. As Jack Leaning says, well, you can try and rush through a few overs of spin here, but I'm going to take you on, and he absolutely middles that one over deep mid wicket for 6. Lovely use of the feet.
He almost sort of, not quite ran past it, but almost yoked himself a little bit, but yeah, he flicked it away. It's fair to say that Mo Rizvi won't look back on his one and only first-class appearance with great fondness. His only bowling was none for 46 off of 9. And
Well, that's okay.
And then he made 2 from 29 deliveries.
Oh dear.
Before Keith Barker had him trapped LBW.
Well, he wouldn't have been the first, and I dare say he won't be the last to have succumbed to Keith Barker's experience and
the wily.
Oh yeah,
Barker.
exactly. Yeah, he should be back in action after serving that ban. I think pretty soon, which will be good. Always good to see Keith Barker wheeling away. The statement of intent from Jack Leaning, and this, I guess, is what we were talking about earlier about this role at 7. He's a very, very fine batter.
It's essentially what he's it's essentially what he's there in that position to do, isn't it? Now, this is the sort of scenario that will suit him as Carvallis continues from the castle end. It's the first player missing angle we've seen since the early exchanges.
Something I need to just check, because I think they're about to change it, but it is still a new ball at each end, isn't it, at the start?
I know they were going to change it. I'm not sure when that comes in.
Well, we can watch at the end of this over to see if one goes in the pocket of the umpire.
And at the end of this over, it will be 10 to go. So yeah, it's still looking like if they obviously keep all their wickets in hand, 270, 280 is the aim for Kent from here. Those wickets, those key wickets, dropping Kent's chances of reaching 300, you fancy. You never know what Leaning and Rizvi could do between them.
Yeah, just going back to the South Asian Cricket Academy, it's not just sort of youngsters, it's those players like Rizvi who perhaps haven't had the opportunities that they might have had, but are getting a proper look now thanks to the work of Saka. Another one beats the bat.
Yeah, it's tremendous work that is giving these sort of players an opportunity. And while we've got an international flavour, of course, Ari Carvallis of Greek stock.
Yeah, via Johannesburg, I think. Yeah, or somewhere in South Africa. Yeah, Johannesburg born, but Greek by eligibility. Indeed, one T20 international for Greece.
End of the 40th then, 10 overs remain in this Kent Spitfires innings. 209 for 6. And the Sharks circling as they try to bring about a premature end to this innings and set themselves a target that they can overhaul. And Danny Lamb is going to bowl the first of the final 10, which Sam Keir will take you through.
So just a solitary over for Jack Carson, just to see whether he could make anything happen with the new batters. But John Simpson deciding that it's a day for the medium pacers, as Danny Lamb, who has been the pick of them, returns at the park end. He's got 1 for 17 from his 6, that brilliant caught and bowled. And contributing with a second catch as well. Most recent wicket to fall. Good last 5 overs for Sussex, just 18 runs from it, and those 2 wickets. So they'll be going into the last 10, hoping they can restrict Kent. Oh, as Simpson standing up takes one that beats the outside edge of Mo Rizvi. those fingers across the ball at the point of delivery. Danny Lamb just I mentioned Darren Stevens, something he used to do very well. Let's just get that ball to nibble about.
The archetypal county bowler was Darren Stevens.
A bit short from Lamb, but no run.
Speaking about Ari Carvelis, obviously representing Greece, it reminds me of certain players that have represented random countries, and I'm thinking particularly of Gareth Berg, who again...
Italy?
Yeah.
Well, Italy's got a bit of a burgeoning international team, because there seem to be quite a few with Italian heritage who have been coaxed into turning out for the Azzurri. Wayne Madsen, I think, has played for Italy. There are others, because I think there's an Australian, isn't there, who is maybe their coach captain now, who is dialing up some old contacts from the pro game, as that is turned round the corner just a fraction short from Danny Lamb, and with the pace of this pitch, plenty of time for Mo Rizvi to play it round the corner. End of the over, 211 for 6 with 9 to go.
Yeah, Joe Burns is their
That's right.
captain. Gareth Berg is now coaching their one-day team.
Oh, shot for run out, and he was gone by a country mile if Jack Carson had hit, and he probably would have fancied doing exactly that, because he was close to the stumps, and that was really a suicidal run from Rizvi. And he'd given up the ghost. He was 6 foot short. I have no idea why he went for that single, but Jack Carson did him a big favour by not being on the money.
Also tell you that Italy have last month qualified for the next T20 World Cup.
A few ringers in there, and it's done the job. Nice shot from leading, but it'll be cut off by Tom Clark, and Mo Rizvi's running is enthusiastic, but perhaps maybe a little too enthusiastic. I'm all for pushing for 2, but... So who else have we got in that Italian setup?
So Emilio Gay, who is...
Wow.
Yeah.
Well fielded.
And Grant Stewart.
Of course.
Jaspreet Singh. I mean, there's a few who I mean, there's a couple of Italian names in there, believe it or not. Oh,
that's good.
In fact, both the Italian names appear to be wicket keepers, so they might be keeping each other out of the team, or at least one keeping the other out of the team.
Well, Italian goalkeepers have a rich heritage, so maybe they've been converted.
That's it, yeah. But then the others who appear to be sort of might be more domestic based, are obviously of Asian origin, as tends to be the case with those sort of cricket outposts. Is that the right word? I don't know. I wouldn't want to offend a team that's just qualified for a World Cup, but
emerging cricketing forces.
Probably a better term for it, because you'll probably find that England go on to lose to them or something.
Yeah.
Because we're up against it against Scotland, weren't we, before?
That's right. Yeah.
Weather intervened.
Yeah,
that's all for next year, the T20 World Cup.
But you're right. There's it's always fun when you see a sort of someone called Grant Stewart turning out playing for Italy. I think Ollie Rayner played for Germany.
Yes, yeah, he was born in Germany. think he's one of those military-based type
Yeah.
people.
Did he end up playing for Germany? I think he did.
He may well have done.
So another over goes by. Another reasonably economical one for Sussex, who'll be pretty pleased with how things are going. This nascent partnership between Leaning and Rizvi certainly not proceeding at any great pace. Rizvi with just 4 from his 14, so he'll want to make sure that he narrows that gap between runs and balls faced. Leaning making good progress with 13 from 15, and that run rate just hovering above 5 with 8 overs to go as Danny Lamb continues his spell. Short and wide and pushed out into the deep cover area. Danny Lamb into his 8th over, so 2.5 overs remaining for him.
Grant Stewart's mother is Italian, so that's where his he holds a EU passport and can play for Italy.
Carbon copy of previous delivery, which Sussex won't mind, just singles at this stage. Yep, the Kent media officer Liam has been in touch, and he said exactly what you said. Grant's mum is Italian, from a village 2 hours from Rome. So a genuine connection rather than any sort of ancestry thing. Oh, and Rizvi wants the run, and he gets it this time, but he's certainly keen to nick singles, Mo Rizvi. And comments on the YouTube stream from Dawid, who thinks it's a hit the deck pitch, and I think he's right. That sort of back of a length with pace off. We saw early in the innings that if you over pitched, then the ball disappeared via various drives to the boundary.
Do you think it might be also though? Do you think it might be slightly tricky to chase on though as well? Just purely, you got to adapt to the pace of things. I don't know. Could be high scoring, but it could also, I don't know, just the timing of shots really.
I think 260, 270, Kent are very much in the game. They've got to get there first. Power play, I think, will be key. Kent went off at a rate of knots, but they did lose those 2 early wickets. So yeah, not an easy pitch to get it right for batter or bowler, which in many respects makes it quite a interesting contest. Obviously, we've become used to batter-friendly pitches in one-day cricket, but nothing wrong with something that just tests both batters and bowlers to make sure they're making good decisions. I think is probably the way to look at it.
Certainly think if Sussex had bowled Kent out for 190, 200 or something, then we'd be looking at a different kind of encounter. But if they do get to that 260, 270 sort of mark, then we are in for a cracking second dig.
Singles off every ball of that Lamb over.
The sun is starting to emerge.
Yeah, the ice cream van queue will be starting to grow. Everyone looking very content, and why wouldn't you be? Kent connection. Didn't Geraint Jones play for Papua New Guinea?
Yes, there's another good shout. There's another good shout. That should be just a single. Somebody I think played for Denmark. I can't remember who that was.
I can. Ajmad Khan.
Ajmad, that's it. And
Another
also,
Kent player?
Yes.
Amjad or
Amjad, yeah, Amjad Khan. So the stream is still fine and working, but I think it's a local issue that we've got. Sam might be able to fill us in, but no, we're still investigating. Oh, a little ramp type shot there, and that has gone for 6. It's gone back. It's our screen is, our monitor is back now. I'm just telling Sam. So yes, that was a little scoop shot rather than a ramp, I suppose, but that's gone for 6. Although the umpires just have a little confer. Yeah, it looks like was 6. There's some warmth in that sun now, I fancy. Now what's going on? We lost the ball again. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we've been rather thrown by a couple of local technical issues, but we are from now on back on it.
We are. The umpire's talking to the umpire at the square leg umpire. Sorry, is talking to John Simpson. I think they're disputing whether it's 4 or 6, and I think the umpire's saying that it touched the rope. Now there's hand waving going on and all sorts. I don't know. Anyhow, at the end of that, it is a 6, and he's going to try again, and it's 3 bounces into the boundary rope.
Well, Rizvi's found his scoring area.
Yeah, it's behind him. This is not pantomime season, Mo, honestly.
It's proving effective. I said he needs to close that gap between balls faced and runs scored, and he's done exactly that. 18 off 21 now.
He hasn't got Keith Barker bowling at him, that's why.
So the final ball of Ari Carvelis's 10 overs. Be reasonably happy with his day's work, even though 10 of the 44 runs that have been scored off his bowling have come in the last 2 balls.
Finn Hudson-Prentice going through a vigorous warm-up just a moment ago. So, oh well, and that's Henry Crocombe again, I'm afraid. And some of the Kent fans love that. And that's gone 3 for 4.
Yeah, that's the second time for those who've just joined us that Henry Crocombe has let the ball go through his legs.
16 off that over, and that could be crucial come...
Of that 48 coming in the last 3 balls. And you're right, Andrew, we're going to see Finn Hudson-Prentice back, which I guess would then leave Henry Crocombe to bowl at the Castle end for the back end of the innings.
Yeah, how many do we know? How many have we got from each one now?
So this will be Finn Hudson-Prentice's 8th over, so he's got 3 to bowl, and Henry Crocombe has 5 to bowl, so that will see us through, won't it?
Yeah, 6 left.
Interesting part of the game, because Kent will be looking to put the afterburners on, and that's exactly what Jack Leaning's done, with a bit of a drag down from Hudson-Prentice. You can see what he's trying to do with one of those cutters, but it was very, very short, and Leaning was onto it quick as a flash, and it just bisected those 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary. So Sussex want to be a little bit careful that things don't get out of control here. The last 4 deliveries have now gone for 18 runs, and that's better from Hudson-Prentice. Takes the pace right off, floaty sort of almost moon ball, which is just bunted into the covers by Leaning. So my advice to Mo Rizvi, having seen his 22 balls so far, is err on the side of full, because he likes to anything short send over his head. Maybe we need a backstop. He's on strike. Although he's played that beautifully, so we're starting to see a bit of his range. Ollie Carter's giving that hot pursuit, but he never had any chance. Another boundary for Mo Rizvi, who after looking a bit shaky at the start is just finding his feet. Not a great delivery. And I think Finn Hudson-Prentice in his 7.3 overs so far will probably feel he hasn't been at his best today. Good to see some youngsters in the crowd as well. School holidays now, of course. This time an attempted reverse paddle from Rizvi, hammers into his back leg, probably pretty adjacent to the stumps, but hitting him outside the line.
Leaning just came and had a word with him. I think obviously they feel, Leaning might feel, well, hang on a minute, you know, we are 6 down. If we lose you, the momentum might shift again. So perhaps wait a couple of overs before.
Oh, and that is a above waist height full toss. So that'll be a no ball. Mo Rizvi actually kept his eye on it pretty well. It's obviously just slipped out of the hand, and that's the risk when you're bowling these cutters and slower balls, knuckle balls, that one can slip out. Yeah, and that is right at his head, and he's done very well to avoid being clonked on the head. And Finn Hudson-Prentice, being the gentleman that he is, immediately apologises. Got that wrong. Of course, though, a no ball means a free hit. It'll be Jack Leaning who gets the benefit, because they took that single, and it'll be Jack Leaning who looks to hammer it down the ground, which is what he does, but he didn't get underneath it. It's actually pretty well bowled from Hudson-Prentice, who made sure that Leaning couldn't get the leverage required to send it sailing over the boundary.
He's rehearsing Leaning, that's 250 up for Kent. He's rehearsing Leaning a sort of a front of square sweeps, a slog sweep shot. So he obviously wants to get a move on.
Rizvi hooks this one, and it's almost down Tom Clark's throat, but he just had a little bit too much ground to cover. So yeah, Rizvi clearly deciding that he's going to take almost everything on, and I think when you get to 45 overs, that's fair enough. So there you go, at the partnerships throughout the game. Kent will look back at this scorecard and think we needed one of those 350 partnerships to go turn into a 100 partnership, and then they'd be looking perhaps more like 300 plus, which is not beyond the realms of possibility if they go at 10 and over. As club photographer Eva is given her latest brief from club media officer Jamie. Just giving her some instructions.
Yeah, she's not listening to any of it.
Yeah, she's got her headphones in.
Yeah.
Yes, Jamie. Whatever you say, Jamie.
In one ear and out the other.
Ah, interesting. Where will be Danny Lamb, not Henry Crocombe.
Jamie's saying, did I ever tell you about the time I worked at Gatwick?
We're saying, that would be a nice picture over there. The photographer's going,
Yeah, you take it then. That'll be 4 more.
Yeah, Henry Crocombe not having the best day in the field.
No, I think it's fair to say. Double teapot at the moment, and Jamie was sent off to find the ball. But
he's been given his marching orders.
yeah.
But you get on with your job.
Yeah, I'll do mine.
Hey, we should be. He's the one employing us. We should probably be a bit careful.
He's a good lad, Jamie.
Top lad.
Danny Lamb with Simpson up. That's a wide, despite the protestations from the bowler. See it from a reverse angle. Still a wide. This is a partnership which will be frustrating Sussex. It might well hurt them in the long run. Just a single.
Tom Clark's ground fielding is impeccable, isn't it? He's quick to the ball, picks it up cleanly, gets it in. Very good fielder.
Run rate creeping up above 5.5 now, which it was below 5.5 for much of the innings. The score predictor is now saying up towards 296.
Tom Clark being made to work hard out there in the deep.
Speaking of working hard.
Yeah, exactly. Looks very nice indeed. Some ice cold drinks on the table.
Some good hats.
Yeah, proper hats. Yeah, well, for a long time, you know, the Rathbones Arundel Festival of Cricket was, you know, a bit of a fixture of the summer social calendar. So I'm sure many people who are delighted to see the cricket back will also be delighted to see those marquees back with some delicious food and drink on offer. Chance to show off the Panama hat.
And that is going to be 4 more, and it's going to head towards the media tent and dissected 2 laptops.
Very nearly took a chunk out of the IT budget at Sussex Cricket. Good shot that. Very well placed.
All 50p of it.
There they are, working hard. The analysts and the media team.
I like the fact the shark is just above the monitor there. It looked very Jaws. This is a useful partnership, this, for Kent, more than useful, and that's going to be 4 more.
This is good batting from Leaning and Rizvi. They bided their time, and they're somewhat ruining Danny Lamb's figures with that over. How many off it? 15, 16? 17, 16, yeah. Yes. Well, that little burst from Danny Lamb, perhaps in hindsight, when you had Crocombe with 5 left, maybe a mistake. But then, having said that, Crocombe is now going to bowl from the park end, so it was obviously a bit of a juggling manoeuvre, but one that proved expensive. So Crocombe clearly fancied this end, and I dare say therefore we'll see Hudson Prentice from the other end. As some blue sky opens up above us, making this glorious scene at Arundel Castle Cricket Club just that little bit extra glorious.
Absolutely, yeah, it looks like a picture. 68 from 49, the partnership. That has done the damage for Kent. 4 overs remaining, 267 for 6.
This will be a test for Rizvi. Bit of pace on. We saw him struggle with a couple of short balls which got up, so I wonder if Crocombe might want to test out Mo Rizvi's aptitude against the short ball.
There's a lot of field manoeuvres going on. Now we're just about ready. Carter was brought up inside the circle at mid-on.
Looked a bit of a stiff delivery to start from Crocombe, who has been a while since he bowled those first 5 overs. And Henry Crocombe with a very important role here in terms of how this innings is going to finish. The difference between perhaps 280 and, or sorry, 290 and 310, which could be a big difference. I think Kent will be very pleased with how Leaning and Rizvi are proceeding. And there's that short ball I talked about, which does hurry Leaning. Don't think he was totally in control with the head rocking back. That's one bouncer for the over.
33 off 26, Leaning. 35 off 30, Rizvi.
And that predicted score now above 300, I think, for the first time today. Fuller hammering into the pads but going down leg, and there'll be a leg by.
Yeah, we talked about Kent being reasonably happy with 270, 280. Well, they're going to get beyond that and some.
Yeah, I think Crocombe could be the difference here between a good and a very good score for Kent.
Carter dropped back to long on now for leaning.
This is good from Crocombe. Good death bowling with Yorker length, targeting leg stump. Just the 4 runs from the over so far. A couple of leg byes and a couple of singles. They talk about getting out of the over, don't they, in white ball cricket. You've bowled well for 4 or 5 balls. Can you get out of the over without conceding a boundary? Let's see if Henry Crocombe can do that. Mixture of short balls and Yorkers. This one is a slower ball, short delivery, which brings 1 run. 5 singles from the over so far. 4 from the bat, 1 leg by. Intelligent bowling from Crocombe, just mixing it up with quick Yorkers and pace off slower deliveries. Last ball of the over. Good over from Crocombe at this stage, just 6 runs from it. Very good death bowling from the speedster.
Now Tent is actually taking off the ground now. Yep, so 3 overs remain. Good from Crocombe, but Kent still in a really good position. If they can make this position even stronger with a, I don't know what, 30 from the last 3. If they can do that, then they will be delighted.
So yeah, as we expected, that switch at ends for Finn Hudson-Prentice to bowl his final
Bit of a switcheroo.
2. Well, Jack Leading has embraced this finisher role, doing it very well at the moment, isn't he? With good support from the debutant, Mo Rizvi.
See the bowling figures there. Hudson-Prentice looking to bowl out at 1 for 54 so far. Tom Clark a little unlucky not to have got a couple more overs. Maybe it's just the point he was brought into the game where there wasn't much room for manoeuvre after that. But
Yeah, I guess Sussex have plenty of options available to them, and if you're being paid to bowl the overs, then
absolutely,
you should probably bowl the overs, right? But it's been it's really been a really actually gripping first innings, because there have been times where you thought Kent are really on top, and the times where you think Sussex have been really on top. I think those little clusters of wickets where we had those 2 batches of 2 wickets, suddenly the momentum shifted, and then it's happened again at the back end, so it's been really entertaining.
and Sussex have been able to apply pressure at various points, and Kent have been able to squeeze away from it. That one's shorter and caught. Leaning, fending that one off. Miscuing it. And the catch taken by Danny Lamb.
Yeah, I think the
His
scoreboard's
3rd catch of the innings.
Scoreboard's thrown you a dummy there. That was Mo Rizvi. It did say leading on the
Rizvi, yes,
on the scoreboard, but I think intelligent bowling from Hudson-Prentice. I mean, it was very, very short, but also very, very slow, and Rizvi just couldn't get on top of it, couldn't he? It was almost one of those tennis ball bouncers. But he's played a decent role on his list day debut. Mo Rizvi, 36 off 33.
Yeah, he'll be happy enough with that innings. Disappointed not to have seen it through, of course.
They bat deep, Kent, because Fred Clarkson can hit a long ball. So Kent will probably be pretty happy to have got to the 48th over and then maybe some long handle from Fred Clarkson, but Jack Leaney will be wanting to take the majority of the strike from here. Yeah, I don't think that last delivery will go down as the greatest passage of play of all time, but
Sussex will take it.
Sussex will take it. Found a way to prey on what we thought perhaps was a slight vulnerability to a short ball from Liste debutant Mo Rizvi.
36 and 33 is a great knock at this stage in the proceedings as well, particularly. And that one has taken an edge and is going to run down towards us.
Well fielded.
And a really good bit of fielding. Henry Crocombe chasing after that one.
That's a sign of the times, isn't it? The strike bowler doing a bit of fielding like that. Brilliant. He absolutely haired after it. I thought the ball had it all day long, and it's a fantastic bit of fielding.
It is. No part of his body in contact with the rope when he pulled it back, and he was right in front of us. He was hurtling towards us. You saw our tent as on the screen as it came running towards it, but I wasn't convinced he'd get there, but he did. That one is a full toss. There's Clark out there on the rope. I suppose in those white ball games, every run is crucial, so you've got to hair around and chase down seemingly lost causes, and if you can just stop a 4 and keep it to a 3, could be crucial. And that one is edged and out, or at least guided towards the wicketkeeper really, rather than edged. Very odd dismissal, but that's the end of Clarkson.
It's proving effective, that super slower short ball from
yeah, top edge.
Hudson Prentice. 2 wickets with it in this over. I mean, that bounce is probably 8 foot in front of
yeah,
where Hudson Prentice delivered it from, and then it's just balloons up.
2 wickets in the over and only 5 runs from it, so useful that this over from Hudson Prentice, very useful for Sussex. 2 slightly not unusual, but slightly odd to look at dismissals.
Yeah, and what it has done is we're properly into Kent's tail now. Matt Parkinson, you know, is capable of holding a bat, but he's a tail ender for sure, and so Sussex will think they've got a good chance here of restricting Kent to well below 300 if they can bowl as well as they have done at the death so far. Finn Hudson Prentice getting a bit of a bonus at the end of a tricky-ish day for him.
Yeah, he might well be happy with figures of 3 for 59, I think. But, also, quite crucially as well, it will mean that Leaning has faced just 2 of the 6 deliveries in this. They're not going to take a single there.
Probably wise, given that it keeps Leaning on strike for the next over. Just 5 off that with the 2 wickets.
So 2 overs left, 278 for 8. There's Sam's favourite shot again, although the graphics have now ruined that.
It is beautiful.
There, look at that. There's your scorecard, 278 for 8 with 2 overs to bowl.
Interesting. Danny Lamb is replacing Henry Crocombe, and I wasn't expecting it, but I can see the logic. Rather than the pace on, it's saying to Leaning, well, if you want to score another 20 runs to get yourselves up towards 300, you're going to have to engineer it rather than relying on the pace on the ball. So Danny Lamb, who you would say
a couple off maybe.
you would say has been up there with the best of Sussex's bowlers. He got a bit of tap in his last mini spell, but he's got one more to bowl.
Now
and that's gone up in the air. Clark's under it and takes a good catch. Well, John Simpson just showing his expertise as a captain, because he's brought Danny Lamb back in, and I said that Leaning would have to engineer something, and that's exactly what Leaning tried to do. Didn't get enough of it, toe end of the bat, and Tom Clark takes another good catch. Sussex's catching has been excellent.
And that is 3 very quick wickets, and Leaning is almost having to drag himself off. He's very disappointed. He knows that he needed to be guiding Kent through to the end of the innings to get beyond 300.
Well,
37 off 31 for him.
Well, we'll see whether this is a good score or not from Kent, but one thing I would say is I think John Simpson has managed his resources really well, because there were times where the game was looking like it might get away from Sussex, but with some clever interjections from the skipper, he's managed to pick up wickets at vital time.
There's a bit of a conversation going on with Simpson, Carson and Lamb, which sounds like a firm of solicitors in, I don't know, Lancing somewhere.
Mikey Cohen is the new batter. The final batter for Kent in the penultimate over.
Yeah.
Taking guard on middle. Oh, now there's a switch between Carter
and Lamb just pushes his length up to the new man.
Carter and Carson just swapping roles at long on and long off. I swear Michael Cohen, wasn't he one of Donald Trump's lawyers?
You're obsessed with solicitors in these
Yeah,
last
I know.
days. Anyway, he's off the mark. Just his 5th List A game. And in fact, only his 2nd time with the bat in List A cricket. Parkinson at the other end with a fair few more List A appearances than that. What can he do with the innings coming to a close? Well, he can chip that into the mid-off area where Carter comes in and does the fielding. Just a single. Sussex will be very content to let these two take ones. They'd even be even more content to curtail the Kent Spitfires innings with a few balls still to come. Can Danny Lamb finish things off with 2 balls left of his 10 overs?
Tell you what, if you'd have taken a wicket there, you'd look like a genius, wouldn't you? On the highlights particularly, there you were. Can he finish it off? Yes, he can.
Just to go full circle with our chat of county cricketers playing in international teams you wouldn't expect, apparently Mikey Cohen is eligible for France.
Oh, nice.
Of course, the reigning Olympic silver medalists in cricket.
Yes. 1900 is it, or 1904 or something like that? And yes, or maybe even 19. Yeah. Oh, it was in Paris, wasn't it? Because there was only the one match, and that was against a bunch of, I think, a bunch of Brits from the French embassy who were representing France or something like that.
Well, that's the end of Danny Lamb, who finishes with 2 for 43. One maiden from his 10, so a pretty good day's work from Danny Lamb. 3 catches as well, 1 off his own bowling. 2 for 44, I missed the single off the last delivery, so good day's work from Danny Lamb. He'll be hoping that his contribution with the bat perhaps is minimal if Sussex is going to chase this down, but equally he could have a role to play there as well. The final over of the innings coming up from Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Yeah, just looking at those bowling figures, you mentioned Lamb, and obviously Harry Carvallis, he's been through 10 and he's bowled, he's got fantastic figures as well. And Hudson Prentice, he's going to bowl his final one at 3 for 59. And that will be, make that 3 for 60. No, says the call for the second run. Good idea as well. Because he would have been barbecued had he taken that one on. Not quite anything goes just yet because there's still 5 more balls remaining. There will come a point, of course, where they will just run it on anything, but we'll see. That was the big question, wasn't it, in the 2019 World Cup final, when there was that bouncer that England bowled late in the end of the last ball of the New Zealand innings, and it went through to the wicket-keeper, why they didn't run. And it proved costly. Just goes to show, just like the test match the other day, you never know how many runs is enough. Every run can be crucial. And that's going to be, oh, it was a really good stop.
Tom Haynes out there.
Yeah, get some applause. Tom Haynes will have a job to do in a little bit with the bat. But he's throwing himself around in the field. It's a reminder that after the end of the innings, whenever that comes, half an hour is the interval time. That's a short one, and an excellent short one as well.
Yeah, it's brought him a lot of success, that ball, in the last couple of overs, isn't it? The super short pace-off bouncer. Been pointed out, of course, that this is Mikey Cohen's Kent debut. 639 days after he signed for the club, having had really bad luck with injury. So,
well, we wish him well,
yeah.
And he's now getting his chance at the non-strikers end at the moment. But he'll come rushing through there, and he will take the last ball as well, because that's a single. Just 4 off this last over, and I tell you what, Hudson Prentice will take that. I like the fact the score predictor now is at 286, so they reckon it will be a single off this ball. That's what he reckons. Let's find out. Well, it's that was an inventive shot, and they are just going to have to run 2. And are they going to make it? Yes, they should do. Oh, I don't know. Well, yes, they have made it, I think. Certainly the umpire, who's lost his hat. So that's fine. So 2 off the last ball, and Kent Spitfires closed their innings after 50 on 287 for 9. So the Sussex Sharks will need 288 to win this one. Sam, your thoughts on that?
well, I think it's. We said 280 might be about par, so I think we're in for a good game if Sussex can come back to their best ability. Then I think they've got a decent chance. Obviously missing some pretty decent middle order players in Coles and Allsop, but yeah, I'd say fairly evenly matched at this stage on a wicket that's had a bit for both batter and bowler, depending on the type of bowler.
And Sussex taking those wickets towards the end, toward the back end of that innings, and that really has checked the Kent Spitfires' momentum, because they did look at one point as if they would get towards 300. But it's 287 for 9, and we will be rejoined.
WebTrends Optimize helps us connect with our
The energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimize.
Optimise for victory. It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes,
The energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, on the pitch and online,
that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
but the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimize is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimize helps us connect with our community.
Three.
Sussex Cricket and WebTrans Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
Community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
With the pursuit of victory,
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrans Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
on the pitch and online, it's a team effort.
With their first over, didn't they? So
They did indeed.
yeah, Jaden Denley went with the last ball of the first over of the first innings. He just got trapped in his crease there, Dan Ibrahim, and he will have to go without scoring. And you can't help but be pleased for someone who's had to wait so long for a debut with a club struggling with injury. So nice moment for Mikey Cohen, and as you can hear over the tannoy, in at number 3 for Sussex Sharks is Tom Clark. So not a great start to the Metro Bank One Day Cup for Dan Ibrahim, the top of the order, just 2 up at Gosforth, which I've noticed on Cricinfo is listed as having taken place at Chesterley Street, but it definitely took place at Gosforth. And he's been on the money with his first 3 balls, Mikey Cohen. Tom Haines made 21 and Tom Clark 19 in that opening game of the Sharks campaign. Starts for both of them, but they weren't able to go on, which probably 1 or 2 of the Sussex Sharks lineup needed to do if they were going to get anywhere near the 311 that Durham set them for victory. Ultimately they fell 51 runs short. A lower chase this time. Let's see how close they can get, if indeed they can get there, as we get our first runs of the chase via a wide delivery.
We'll see where that score predictor is. It's now a win predictor for the batting side, and that has Sussex at 39% after the loss of that wicket.
I do apologise. Sounds like we had a few issues with the stream, which meant that people missed the few balls, including that wicket. Anyway, it looks like we're back live now. Hopefully we can get another replay or so of that dismissal, so those that missed it can see it.
Not that you saw much.
No, that's true.
In terms of whether it was out or not, anyway, with the height of the umpire.
He bustles to the crease, Cohen, and then sort of has that suspended animation action where he pauses at the top of his action before hurling the ball down at a decent pace. Not a tall man, but bowling at a decent lick.
David Gower's back.
Yeah, that sounds like in fact it is some sort of, some ancient maybe a bit unfair, but what's the word? Vintage military aircraft. That completes a good start for Mikey Cohen in a Kent shirt. A wicket and just a wide from his first over. A wicket and just a wide from his first over. Not the start that the Sharks would have wanted.
No, indeed. And as you said, Kent did lose a wicket in their first over as well, but there's definitely a job to be done for Tom Haines and Tom Clark out in the middle. So it's going to be Clarkson to bowl from the Castle end. Clarkson from the Castle end. Fred Clarkson, someone else with Sussex connections, born in Haywards Heath.
Dutch international, of course.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to be runs for Haines. It will beat the fielder to the fence. And that's just what Sussex would have wanted to see from Tom Haines with his first ball that he's faced, I think. Yeah, he's born in Sussex, Clarkson, played club cricket in New Zealand before moving to Australia. So he's been a fair few places. He then joined Norwich in the East Anglia League, followed by East Kilbride in Scotland. So he didn't settle. And he qualifies for a Dutch passport through his grandfather.
Yeah, he missed most of last season with a back injury. I think he had to have surgery. So good to see him back.
.53 list A wickets at an average of just under 29. career economy rate of 4.89. Played 20 ODIs and 39 T20 internationals, Clarkson. Well, Kent thought they were in business there. That's a lovely shot. And that will go for will it? Yes. Parkinson gave it a good effort, as did Denley. But it's just running up the hill slightly, but always had enough on it, you felt, to get to the boundary rope. So 4 for Clark as well now. That'll be a wide, overhead wide, with that bouncer. So you got a bowler who was born in Haywards Heath and Tom Clark, a batter who was born in Haywards Heath, and at the other end, Tom Haynes from Crawley.
It's a
Sussex lockout.
I was gonna say, it's a Red Hill postcode bonanza. The RH crew. Starting to doubt if Haywards Heath is an RH postcode now.
Might be BN, might be. He's going to look it up as well.
RH, good,
Oh.
that's a relief, yeah. Should have just gone with it.
Trouble is, you know, you'd have had people on the stream going, it's.
So a better over for the Sharks, with 10 coming from it. Fred Clarkson with that bouncer which went overhead height, getting a bit of life out of this pitch. He's a tall man, bends his back. But we did see perhaps the most effective deliveries in the Sharks bowling innings were those that had the pace taken off. Plenty of slower ball bouncers. Mikey Cohen begins his bustle to the crease. And he's got him. 2 wickets for Mikey Cohen, a loose shot from Tom Haynes, who feathers behind to the former Sussex man Harry Finch with the gloves. And the Sharks in all sorts of bother early on here, 11 for 2.
Yeah, that was, as you say, a loose shot, a ball that moved away and then nicked through to the keeper. Finch delighted, Kent on top, 11 for 2.
Yeah, Tom Haynes would be disappointed with that. It's that angle from the left arm, Cohen pushing it across the left-handed Haynes. It's a little bit of a way movement, but it's tricky to see from where we're sitting, and indeed on the cameras due to the umpire slightly obscuring the action area. In any case, Haynes...
We're blaming a lot on that umpire, aren't we?
Not his fault. It's just a fact. So yeah, that brings Finn Hudson-Prentice in at 4, which is perhaps slightly higher than he would normally bat. He batted at number 5 up at Gosforth, and he made 44 from 43 balls before he was run out, and that was quite a pivotal moment in that opening game for the Sharks, because they were just starting to get some momentum in that chase of 311. Him and Ollie Carter putting on a decent partnership before he was run out, and that's a statement, shall we say, from Finn Hudson-Prentice. First ball in at number 4, the flamingo shot. Fielding restrictions during these first 10 overs, meaning there can only be 2 men out. He saw plenty of space over in that onside boundary, although there is a man at fine leg, but he was well wide of him, so a shot that played the percentages and played them well. And he's whipped it into the onside for 4 more. Finn Hudson-Prentice. Mikey Cohen just struggling to adjust his line to the right-hander. Bit leg stumpy, a little bit over pitched, and if you've just come in to bat, probably 2 deliveries you'd be pretty happy to receive.
Absolutely, yeah. And a good start from Hudson-Prentice, who has faced 2 balls and is already the innings leading scorer.
Better from Cohen in terms of his line, managing to adjust.
Wickets falling from the second ball of the innings, and then after 13 deliveries, Ibrahim out, LBW to Cohen for naught, and then Cohen also accounting for Haynes in the next or his next over. Caught behind for 5, Haynes, having played 1 terrific shot for a boundary.
Arundel Castle cricket ground being bathed in sunshine now. Nice shape from Hudson-Prentice as he meets that delivery with a full face of the bat.
He's another member of the RH Massive.
Yeah. Hayward's Heath.
Another Hayward's Heathite, if that's the right.
So both the bowler and the 2 batters are all Hayward's Heath. Oh no, so if when the bowling's from the other end,
yes.
Yeah. What a proud day for RH16. The hotbed of cricketing talent. Helps there's a big hospital there. Jamie Burnett, the
Alright, he's just giving his address away, that's fine.
The Sussex media officer proudly proclaiming his membership of the RH Massive.
I am also one of those.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm slightly over the border though, so I sneak into Surrey.
Is that when?
Just north of Crawley, me.
Okay. Still RH though.
Still RH. I'm sort of between Crawley and Red Hill, so.
I'm afraid I can't claim such prestigious origins.
I'll leave it there.
Oh, we are very much on BN territory.
Are you sure? I think this is PO.
Oh God, don't start.
I think Arundel is a PO.
Oh, is it? It might be. Now I come to think of it. Chichester certainly is. Oh no. No, BN. I've got
apologies.
BN here. BN 18.
Apologies.
According to Google anyway, and who knows how accurate that is.
We're in danger of going down a rabbit hole.
We are, aren't we? I don't particularly want to go down it, frankly. And round here there are probably plenty of rabbit holes to go down, quite literally.
Enjoy your stroll at the interval?
Very much so, yep. I got bought an ice cream by a lovely young man.
Shot.
That's beautiful. From Clark. Yeah, no, nice bloke. Likes his cricket. Don't know where he went, but luckily we're doing other games, so I might be able to buy you something at some point, mind you. It'll probably need to be at 6s or something. Now they reckon they're in business there, but no, says the umpire, it's a wide. Didn't hit anything. They are very much one for all for one, aren't they, with these appeals? They like to back each other up.
Yeah, although I noticed Fred Clarkson was very much late to the party in terms of appealing there. I think he was well aware that that was a bog standard wide, but he thought, oh, well, I might as well join in if everyone else is going up.
They like that one as well, but the umpire says no, shy at the stumps, but they're home. So a lot of activity in that ball for just one run. It's a very long walk for a small biscuit.
Yeah, big queue for the ice cream van at the interval, but not quite as big as the one for the bar.
No, no. That perhaps is probably the right ratio, I'm not sure. Sussex 27 for 2, trying to rebuild after the loss of those early wickets.
A shout out to the gent in the ice cream queue who pointed out to us that we were mugs because there's no product available with a higher markup than Mr. Whippy style ice cream. He did happen to be in the queue himself as well.
But probably purely for market research purposes.
No, he went for a twin flake just like
did
us,
he?
didn't he? Yeah.
I didn't catch that, but
I thought it was a little bit miserabilist on a sunny day here in this beautiful setting to bemoan the markup on the ice cream, but
it's a £5 in case anybody wanted to know. Seen a few people about eating the ice creams, so he's done a roaring trade.
yeah, a good day for Mr. Whippy or Tony Fresco or whoever it is, as Mikey Cohen begins the third over of his spell from the park end. He has a long run up from beyond those 30-yard circle discs as that's edged by Clark. Thick edge goes between the man at gully and second slip and evades the man at third to bring another boundary for Tom Clark.
He's a bit Sam Curran-y, isn't he, Curran? Do you think?
Yes, I know what you mean. Or sort of a left arm Darren Goff. You know, that sort of bustle. Not as quick as Goffy, but real bustle, broad-shouldered guy. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, I think he's probably maybe a yard quicker than Sam Curran, similar stature. Certainly gives it his all on the approach to the crease with a big leap as he delivers. That's given not as a wide, which I think the umpire then tries to explain to Finn Hudson-Prentice at the non-striker's end as to why. Something to do with the way Tom Clark moved towards the offside, I think. But anyway, look in the book, as they say.
31 for 2 off of 4.2, so they've been cracking on with those boundaries, but those 2 wickets will hurt them.
Slight delay as we have a bit of movement behind the sight screens. A few people perhaps encroaching on that bank towards the sight screens because it's pretty busy up on that bank. As we said earlier, over 4,000 people in the ground today. Can't quite see who's causing the problem, but it seems to... I can see exactly what's causing the problem. There's a pickup truck with a flashing orange light that has driven right behind the bowler's arm, which is not going to do anyone any favours. And I think the Duke of Norfolk's facilities team were just doing a little recce of this cricket pitch. Anyway, we're back underway. Full from Cohen. Puff of dust as Clark tries to drive that through the covers, and another hearty appeal from the Kent slip cordon, of whom there are 2 slips and Harry Finch with the gloves. Otherwise, Cohen has a backward point, a point, an extra cover, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a fine leg, and a third man.
Good start that.
Just that boundary off this over so far. Mikey Cohen has started life as a Kent player on the pitch. He's been with Kent for plenty of time, but bad luck with injuries has meant that this is his first appearance in a Kent shirt. And he has 2 wickets already, 2 for 14 off his 2.4 overs. Left alone. I think he enjoys this angle to left-handed batters, doesn't he? Just getting it to seam away outside, past that outside edge. He then struggled a bit against the right-handed Finn Hudson-Prentice when he came to the crease. Tricky for bowlers though, when you have right hand, left hand to keep adjusting. Played respectfully by Clark to finish the over. That boundary from it, the only runs, first ball of the over, so 4 runs from it, and 31 for 2 as the LED scoreboard here at Arundel shows. I noticed quite a few Kent fans on my walk round, loyally following them. I imagine there's a lot of people who are big county cricket fans who are just delighted that there's a first team game here at Arundel again, so it's probably been worth a bit of a day out.
Yeah, absolutely, and I always think that outgrounds, that's a lovely shot. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it is. Yeah, I always think that outgrounds are quite attractive to fans because obviously these days they don't play as much outground, or a lot of counties don't play as much outground cricket as they used to. I know Middlesex still go to Northwood and whatever, but they're used to going to the same place most of the time. And outgrounds, and particularly one as beautiful as Arundel, is going to attract the casual, especially when it's, not very often that we see this ground in.
Yeah, and that's something the One Day Cup has sort of, perhaps by accident rather than design, done, is reinvigorate the outground scene.
Now I know you're all missing Adrian Harms out there. But, he'll be back with you when the county championship resumes. We're giving him a rest, a well-earned rest.
Yeah, of course.
Squad rotation, bringing in the
the second team. Yeah, this match being broadcast solely on the Sussex Cricket stream, no BBC involvement, which is why Adrian wasn't allowed to come and join us. But he'll be doing hard work elsewhere for the Beeb. Gives us the opportunity to bring you the cricket.
And postcode chat. You wouldn't get postcode chat with Adrian.
Do you think so? I think I could draw. I think I could
draw him into it.
I think he's a GU man,
Yeah, he very much is part of the GU army.
The G unit.
The G unit. Oh, I like that. I like that. Oh, you wouldn't want to get into a scrap with them, I tell you. Din is heard all over the parish. Lots of good chatter out there from the Kent fielders. Yes, Fred. Yes, Fred. Clarkson. None for 20 from his 17 deliveries thus far. They like that, but the umpire says no, it's a wide. So, yeah, definitely didn't catch anything. Well, end of a noisy over, but not productive from a Kent perspective. And it's 37 for 2. So Sussex ahead of the rate required, but those 2 wickets have just damaged their hopes of reaching 288. There is Ice Cream Van doing sterling work.
Beautiful shot from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who looks in good nick with the bat, following on from that 44 a couple of days ago up in the northeast. That's a lovely back foot drive off Cohen. Better delivery from Cohen. Prentice looking to flash that behind square towards that point boundary, but not timing it. Seagulls on the effects mic, making the day trip from Hove. Left alone by Clark. So everyone of all different types here at Arundel, Kent fans, Sussex fans. We saw a 4-legged pitch invader.
Interloper.
And now we've got some seagulls as well. So all of Sussex and plenty of Kent are here. This over following a similar pattern to the previous over from Cohen, with a bounder off the first ball and then a series of dots. Although that pattern is going to be altered now that wide has been sent down, a very wide delivery from Cohen.
Yeah, it's bowled pretty well thus far, Cohen, 2 for 19.
Looks like the kind of bowler that you probably want short, sharp spells out of.
Yeah.
Wonder whether he'll be coming to the end of this initial spell, especially after all those injuries. You don't want to be risking anything. And he certainly gives his all as he goes around the wicket to the right.
That's a lovely shot.
Lovely drive from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's taking a liking to Mikey Cohen, and this is very, very gamely chased by Jaden Denley. That is the slight, we were talking about outground bingo. Fielders throwing themselves into spectators is up there as well. That is the enthusiasm of youth in both counts, because the Kent fan down there was very desperate, very keen to get his hands on the ball, and he did that and sort of sheepishly handed it back to Jaden and go, bad luck mate, But I've got it for you, don't worry.
Yeah, it's almost like, here, you left this behind.
Looking for something?
What's it worth, mister?
So 9 off the over now with 2 fours and a wide. Finn Hudson-Prentice enjoying the left arm seam of Cohen, who finishes over with a dot ball. 9 from it, 7 overs gone. Sussex Sharks 47 for 2.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy with the figure in the left-hand column, shall we say it. 46, but the right-hand column just gives them an issue because they'll need these two to stay together for quite a fair chunk of this chase. Obviously John Simpson, Ollie Carter, Danny Lamb still to come. Danny Lamb with that excellent innings at Durham, but in vain in the end.
Yeah, well, assuming these two continue to bat well together, then it's following a very similar pattern to the start of the Kent innings, with those 2 early wickets and then a decent partnership. But the partnership is still in its infancy here. They'll need to put on a few more together, I feel.
Well, there is some more runs, and it will be 4 more in towards the hospitality tents. A few of the patrons barely noticing as the ball goes hurtling in their direction.
Local captains of industry just finishing off their deal making
over a liquid lunch, a late liquid lunch. Wide slip in place. That Clark is present and correct in defending that one. 50 came up with that boundary for Sussex, 50 for 2, and that was off of 43 deliveries.
changes to the field. Mikey Cohen, who was in front of us at fine leg to the left-hander, coming up into the ring, and some cover being put out on the deep square leg boundary for that shot that Clark has been playing nicely off his legs. It does make a difference for bowlers, left-hand, right-hand combinations. You can't get into that rhythm, can you, of just plugging away. Got to constantly adjust. Cohen was flicking between round and over the wicket. Clarkson and Cohen just slightly struggling to adjust their line. That's why batting teams like to have that mixture of right and left-handers.
He's gone back again now as Cohen. It's a fine leg in front of us. And bowled! Clarkson gets rid of Clark, who went for an ambitious shot and was castled.
Yeah, it was a big shot from Clark. His eyes lit up. I don't know if the ball did something. Just missed it.
Yeah, it's a straight one. Top of middle stump. Bent back. Bale's gone. Clark gone. Sussex 3 down.
Well, it's interesting. You mentioned that field change. So they brought the man in from the cover boundary into the ring. And Tom Clark thought, oh, okay, I'm going to have a go going over the top then. Took a step to the leg side to look to carve it over the man that had been brought up. The only problem was he missed it.
Good captaincy. Lack of patience from Clark, do you think? I mean, because the rate is good, so you know they didn't need to necessarily go quite so big at that point.
Well, given that he was clearly reacting to the adjustment in the field, there's got to have been an element of premeditation. And I think probably that was his downfall. Sussex in a spot of bother now. We said they needed that partnership to flourish in the same way that Kent's third wicket partnership paid dividends, but they have now lost that third wicket, and that does bring John Simpson, who has a big part to play as the captain here, coming in at number 5.
Yes, Sussex have often had to rely on Simpson in all forms of the game, and they're going to need to have something from him here today as well, you reckon?
Yeah, it's not quite Simpson or bust, but I feel like he's going to have to really bat long and bat deep. Good one first up from Clarkson.
Yep, and again he's getting the backing from his colleagues. This is a good first 8 overs from a Kent perspective, certainly with those wickets. They've gone for some runs, but they've taken key wickets at key times. Sussex losing 3 in the first 8 overs. Briefly thought about a single, but changed his mind. End of the 8th over then, and Sussex Sharks are 50 for 3, chasing 288.
Mikey Cohen is going to continue, bowling the 5th over of his opening burst. Now, something that the Kent batters did really well, particularly when Finch and Singh were at the crease, was pick up quick singles. And I think Sussex perhaps have been dealing a little bit in sort of boundary or dot at the moment. So as they rebuild, they'll need to perhaps look for those gaps a little more.
Yeah, 40 of their 50 runs have come in boundaries.
Wide ball, which you can understand in the first 10 overs when you have those fielding restrictions, just 2 men out of the 30-yard circle. I think now that you're approaching that second power play when you can have 4 and you've lost 3 wickets, and you've got to be thinking about running really well, really hard, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over so the rate doesn't start to climb too much, but without taking too many risks if they're going to have a chance. And Cohen managing to bring his line back inside that blue line, signifying the boundaries for all legal delivery.
That match involving the reigning champions Glamorgan against Derbyshire abandoned at Neath without a ball being bowled. Essex bowled out for 285 at Utilita Bowl. Hampshire 62 for 1 in the 12th over in reply. Worcestershire made 312 for 7. And Nottinghamshire 40 for 1.
It's a nice shot from Hudson Prentice. A chase that is successfully completed by the Kent fielder. Chris Benjamin there.
He just it just kept on going, didn't it? He was running alongside it and it wouldn't hold up for him.
There's a slight slope, isn't there, from well, from the batter's end to the bowler's end, as we are currently involved.
From the castle to the park.
Exactly. Watchful from Hudson Prentice, who has 24 from 24 so far, after a flurry of boundaries when he first arrived at the crease, but he might have to put some shots away for a little while. The run rate at the start of the innings, of course, below that runner ball mark, so if Sussex can keep wickets in hand and just keep turning the strike over, stay in touch, then there's no reason why they can't get somewhere close. But losing 3 early wickets does heap on the pressure. That's another one of those flamingo shots from Hudson Prentice, and he's picked out the man who has just about caught that, I think, although, did he step over the rope?
Wow.
No, I think he did manage to execute that just. It looked like it was going to be totally regulation, and suddenly his feet were hovering over the boundary rope, but I think he tossed it up just in time. Anyway, Finn Hudson Prentice has accepted his fate. Yeah, and I think that's fair and just about okay, isn't it? Difficult from here because of the foreshortening with that rope, but
must be fine, I think.
I think there'd be a bit more of a objection from those in the hospitality tent if they felt he had stepped over the rope. So in the end, a good bit of fielding down there, and Finn Hudson Prentice, just as I said, he perhaps need to be a little more watchful, tried to play another one of those whips over the onside, and he's picked out the man at deep square leg, and Sussex are in deep trouble at 53 for 4.
Penny for Grant Flowers' thoughts at the moment. Hudson Prentice 24 from 25 balls, 5 boundaries. Ollie Carter, who I think is a member of the BN crew, because he's Eastbourne. Ollie Carter, I think. Yep.
Well, Mikey Cohen, you can't help but feel some pleasure for him wherever your allegiances lie, because he's been very patient to be able to finally pull on this shirt for Kent, and he's picked up 3 for 26 from his 4.4 overs. I have to say that he was certainly helped out there by Finn Hudson Prentice, who, I don't know if he didn't realise or he'd forgotten that the man was out there, but it was always high risk unless he felt he could clear him, and he wasn't too far from doing that, but in the end he did pick out Joey Everson down at deep square leg, who very nearly stepped over the rope, but in the end just about managed to juggle the ball, get himself back inside the perimeter and complete the catch. Ollie Carter is the new man, who is off the mark straight away with a very good quick single. That's the kind of running that I was talking about. Good to see another replay of that. I think it's tricky for us on the stream, because we're not getting a sort of top-down angle, we're getting a flat angle. I mean, I think at this you have to... The replay looked fine. It was very close timing-wise, but I think he pulled it off.
And fielders are... everybody's fairly honest and
yeah,
stuff.
Exactly. I think especially when you haven't got TV umpires and everyone has to just take people's words for it, which I think by and large works as a system. As another wide is sprayed down the leg side by Mikey Cohen, who, as we are embraced by the walls of our commentary gazebo, a little tickle on the back of my neck, I thought, oh, well, I've enjoyed working with you too, Andrew, but it was indeed just the wall of our tent, which I think we could probably do something about, but we'll see how we get on after this over. Mikey Cohen with the final ball of his 5th over, another successful one for him. Full and lovely drive from John Simpson. Classy shot. Just leant on it, pure timing, and it runs over towards the Kent fielding coach's bag of tricks. Lovely shot. Just finding the gap in the field.
And like you said, it's the timing, isn't it? It's the timing, it's the grace, it's the... Yeah, just the... Didn't overhit it. End of the 9th, 58 for 4. 288 to the target, to remind you. 230 therefore still required. Plenty of overs in which to try and chase it down, but fewer and fewer wickets in hand. They've lost 4. These 2 opening bowlers doing the damage. Wonder whether Cohen might have been given the indication that he's not continuing after this. I think I heard him say, "I've been waiting 18 months, Finchy."
Brilliant. Oh, I think he's earned another over if he feels up to it, but sometimes bowlers have to be almost saved from themselves, don't they? But with figures of 3 for, what is it, 3 for 26?
He's still looking in his captain's direction. His captain isn't looking at him.
3 for 31. He's trying to catch his eye for sure, isn't he?
We'll find out after this ball what Finch's plans are for his Kent bowlers. Of course, this is the last ball of the power play, so that may have some.
Surely he's giving you another one, Mikey. Surely.
Don't poke the bear, Sam.
There's a knowing smile from Mikey Cohen. Is he going to get another one? No, I think he's been dismissed, and Mikey Cohen looks absolutely dejected. 18 months he's waited. I've got 3 wickets for you. Surely I get another. But Harry Finch has no sentiment involved. That was a funny moment, but he'll get a second chance to come back. We're going to get a change of bowling. Mikey Cohen has done a great job with the new ball, and it's going to be the man that took the catch to get rid of Finn Hudson-Prentice off Mikey Cohen, who will replace Mikey Cohen, Joey Everson, from the Park End here at the Rathbones Arundel Festival of Cricket.
Reminder, this is Kent's first game in this competition this season. Whereas Sussex have already played one, lost one up at Durham.
Yeah, and with a bit of work to do to make sure it isn't 0 from 2, 4 down inside the power play. Of course, power play 2 is now in action, which means we get 4 fielders as a maximum outside the 30-yard circle, and Everson starts on the money.
11 List A wickets for Joey Everson at 48.
So if you're Simpson and Carter here, how are you approaching things, Andrew?
Well, certainly shots into the deep will help, making sure that they can take chunks off the total required without really sort of taking too many risks. I know that sounds like an obvious thing to say. We have lost the stream. It's frozen on all of our screens now. We shall continue to commentate just in case you can still hear us.
Yeah, we'll go to
Outground bingo is the connections
very much so,
going
yeah.
down every now and then.
It's been good as gold today, hasn't it?
But, the boys dream, if you pardon the pun.
So Everson, with his 4 fielders out, being a man at a long leg, a deep square leg, a deep cover and a third man as that ball is defended back and there is no run. And looks like we're back up and running, which is good news.
So, yep, done with Mikey Cohen.
I think he's enjoying himself, and as well he might, given the travails of the last 18 months for him. Everson finishes off his first over with a single off the back foot punch of Carter, and I think this is good from Simpson and Carter, just picking those gaps now the power play's done. And that's the thing about fielding restrictions, is that those first 10 overs, I think Sussex thought, oh, we can really get ahead of the game here. Of course, you do that, you take risks, you end up a few wickets down and the pressure's on. So
I think that's what Sussex would say. I think you'd say, well, there's some calculated risks to be taken, and you know, you play with fire, then you risk getting burnt. And Kent have bowled very well, the two up top, Cohen and Clarkson. Looks like we're going to have another change as well at the other end. And it's going to be Mo Rizvi to bowl now.
Yeah, from one Kent debutant in Mikey Cohen to another in Mo Rizvi, who made a useful contribution with the bat, didn't he?
Very much so. Now with his leg breaks, he'll hope to try and do the same here. As I said, in his second 11 match against Warwickshire, he took 9 in the match, 4 for 75 and 5 for 88. He took 7 in an innings against Glamorgan, before that at Abergavenny. So he's in good form with bat and ball. Someone for Sussex to watch out for here. And I was going to ask the question, or pose the question, a rhetorical one, whether they would be watchful or go after him. And the answer is, at the moment, watchful, with that lean forward from Carter. So two wicket-keeper batters at the crease in Simpson and Carter. Two men at different, is it fair to say, different stages of their careers, shall we say. I don't wish to do either of them down, but different ends of their careers. I think there's 15 years difference between them, or something like that. And almost 14 years. 13 and a bit. It's coming down by the moment. But,
if it's randomly happening, it could be hard memory related.
Carter, incredibly capable batsman, of course. Simpson, we all know what he can do in all forms of the game. And that has beaten the fielder and run up the bank for 4, and well held on to, sir. Not an easy one as it comes hurtling up the bank towards you.
Yeah, I think the fact it made it all the way up the bank shows how well timed that was from John Simpson, who likes to sweep the spinner. Like a googly there, I think.
Simpson has, of course, international experience. In this format. 3 ODIs.
Yeah, with those during, isn't there a COVID?
Against the West Indies, I think that's when yeah, Ben Stokes led the team for the first time.
When suddenly they had to sort of, what's that film with, is it Keanu Reeves, The Replacements, where there's a strike in the NFL, and so all these guys have to go and make up the numbers. It's a bit like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah.
But actually,
Simpson's call-up was long overdue, I think, and although he ended up not having the best of time with the bat, but he obviously batting low, you know, down the order. But yeah, he He's been an incredible servant in county cricket. Made his Middlesex debut against Sussex.
Yeah, well, his move to Sussex has been a real rejuvenation for a man who, like you say, has been a long servant to the game, but he's had a real, what do they call it, a sort of Indian summer to his career, flourishing in the latter part, hopefully with a few more years to come, if you're a Sussex fan.
Saturday will mark his the 16th anniversary of his List A debut for Middlesex against Kent at Canterbury. Ollie Carter on strike at the moment.
So that was 2009, was it?
Mm-hmm. And that was before he'd made his first class debut for Middlesex. On that occasion, Simpson made 13 on his List A debut for Middlesex. His teammates that occasion, people like Nick Compton, David Milan, of course he played with a long time, Owen Shah, Owen Morgan of course, Gareth Berg, the aforementioned Gareth Berg, well some time ago anyway. Tim Murter, who's obviously now bowling coach. Sean Udall as well in that team.
So
good stop.
I think every name you mentioned there has played international cricket, hasn't it? Haven't they? Well, who else was in that team?
Yeah, I mean that wasn't the full roll call, but Tyron Henderson and Dave Burton and Ben Scott, but yeah.
So apart from Dave Burton and Ben Scott, I think everyone in that team has played international cricket. Interesting that John Simpson didn't get to take the gloves.
No, that's a good point.
Ben Scott was the wicket keeper for Middlesex. End of the over, and a good one from Everson.
And for Kent fans out there,
just the one from it.
Geraint Jones made 73. Darren Stevens, the aforementioned, from some time ago as well, 75 not out. Joe Denley made 66. And then Warren Lee and Matt Coles went on to take 3 wickets each. So that's covered that off. John Simpson's List A debut, which on Saturday will be 16 years ago. And Kent won by 12 runs for completists. So now we've whittled on about that for 5 minutes. We can get back to modern day stuff. Rizvi bowling.
Oh yeah, I'll walk around and check it now. Okay.
A little break in play whilst John Simpson made some running repairs to his bat or got a fresh pair of gloves. Something wasn't quite right.
Carter watchful. Speaking of county servants, and match referee is Peter Such. This one. Now they really like that one. The umpire says no. Oh, it's mighty close. It's mighty close. Oof. Well, that squirted away. Rizvi has head in hands. This is a bit of a struggle for Sussex at the moment. They've got to try and dig in and just see their way through this spell from both ends. Win predictor is at 13% for Sussex Sharks. And their scoring rate has dropped as well, down to 5.1. They need a run a ball.
It's that kind of situation where if you leave yourself needing even 8 and over off the last 10, if you've got wickets in hand, then that's fine. So I think Carter and Simpson will just be happy to tick along at that kind of 5 and over.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, you know, it's sort of, you know, they made a decent start first up in terms of the run rate, but it's what they needed in terms of, you know, the old England one day pattern, if you like, before they went to Owen Morgan's approach, which is to keep wickets in hand and try and launch something late on. More from Joey Everson.
Down the leg side, but clearly something on it. Although John Simpson looks perplexed as to why that's not been given as a wide, and even sort of gestures to the umpire to say, I'm not sure that hit anything, but the umpire is saying you moved inside the line and therefore the parameters of what a wide would be changed. I don't think John Simpson necessarily agrees, but that is irrelevant because the umpire makes the decision. But he gets 2 off the next ball. Never quite sure of how that works, the moving of the wide line based on the batter. As the wind gets up slightly here, full this time from Everson. Simpson drives out to Mikey Cohen at mid-off, and he comes through for a single.
We are now being attacked from all angles by our marquee.
Yeah, buffeted we are. Perhaps we should.
Yes,
yeah. I'll carry on. You go and as Everson continues, and Ollie Carter meets that with a full face of the bat. Yeah, Andrew's gone off to attempt to zip up our gazebo walls. The joys of outground cricket, but I'd say the positives of being here far outweigh little inconveniences like that, because it really is stunning here at Arundel Castle Cricket Club. If you weren't with us earlier, there's something like 4,500 people in for the first competitive Sussex cricket here since 2019, I believe. Yeah, since the championship match against Gloucestershire in 2019. There was a one-day warm-up game against Hertfordshire here at Arundel last year, but in terms of competitive cricket, a return to Arundel for the first time in 6 years, and a welcome return when you see views like that. And even more welcome when you see those views being enjoyed by so many people here, young and old. Maybe slightly more old than young, but you know, there are a few kids enjoying the school holidays here with us as Rizvi starts his next over. 0 for 7 from his 2.1 overs so far. As well as that ice cream van we mentioned, there's also a couple of bars, burger van, souvlaki van, gin bar, cocktails as well. And we've got a little incident here because I think Matt Parkinson might have popped out his shoulder, which is not good news. He's in a lot of pain, and that is a grimace rather than a smile, I'm afraid to say. Although it's eye-watering just to look at that. Of course, his right arm, which is his bowling arm, so this could have consequences for Kent. On comes the physio, and yeah, that arm is hanging loose. Viewers of a sensitive disposition maybe look away now. Here we go. Oh, blimey. The physio's laughing, which suggests it's not too serious, but is he back in? I don't know. But that was sort of hold your breath stuff. And I think he's okay, because off goes the physio. Maybe the arm popped itself back in, which saved us all some gruesome viewing. But yeah, there he is off screen now, rotating that arm. I don't know if he's prone to that. Perhaps the guys listening back at Canterbury who've been in touch with us can let us know if that's something that happens to Matt Parkinson on a regular basis. She didn't quite see whether it was the tumble that caused it to happen, but a slight delay. I think everyone is back in business, which is good news. Hopefully, from a Spitfires point of view, that won't impact on Matt Parkinson's ability to bowl. A bit short this time from Simpson, who evades the diving Joey Everson at short mid-wicket and is able to scamper through for one. Andrew, how's your DIY gone on our commentary tent?
3 words: I give up. Nothing is keeping it in one place, unfortunately, so we might just have to duck every so often. Firmly struck that, and well stopped that by Rizvi. Yeah, the pressure just cranking up on the Sharks all the time with every dot ball that passes.
Yeah, I don't think they need to panic yet. The most important thing is that they build a partnership here. As long as that rate doesn't climb too significantly.
The only thing I would say, of course, Carter 6 and 29, so it's been quite watchful from him.
It certainly has, but I don't think Grant Flower will have any complaints, because the worst thing that Sussex could do is lose another. If that happens, it's game over, really.
That is true. That is true.
There's someone with their pen and score sheet out.
Good man. Oh.
Some great headgear on show today. Lots of cricket hats, but there's some nice Panama hats as well.
Important to keep your head covered.
Yep. There's a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm, which causes Ollie Carter to suggest emphatically that whoever it is loitering behind the sight screen decides whether they're going to move on or not. Everson tidy so far. He's come into the attack with Sussex in need of rebuilding, so he's been able to start nice and economically. There's a great view of that throng up on the bank here.
With the bars and the ice cream van and
a little shuffle down the wicket you may have noticed there from Ollie Carter, just negating or turning a length delivery into a slightly fuller delivery and allowing him to...
Yeah, I noticed that towards the end, well, after I'd come back from trying to tie everything down, that he was doing that off the spinner off the previous over as well, so he's obviously trying to keep his feet moving. I think probably a little frustrated at not getting the scoring shots, not keeping the scoreboard ticking over with the ones, and he's trying to just Just find some rhythm, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's right. Really important to, if you're not finding the boundary, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. But Joey Everson is a shrewd operator with both bat and ball, and he's giving nothing away. No express pace or anything like that, but very accurate. The win predictor giving Sussex just a 13% chance at this stage, which will make grim viewing for Sussex fans, as that's well fielded by Joey Everson off his own bowling. And they're, like you say, really putting the squeeze on, having made those early breakthroughs. Up in the air for a moment, but well short of the man out there at deep square to the left-hander.
Danny Lamb will be twitching again, won't he? I feel like he's got to come in and do a job once again.
Yeah, we said when he was having a bit of success with the ball that he'd be hoping to play less of a part with the bat, but the way things are going, he probably will have a role to play. Another good over from Everson.
If he doesn't, these two will have pulled off something magnificent.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just a 3 off Everson's 4th over. He has none for 11 from 4 overs. Sussex 80 for 4, and we're already into the at the start of the 18th over. So there's the obligatory shot of the chief executive. Tick that one off the
Lovely
contractual.
socks.
Yeah, and a nice suit as well. He's chatting with the supporters. There's the chair, John Philby. Pete Fitzboyden on the far left, the chief exec. So that's the
Brains Trust.
Well, the heart of power of Sussex cricket. As the man on the bank nearly takes a tumble in the background there. That would have been good. Not for him, but for all of us watching at home.
Rizvi continues from the castle end. Carter 7 from 32. Then gets a full toss. Right, can dispatch for a boundary.
Well, that releases the pressure a little bit on Ollie Carter.
Didn't go where he wanted it to go, did it? But either way, he has found a boundary, which is his first, and that is much more emphatic and has gone the distance. Maximum from Ollie Carter.
Great
And
shot.
Once again, talk about him using his feet. That's what he was after, something to work with, get down the pitch. Cut away. So 12 off the over so far. Simpson ensures it'll be a few more. Couple more. Oh no, misfield. Misfield out there by Jaden Denley. And that means a boundary. 16 off the over. Very productive one for Sussex.
Yeah, and the home crowd liked that misfield, didn't they?
There were a few taunts the other way, weren't there, during the Kent innings when some Sussex midfields crept in. So they're just getting their own back, perhaps.
And poor old Jane Denley made that error right in front of a little pocket of Kent supporters who looked on with disappointment. They're not angry, they're just disappointed.
Which is worse. It's always worse.
So 96 for 4 after 18 overs. Joey Everson, unsurprisingly, is continuing because he's been very accurate and tight with his bowling. Just 10 runs from his 4 overs so far. Once again, we've got people moving behind the sight screen.
Yeah.
Stewards letting them slip through, and there's nothing that irritates cricketers more than moving behind the sight screen. Everyone in their arms going, "Come on, guys!" Everson in. You think of some famous batters who really got cross when someone moved behind the bowler's arm. I always remember Johnny Bairstow furious if anyone moved behind the bowler's arm when he was on strike.
To be fair, it doesn't take a lot to make Johnny Bairstow angry.
Clipped away by Carter, who's just starting to find his rhythm with a mixture of boundaries and singles in the last couple of overs.
Needless to say, that previous over was the most productive of the Sussex innings so far. Previous to that, the second over went for 10. That last over, the 18th, went for 16 runs.
A conflab between the umpires, which is then prompting one of them to go and have a chat with Harry Finch. I don't know if that's something to do with throwing the ball in on the, keeping the ball up off the ground. Couldn't quite work out what that was about.
There's a knowing smile going across Harry Finch's face.
I was going to say Harry Finch, of course, will be familiar with the opposition, but I think not many of them were around when he was at Sussex. Scampered single, which is good if you're a Sussex fan. Matt Parkinson is still testing out that right shoulder, which I think came out of the socket a couple of overs ago, causing him some discomfort. So remains to be seen whether there will be any ramifications for him when he enters the attack. Carter still happy to play the good ball with plenty of respect.
Yeah, it's got 19 from 38, so a strike rate obviously of 50, but 10 of those runs came in 2 balls, so he's scored 9 from the remaining 36.
But what that does illustrate is how quickly, we saw it a bit with Rizvi when he batted. That's pulled by Carter, looking to bisect Singh and Rizvi, and Singh just about stops the boundary.
Did well.
Yeah, we saw that it just takes a couple of decent overs or decent spells as a batter to get your strike rate back up as the 100 comes up inside the 19th over for Sussex. So that run rate 5.31, not too far off their required rate of almost exactly 6.
Now there's more movement. I mean,
that's
a lot of people that have been allowed through there.
Yeah, poor stewarding in this instance.
Fielders are saying, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, that was about 30 people that all walked behind the bowler's arm at once. I think maybe the steward had miscounted. That is the end of the over, Mr. Steward, and now you can let people
do whatever they like.
Yeah.
Yeah, end of the 19th, 100 for 4, Sussex Sharks needing another 188 to win off 31 overs. That's 6.06 an over.
Well, Matt Parkinson, who did have that slightly worrying moment when his shoulder seemed to pop out of the socket, his right shoulder, which is of course a fairly fundamental piece of biomechanics when it comes to his bowling, is going to test it out, and he's still slightly holding it in a gingerly way, but well, he's going to give it a go. Hopefully he is, given his problems a minute ago, seemed okay.
Yeah, let's see how he goes, I suppose. John Simpson, the man on strike. Keeping it fairly tight so far.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be any adverse effects from that that worrying moment. Beautiful afternoon here now at Arundel Castle. It was a little, grey's unfair, but a little off-white this morning. Now there's blue sky and some wispy clouds high in the sky, so the sun peeking through.
Yeah, all the clouds had been high. It's never looked like rain, had it? But there was I mean, it was a little grey this morning at times, but certainly fans on the bank are enjoying themselves. Carter meeting that almost on the full and gets a single. I think that must be buzzing around our effects mark, is it? It's trying to it's trying to pollinate it, I think.
Yeah.
Simpson goes aerial, and it slams into the advertising hoardings. And the home fans like that because it brings up the 50 partnership between these two, and it's an opportune one at that. It's come off for 67 balls. I think Simpson feels he missed out a little bit there, but end of the 20th over, 6 runs coming from it, 106 for 4 Sussex Sharks. And they're chasing 288 to win.
Yeah, the leg spin of both Mo Rizvi and Matt Parkinson, I think, has been seen as a bit of an opportunity for Simpson and Carter to target that straight boundary. Both used their feet nicely and picked up a few boundaries down the ground. I wonder whether that will prompt a field change, but if you get it straight back over the bowler's head, no conventional fielding position that will cover that. Everson continues to plug away at the other end. He's been excellent. 14 runs from his 31 balls so far. And Everson yet to concede a boundary. I'm not sure Sussex can afford just to let Everson bowl through without some point needing to try and break the shackles, and that's what Wally Carter thinks about as he cuts out to the deep cover boundary, but there's a man there for exactly that shot. Yeah, good partnership this though from Simpson and Carter. And one thing probably Kent Spitfires will look back at their batting innings and say, well, we had 350 partnerships, none of which really went on to totally dominate. A couple in the 80s. I think if Sussex Sharks are going to win this match, the difference between the sides could be 100+ partnership, and that's exactly what these two are looking to do, and Kent are looking to end. And I think they had a chance to do that there, because the former Sussex man Harry Finch juggled an edge from John Simpson, but spilled it eventually. He had about 3 goes at it as the stream freezes. At the exact moments we try and see what happened, but a chance, I think. So
yeah, you feel possibly could be a big moment, couldn't it? We are back in business. That drop again, possibly.
yeah, how big a moment will that be? We will find out. John Simpson gets a life. Thought Harry Finch was going to hold on to it. Lovely, lovely shot for 1 from Ollie Carter. Does play that back foot punch well.
Just 3 runs from that over. Now, is this the opportunity here?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, and then it rolled down his back.
Yeah.
Did he definitely get an edge on it? I guess so.
Yeah, well, the reaction suggests so, and I think John Simpson's slightly sheepish look as well. It was interesting that Finch had come up to... He hadn't been keeping up to Everson throughout, had he? I should know that. I think he'd come up because he could see both Carter and Simpson using their feet.
Now that shot you just saw there is a bit misleading, I think. Maybe it's our screen, maybe it's just the way... It's not as grey as it looks on that screen. You can see there that there is sunshine, there's shadows and things. But yeah, Parkinson to continue. His shoulder is clearly A-OK. Carter again trying to use his feet. Simpson 31 from 31, Carter 25 from 47, and that's a win predictor, sorry, going up to 26% now with these two ploughing on, but they are going to need to stick around. Man out there, so it will only be a single. It's Ben Compton does the fielding. And Carter goes downtown, and that's enough to beat Fred Clarkson. He needed to have 2 Fred Clarsons. One standing on the other's head, and it still might have gone over him. Heart might have been in his mouth briefly there, Carter, but he had enough on it to clear both the fielder and the fence. And Carter follows up his second 6 of his innings with a single. 9 off the over. Partnership moves to 65. Sussex moved to 118 for 4 at the end of the 22nd. So they're Both on the same score now. Carter had started very watchfully, but he's building on that start. Jack Leaning on to bowl now for Kent from the park end. He made 37 with the bat. Lots of the Kent team making good scores. Joey Everson 52, Akant Singh 48. And then 30s for Leaning, who made 37, Mo Rizvi made 36, Harry Finch 38, Chris Benjamin 34. So a lot of contributions being made. Bristol-born Leaning into the attack for Kent. Just trying to milk the singles at the moment. We were talking earlier, Sam, about Carter's early watchfulness. Well, he's now on the same score as Simpson, and he's looking to be quite a bit more proactive.
Yeah, clearly a batter that likes to use his feet. He'll be eyeing up this straight boundary, but there is a man, Joey Everson, at long on, who he bumps that ball out to for that single. Obviously we've got a bit of shade in our gazebo, but it's warm out there in the sun. I just nipped off for a moment and it was very pleasant. I think people will be enjoying sitting out here.
Just 4 runs from that Leaning over. I don't know why the phrase leaning over just made me laugh. And that's just obviously put the required run rate just up a tick. Sussex won't worry about that for the moment. What they will want to do is just keep batting without losing a wicket. Just try and give themselves something to build on in the latter overs. We're fast approaching halfway. 166 more required off of 27 overs at 6.1. And Rizvi continues from the Castle end. Parkinson, sorry, continues from the Castle end. That's going to be enough to beat the fielder. Everson couldn't stop it. It's a lovely shot from Simpson. Beautiful sweep.
Does play that shot well. Obviously with the leg spinner to the left hand of the shot like that being played with the spin. Just to give you a bit of a comparison, the score's almost identical at the end of 23 overs. 1-2-5 for 4 Kent were, and Sussex were 1-2-2 for 4, so even Stevens.
Even Darren Stevens. Someone is trying to make their way up that bank. There we go. Oh, yeah, it's just got there. Always worth even on the main camera shots, keeping your eye on the periphery of what's going on as well. Sometimes you get to see little things.
Like this.
I mean...
There's a dog! Andrew, your timing was impeccable. Yeah, we nearly had another canine pitch invader.
Could have been the same one, who knows?
And that man there, you know that video from a few years ago of the guy running through Richmond Park?
Yes.
Fenton!
Fenton! We could have had that right across the square. End of the 24th, 6 from the over. And Sussex at the end of it, 128 for 4.
Yeah, 6 from the over, just about keeping Sussex up with the required rate. 128 for 4 after 24. Jack Leaning will continue. I've been very impressed with now Ollie Carter is finding a bit more freedom with the bat. Very impressed with his footwork to the spinners. And we've got more movement behind the bowler's arm. This time it is in fact one of the stewards themselves walking past. And I think perhaps not quite understanding the remit. Darted in by Leaning. We were talking about Jack Carson and his off spin earlier today. Someone who's not afraid to toss it up. Jack Leaning very much in the white ball mould of darting them in. That's tossed up, however, and driven out to deep cover by the left-handed Simpson. Of course, against the off-spinner, the ball turning past, or trying to turn it past the outside edge, but Simpson using his feet and meeting the ball almost at the point at which it pitches. And for a moment, John Simpson and Ollie Carter looking for a second run, but sensibly turning it down. And the field pulsating between left and right hander, with the strike being rotated. Fielders having to keep their wits about them as to whether it's a right or a left-hander on strike. Top ball though saves their legs for another delivery.
Yeah, as we said before, left hand, right hand, difficult to keep consistent line and length, and that is excellent.
Yeah, Leaning will be frustrated having kept things reasonably tight. He's served up a bit of a gimme on leg stump, which allows John Simpson to sweep against the spin, but when it was that far down the leg side, not too many risks involved. This time Leaning adjusts wide of the off stump, but the ball's hit straight to the fielder, and that'll take us to the halfway point of the innings. And you can see from the worm that apart from where the wickets fell, it's almost identical. That little dip for Sussex when Carter and Simpson were rebuilding, but they've managed to get the worm back up to parity with where Kent Spitfires were at exactly the same point.
We're going to be taking drinks, so please you can just go and have a sip of something yourself.
I think just 4 runs between the teams at this point. 135 for 4 for Sussex, 131 for 4 for Kent Spitfires. You mentioned, I think there's a trio of players whose names you said sounded like a sort of branch of solicitors. Simpson and Carter to me sound like maybe magicians on the Vegas scene. In residency at Caesar's Palace, Simpson and Carter. Ari Carvelis and Finn Hudson-Prentice just strolling past our tents here. We've got 3 tents in this part of the ground, one for the written media, then it's the hub of stream technicians.
Computers and wires everywhere.
Yeah.
And then it's us.
And little old us.
Yeah. The third tent along on the left. Gazebo, I should say. It's I mean, don't, you know, it's not quite Glastonbury, but you see how the run rates have compared as well. I mean, we are now coming into the final quarter of this match. It is pretty much even Stevens. Momentum-wise, is there any sort of, you know, are you leaning one way or t'other at the moment, Sam?
I think Sussex still have a lot of work to do, just because you know, that there was Kent had that good partnership of 80 odd for the I can't remember exactly which wicket it was. It was for the for the 5th wicket, and then also they had another 75 run partnership for the 7th wicket. So there's still work to be done. I think I'd probably still slightly say the Spitfires will be happier of the two sides, but they'll just be starting to think about needing to take the wicket of one of these two to break this productive partnership that so far has put on 82 runs, which puts it up there with the largest partnerships of the match so far. In fact, it might even be equal to... No, 89 was the highest partnership of the match between Ikant Singh and Harry Finch for Kent's 5th wicket, and then Jack Leaning and Mo Rizvi made 75 for the 7th wicket. So still a chunky part of the workload for Sussex Sharks to do. They've of course got Danny Lamb to come, who's in good form, having made runs in that opener up in the northeast. But I think Carter and Simpson will feel like they'll want to do the majority of the work here. And what you would say is that they've looked fairly untroubled in the last 10 overs or so.
There'll be Sussex fans saying they wish you hadn't said that.
I don't believe in commentators' curses.
Okay.
It's all nonsense.
Players back from drinks. Bit of gardening going on out in the middle. Simpson and Carter. Run a ball 44 for Simpson, 37 from 56 for Carter.
I've thrown the steward that walked behind the bowler's arm under the bus. People are furious on the YouTube comments. One, of all the people, it's unforgivable was one word.
That's probably one of the few words we could broadcast.
I think we can forgive said individual.
Parkinson continues then after drinks. Gone for 21 from his first 3 overs. Wonder if Carter will consider trying to take him downtown again. He gets his feet to the pitch of the ball, but drives it straight at Parkinson.
Does use his feet nicely, Carter. Like so many wicket-keeper batters, busy.
Busy. Well, he's moved on to 38.
John Simpson, who's on strike now, I think just showing you all his experience. 44 at exactly a run a ball, and yet he's barely taken a risk. He obviously had that drop chance. or we're assuming it was a chance, certainly by the reactions of everyone, with Harry Finch juggling the ball but not being able to take it cleanly. Other than that, it's just been a no-nonsense, I know it's a cliche, but a busy innings where he's managed to go a run a ball without taking risks.
Gone a little bit aerial with that sweep, but collected by Singh. End of that over, 137 for 4, the partnership worth 84. There's your favourite view again.
Well, it is a good one.
Peeking through the trees. We saw quite a few people lunch, didn't we? Taking in that view, standing in between the trees and looking out over the rolling hills.
Jack Gleaning and Harry Finch having a bit of a conflab between overs there. It's Leaning who will be continuing from the park end. Tosses that one up, and for a moment John Simpson's eyes lit up, but it was very wide of the off stump. And that, despite the best efforts of Jaden Denley, goes for 4. He's not having the greatest day out on the rope there, although I think that one was probably more to do with, well, maybe he could have got there. Anyway, 4 runs and another good shot. He's sweeping very nicely indeed today, John Simpson. That takes him to 49 from 49 balls. And that'll bring his 11th list A 50 from exactly 50 balls. The captain's innings from John Simpson on his return to the side after a brief trip to the 100 earlier in the week.
Leading from the front once again.
7 boundaries in that 50.
Illustrious county career, never made a list A century. So,
if you do believe in commentators' curses, then you have definitely
I would
done
not
it.
I would not have said it on 99 that way.
Ollie Carter, a exponent of the forward press, which was sort of Duncan Fletcher's big way of playing spin, wasn't it? When you see the ball being delivered, Carter sort of makes an initial forward movement and then decides whether he's going to rock forward or continue forward or rock back. Oh dear, and well, John Simpson has chopped on.
Should I leave now?
I don't believe in the commentator's curse, but I dare say there'll be plenty who you will not be the most popular person with, or indeed, if you're a Kent Spitfires fan, who you are.
freedom of the city of Canterbury.
And that is desperately unlucky. A very wide delivery from Leaning. Simpson went to crash it through the offside, under edge onto the stumps, and that ends the partnership. Big wicket for the Spitfires, and John Simpson looks crestfallen because what a way to get out.
Yep. Tossed it wide, and Simpson chopping on. And he gets a warm ovation as he exits.
Yeah, 90-run partnership between Simpson and Carter. I think if Sharks being honest, they would have said they needed that to be a few more. It does bring Danny Lamb to the crease, who made a very healthy contribution against Durham in Sussex's first match of the tournament. 74 of just 57 balls to give Sussex a glimmer of hope, but in that match they ended up falling 51 runs short. Danny Lamb will be hoping that he can make another contribution this time, though, getting his side over the line. They need a few fewer runs than they did on Tuesday. They were chasing 311 for victory then. They'll be chasing, well, they are chasing 288 for victory on this occasion, but a lot resting on Danny Lamb's shoulders.
Indeed. Parkinson from the Castle end. He's first of all bowling to Carter with that wicket coming off the final ball of the previous over. And that is off the edge, and that'll be 4. Despite the attentions of Mikey Cohen as he runs past our effects mic and hopefully hurdled it. There it is. Yeah, went past it. That's all that's bringing you the external noise from the ground. Just that little fluffy thing you saw there. Carter moves to 44. His first List A half century came in only his 4th innings. Made 59 off 48 on that occasion against Gloucestershire. Leans forward into that one, does Lamb. That's his first ball that he's faced. Five down, Sussex. Kent Spitfires very much in charge, you would suspect.
Yeah, although it was the seventh wicket, wasn't it, that made a lot of runs for 75 runs added for the 7th wicket by Kent. So I think, you know, so in a strange way the innings are following a very similar pattern. It's just, can history repeat itself with another big partnership between the last sort of recognised batter and someone in the middle order?
Thing is though, at 5 down, Kent have made 197, so that might end up being the sort of, if Kent do go on to win, that might be the sort of margin that we're looking at, and Sussex may find themselves another 40-50 runs short again.
Well, a chance for Carter and Lamb to do the business, as Mo Rizvi is returning to the attack, this time from the Park end, having bowled his first 4 overs from the Castle end. And it'll be interesting to see how Ollie Carter in particular approaches Rizvi, because he took a bit of a liking to him when he was bowling from the other end, and I think that's exactly why after that wicket fell, Finch has brought Rizvi back into his attack, as that one's tossed up to say to Carter, go on then, have you got the nerve to take him on, or are you going to let him bowl a few tidy overs just to put the run rate up a little bit further? Googly, I think, from Rizvi there, but it's well picked from Carter, who sends it out to Jaden Denley on the deep cover boundary.
Lamb's innings against Durham, 74 from 57 deliveries. 11 fours and 2 sixes in an innings that lasted an hour and 5 minutes of fun and games.
And Danny Lamb is off the mark.
Carter up at Durham made 38 from 56, so again he was an accumulator on that occasion, 2 fours and a 6. So just 14 runs from that 38 in boundaries.
And that single for Danny Lamb bringing up Sussex's 150. Need another 138 for victory here at Arundel Castle. The first time Sussex have been back at Arundel in competitive cricket since 2019.
And the first one-day match since 2013, I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that was against Kent. Although I think it was also 2012, I think.
2012.
I think that was abandoned without a ball being bowled. Oh, sorry, that was the last time they met Kent at Arundel, and that was rained off. So maybe there was another one in 2013 as Carter plays an authoritative sweep shot against Matt Parkinson's leg spin to bring up another boundary and to take him to 50 off 70 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Ollie Carter's third list day 50. One that you feel he'll need to turn into something bigger if Sussex are going to win this game, but so far so good from Ollie Carter. Just pacing this innings very nicely. Started slowly as he needed to rebuild, but he's played the spinners particularly well.
Well, he hasn't gone past that 59 that I mentioned against Gloucestershire in his fourth list A innings, and he's certainly looking good for it at the moment.
Seems to pick up length really well. Carter rocked back and sent that over the boundary for 6. Sussex's third 6 of the innings. Ollie Carter's third 6 of the innings, all against the spinners.
We're waiting for the ball back.
That announcement there just letting everyone know here that the tea hut is closing at 6 o'clock.
How cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, good use of the feet from Carter, and then just even just authoritative in defence. Not letting the bowler settle. And that is a few more on top, 4 more, and does take Carter to his highest list day score. He's gone from, well, he's gone 250 and past it to 60 in the space of an over, or in 5 balls. End of the 30th over. Sussex 165 for 5. They're keeping up with the run rate, or at least roughly. They won't be too threatened by that, put it that way. But the wickets are a problem, and have been really since the opening overs Carter and Lamb are going to have to do much, you feel, of the donkey work if Sussex are to get back into this. .165 for 5 off a 30.
Mo Rizvi will continue from the park end as some fielding pads are brought out for Ben Compton, who will strap those on under his blue pyjama bottoms. So we're going to get a short fielder of some description, which I guess will predominantly be for the new batter Danny Lamb. Given some of those shots that Carter's just played, I wouldn't necessarily want to be fielding too close to the wicket. An attacking move from Harry Finch, I think, will probably be keen to finish this off if he can pick up another wicket whilst Danny Lamb is still new to the crease. Then you feel like the Spitfires will almost feel like they've done their job, but whilst we wait for Ben Compton's wardrobe change, chance for a drink to be run on for Ollie Carter, who's entered the 60s for the first time in List A cricket. With a score on 165 for 5 after 30 overs. It's a short leg that Ben Compton has adopted, but with a ball outside the off stump that's driven out to the cover boundary for a single. It's a short stay because, as I predicted, Ollie Carter,
after all that,
yeah, will not be kept company by Ben Compton. A bit of funky field setting from Harry Finch, who is captaining this Kent side for the first part of the One Day Cup before Grant Stewart takes over in what's been described as a dual captaincy agreement. Short and latched onto by Ollie Carter, and that ball got the treatment it deserved. Another boundary for Ollie Carter, who is really showing his prowess against the twirlers. Very quick on anything short of length is Ollie Carter, but I think most batters would have hoped to send that in the direction of the boundary. Dragged down really from the leg spin of Mo Rizvi, and this will be a chase for Jaden Denley, who this time does cut it off on the cover boundary. Well fielded young man, and a polite ripple of applause from those lining that boundary. It's one great thing about outground cricket, it's the proximity, isn't it? What other professional sport are you 6 foot away from a guy sliding to save a boundary? It's great, isn't it?
Absolutely. We had a taste of it ourselves earlier when Henry Crocombe came herring towards us.
You hear those feet hammering on the ground. It's one of Rizvi's googlies. He likes to throw those in regularly, often it appears. Not the best disguised googly, but a delivery he clearly enjoys bowling. Lamb and Carter exchange their thoughts. These two stay together. Could be in for a very exciting finish. 117 required from the final 19 overs of the match at 6.16 runs per over.
So, we're going to see Mikey Cohen come back on. Took 3 wickets at the top and was then taken off, and none too happy about it. He's now switched ends from where he did all the damage earlier. Or was he? No, yeah, because was he bowling from that end?
He started at the park end, so
Yeah,
he switched.
so he has
end.
switched ends now. So another light aircraft goes across. Carter on the back foot drives that away. 66 for him now.
I think Harry Finch realising that the spinners are, well, Ollie Carter just finding it perhaps a little bit too straightforward against the spinners, and if they can get Carter to coin a phrase, then they will be in business.
Oh. Cohen has immediately found his straps again. He looked in great rhythm.
Yeah, he was absolutely desperate for a 6 over in that burst.
He
opening
really
spell.
was. He really was.
I think probably that's good captaincy from Harry Finch, because a guy who's been injured, and also Cohen will have been full of adrenaline back from injury, first game in Kent, and he's blown away the top order. Maybe needed saving from himself.
And also, if you can make a fast bowler angry and annoyed and frustrated and wound up, and then you save him and save him and save him, and then let him go in the middle overs, that can really pay off for you. He'll be wanting to say to Harry Finch, right,
I'll show you.
this is either going to splatter the stumps or it's going to hit your glove so hard you're going to feel it. And that one will be a wide. Danny Lamb's just got to adjust to things, having relatively new to the crease. Came in when John Simpson dragged on to his own stumps, having just gone to 50. Compton the fielder.
Yeah, the flow of runs instantly being stemmed by the reintroduction of Mikey Cohen.
Don't get enough Mikeys these days, do you?
Trying to think of other prominent Mikeys currently out and about there.
There's a tennis commentator I know called Mikey Pereira.
Talked about Carter and Simpson sounding like a pair of magicians in Vegas. Mikey Cohen sounds like he'd sing the classics. Yeah, a bit of a crooner.
Yeah, Frank Sinatra tribute.
Yeah.
Performing in a, but unlike Carter and Simpson, he'd be performing in a pub in Lewisham. No comes the firm call. So a really good reintroduction for Cohen. Just the 2 runs from it, and at the end of the 32nd over, Sussex Sharks 173 for 5, Carter on 66 and Lamb on 2.
Yeah, an interesting game. Talking of Vegas, an interesting game of poker here emerging between Harry Finch and the Sussex batters, because he's turning to his strike bowlers, or the bowlers that have been most effective so far in Cohen, and now we're going to get some more seam from Joey Everson at the park end. A throw of the dice which says, I want to win this game early. The only danger is if Cohen and Everson are not able to winkle one of these last recognised batters out, then you might say advantage Sussex. So we shall see at a crucial point in the game how things pan out. Everson was pretty tight and economical in his opening 6-over spell, 0 for 17, and he starts accurately in this second spell.
Yeah, and you saw the worm there that looked pretty close, but of course Kent upped the ante. Sussex have got to do the same. Assuming that these two are still together, what do you think they would be happy with 10 overs to go? What do you reckon they would want to have in their mind?
Do you know what, I was going probably the rate they've currently got. I think maybe somewhere between 7 and 8 and over would be. They'd say, yeah, okay, we're happy with that. But given that they don't have a huge number of, that's a tight single from Danny Lamb. He gets home in the end. Yeah, something like somewhere between 70 and 80 off the final 10 overs.
Yeah, so if you assume it's 70 from the final 10, well, that would leave them needing to get to 218. Which would be, yeah, 43 from here off of 7 overs. So yeah, runnable-ish from here would get them to that position. So it just shows that it's not impossible, but they have got to bat very well, these two, and keep.
And that run rate will start to climb if Cohen and Everson start to string tidy overs together.
And then the pressure builds. Ooh, yeah. Well, that was untidy cricket all round.
Yeah.
There was an easy single there. I don't know who didn't want it. But there was an easy single there, and then they were halfway down. They thought about going back and changed their mind about 5 times, and then they might have been in trouble, but then the throw was awful.
Yeah, the pressure just telling on both sides. Oh dear, and the communication between Lamb and Carter a little bit off. I don't think there was a run there.
So no, it was for the temptation, was because it beat the close-in fielder, but it didn't beat the ring fielder.
Chris Benjamin was second line of defence. So a dot ball to finish the over, and just to compare the various innings, that's the end of the 33rd over. Sussex have 176, Kent had 178. That extra wicket though that has fallen for Sussex Sharks, I think tells quite a lot of the story. So we did see that big partnership.
And is it
at this stage for Kent?
Is it fair to say as well, as we see Cohen come in again, could work there, that, you know, Kent probably bats slightly further down as well?
Yeah, so Rizvi at number 9, Carson at number 9. Probably on paper not dissimilar in their abilities. The key thing was Rizvi came off.
We'll wait to see if and when Carson. Oh, hello. That's high. Is it long enough? No. So Ollie Carter departs for 68, and with it, possibly, goes Sussex's hopes of salvaging something from this match.
Huge moment. A ball that probably Carter would have felt like he should have cleared the boundary with. But but you have to say good captaincy from Harry Finch. He's reintroduced Cohen into the attack, and it's brought that crucial wicket of Ollie Carter, who goes for a list A best of 68 from 85, so a good knock from him.
He is walking off incredibly slowly.
Yeah, well, I think he probably realises how big a moment that was.
It just got big on him, didn't it? And he couldn't control the shot. And
it's a fairly sizable boundary down towards that view you can see right now, and it was in the end straight down Jaden Denley's throat.
And he avoided a Mohammed Siraj moment.
He did. No, he set himself, took the catch comfortably, and a case of what might have been for Ollie Carter, who will reflect on today in a bittersweet fashion. New list A top score, but you feel a dismissal that probably makes Kent big favourites.
Well, ironically, for a one-day cup match being played at this part of the summer, we have 100 balls remaining. And there is 112 to win.
Yeah, that part of the equation probably wouldn't be causing Sussex too much concern. It's the 6 wickets that have fallen. A lot of pressure now on Danny Lamb to repeat what he did a couple of days ago. If he scores another 70 odd off 50 odd balls, and Sussex have got a chance. Of course, what happens at the other end is a factor as well.
Oh, now big shout there. They really like that one.
2 noises.
The coolest man on the ground. Nope, not having it. Not having it.
Must have been maybe sneaking down is the shout from the fielder just in front of us.
Yeah, definitely.
Mikey
Just
Cohen.
the angle. I mean, he's so wide on the crease. Left arm round.
And you get the feeling that Mikey Cohen would be a very, very happy man to come back with a fifer. I say come back, to make his Kent debut with a fifer.
Tell you what, if you can come out with this over the wicket maiden, he'd be doing well. That would really suggest that the momentum is with the Spitfires.
It's just clouded over here at Arundel Castle. The sunshine has disappeared. No chance of any rain, I don't think. Very high clouds. Temperature has dropped a degree or 2.
Oh, something on that, and that will be 4 from the bat of Carson. Flicked off the hip. Driven nicely. Back-to-back boundaries for the Ulsterman.
Handsomely played, and fielding done by that young man there, enthusiastically. Talking of enthusiastic, those guests in the hospitality tents enthusiastically enjoying a few afternoon drinks, and why not? 8 runs off that over in the end, which will just bring that required rate down slightly. Of course, the wicket as well. Someone who has had no difficulty keeping the run rate down personally himself is Joey Everson, as he returns for his 8th over. 3 more for him to bowl in his allocation of 10. That was a lovely shot from Jack Carson, wasn't it? To drive for 4. It's Danny Lamb on strike now. And of course, we've been talking about last recognised batters, but Jack Carson is no mug with the bat.
No, true.
He scored predominantly in red ball cricket, some really decent lower order scores. Top score in List A cricket is just 20 not out, but he does have a first class century to his name, as well as 11 further scores of 50 plus. Just his 11th List A game for Jack Carson. Wow, that is a lovely shot from Danny Lamb, who I believe has hit Joey Everson. Is that his first boundary? Yes, it is. First boundary off Joey Everson and Danny Lamb's first boundary, and well collected by the gentleman on the bank there. Great shot, Danny Lamb. And that takes the runs to win under 100. And Danny Lamb perhaps looking a little bit loose in that shot after the success of the previous one, a bit languid in that drive, and he's lucky to get an inside edge onto the pad rather than onto the stumps.
Good noise from you, Sam, there. Good noise. Oosh.
Ooh, yeah, exactly. Not to betray too much of a bias on the Sussex stream. The light is definitely getting less good here.
If we had floodlights, they'd probably be flickering into life.
I think so,
now.
yeah. But again, with outground cricket, it kind of comes with the territory, right? You accept that at 6 o'clock on a August evening, things, if the sun's not out, things do start to get a little bit murky, and we crack on.
And you play until your mum tells you to come in for tea.
Exactly.
It's the end of the 35th, so there's 15 overs remaining. 97 runs off of 90 balls. Equation is not that, as Sam said, not that threatening, or intimidating rather. But 6 wickets down, 4 wickets in hand. That is what puts Kent favourites, and also the very fact that Mikey Cohen is making things happen.
That little boy on the screen starting to feel the cold a little bit. He's
going to stretch that though, isn't he?
Yeah. Don't stretch your clothes, Mum will be saying.
That's slashed away. Good work. Keeping that down. Just the single.
The volume of the conversation around the ground just raising a decibel or two as the afternoon's consumption takes effect. All very civilised though.
Fred's very tight there.
Chris Benjamin giving us a little insight into the thought process of the Kent fielders here, just passing on some advice to Harry Finch about where Fred Clarkson is fielding at mid-off, just saying he's in a bit tight, and he does indeed then swing around a little bit just to offer some protection against Jack Carson's cover drive.
Good, Mikey. Good, Mikey.
I've enjoyed Kent in the field in terms of their, their good chatter, their good support for each other, support for the bowlers.
It's remarkable, the symmetry between the two innings at the same stage.
That'll just be a single. Yeah, what were Kent at the end of the 36th?
End of 36, Kent were 196 for 4.
So yeah, a couple of balls away from that, but it is those 2 extra wickets, isn't it? That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, they had a very good 7th wicket partnership. Runs on the board.
Which is what Lamb and Carson are going to have to provide here.
What does Lamb and Carson sound like?
Oh, lovely. Well, it sounds like a duo who are going to have to take Sussex home here. And they might be helped out by more shots like that.
Yeah, Mikey Cohen just starting to look a little ragged as the day's exertions take their toll. He'll be desperate to make it a maiden list day, a fifer, a day today he's waited for so long, having been out of action for 2 summers prior.
And that's given us a wide. Now the umpire is getting the Cohen stare as well now. His captain was getting it earlier.
I think, yeah, it's a bit harsh on Mikey Cohen, but...
Yes, if you hadn't joined us earlier, he bowled, was he bowled 5 overs? Or 4? Excuse me. Was it 4 or 5 overs?
5 overs in his first spell, didn't he? Yeah.
And he was told that he was being taken out of the attack for the next over. And he did. He told his captain, who's the wicket-keeper, Harry Finch, who takes that. He said, I've waited a year, I've waited 18 months for this, Finchy. And then proceeded to give Finch a bit of a request, polite request for another over, which was turned down. End of over number 36. Sussex Sharks are 198 for 6. Lamb on 15, Carson on 9.
Yep, they're ahead of where Kent were runs-wise, but as Andrew very astutely pointed out, it's that second column which keeps this game very much in the balance, although a balance that's probably tilting still very much to Kent. They need, well, Sussex need a further 90 runs to win with 84 balls remaining. But Danny Lamb and Jack Carson resisting Cohen and Everson so far. Everson to bowl his penultimate over from the park end, and what Harry Finch, his captain, would give for Everson to dislodge one of these two before his 10 overs are up. Up-ish, but short. Short of Ben Compton at mid-on. What a heart and mouth moment for Jack Carson, who was looking to clear Compton, targeting that long-on boundary. And they hurry through for a single. Plenty of tension out there now. And that's the 200 up for Sussex in the 37th over. .288 the target. It's good from Everson, who has been excellent. No wickets, but very, very tidy.
Yeah, just 29 from what could be 9 overs if he keeps this one as a dot.
If you just joined us on the Sussex Cricket live stream, welcome to coverage from the Rathbones Arundel Festival of Cricket, where tension is just building here as Sussex desperately try and put themselves into a position to have a dip at this target of 288, but with 6 wickets already down, you feel like Kent will be the happier of the two teams at this stage.
You can see there how close the worm is. I mean, it is the wickets that have done the damage. You know, the worm and the runs have been very, very tight all the way through.
So Mikey Cohen, after looking a little bit tired in that previous over and conceding a few runs, is going to be replaced by Fred Klaassen, the Dutch international, who bowls his left arm seam, and his introduction has brought that breakthrough, and Danny Lamb goes for 16, and with it you have to say any realistic chance that Sussex Sharks had probably go with him. Another good bit of captaincy, wide of the crease from the left arm, Klaassen angling it in to Lamb, who can't quite line up his defensive shot, and he feathers through to Finch. Seen quite a few wickets with first balls as spells, haven't we?
Yes. Yeah, that's got to be at least the 3rd or 4th time that's happened. And Klaassen will be delighted, as will his captain Harry Finch, because that does, you would feel, break the back of things for Kent. Certainly the wicket of Simpson helped. It's not to say that it's beyond the realms of possibility that we've got Carson, Lenham, Carvallis and Crocombe can drag Sussex towards the 88 they need, but it's certainly a much bigger challenge for the Sharks. The spin twins are out there at the crease, and the runners with their drinks for the Kent fielders. The Kent subs exit, and it'll be a buoyant Kent dressing room, I know that much, as it stands.
It's quite interesting watching the viewing numbers on the stream. The moment that wicket fell, about 2,000 people switched off.
Oh, really?
I think they decided that might have been the
last straw.
Yeah.
Klaassen. Oh, full start. He was not ready. Problem with his pad. Archie Lenham. Klaassen then from that castle end gets well up, rides that bounce. Lenham goes through a range of shots. And that's up in the air. Oh, gone through. Gone through him. Well, it's followed Denley around a bit at times. Don't quite know how close he was to this one. Diving forward, it's very difficult, that sort of catch.
Yeah, valiant effort from Jayden Denley.
Lenham's going to play some shots if he gets the opportunity, by the looks of it. he says, as he plays defensively.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the correct approach, because if Sussex are going to pull off a bit of a miracle here, it's probably not going to be through scampering singles. They're going to need to...
Well, they're going to need to chip away at that target as quickly as they can, aren't they? And put pressure back on the bowlers. Make Harry Finch think a bit.
You can bat Archie Lennon, a high list A score of 31, an average of 15. He's made a 48 in first class cricket. A 31 from Archie Lennon today would give Sussex some hope, but the pressure is very much on.
Again, short to Lennon, but he deals with it. Oh, Denley. Little bit of a fumble out there, but yeah, the umpire did collect that ball.
Yeah, that just refers to the conversation we were having earlier, where
about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, we were just... I think they are changing the rule in list A cricket, where it will go back to only one ball, but it is still the case that you have one at each end. As we get a view of those in the Rathbones hospitality tent enjoying their afternoon. I think Jim May, the former chair of Sussex Cricket, was in among them. Served his time in the boardroom, and he can enjoy his retirement in the hospitality tent.
Absolutely. That's where we'll be in 40 years' time.
Which one?
In the hospitality
Oh,
tent.
you're not angling for a board position, Andrew.
I'd be too radical.
What's on your manifesto? Ice creams for commentators.
Ice cream, yeah. Yeah, your request got turned down, so...
So Everson, who has been superb in his final over now. Two more dots to start this final over.
I don't remember him bowling a bad ball, Joey Everson. He's been superb.
Yeah, agreed. Just given Sussex nothing when he's been on. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but you could say he's played his part in the wickets that have fallen at the other end to him by building the pressure.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it, that you can create almost like assists, can't you, by being the one to keep it so economical that you end up creating errors at the other end as batters try and break the shackles.
Yeah, people talk about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships are... Yeah, just the one boundary off Everson's day, a 6 from Danny Lamb. That was very much the exception to the rule.
And I'm not even sure that was a bad ball from memory. One he picked up and plonked on the bank. It's well fielded by the man on the bank. I just think it was a good shot to a decent delivery. Obviously won't be his best, but I don't think he's bowled any bad balls really. A lot like that.
He's one dot ball away from finishing his 10 overs with a maiden. Just turning the screw that is very much deeply embedded already in terms of Sussex's hopes, and the lid on their chances. And it won't be a maiden, it'll be a single off the final ball, which means that Joey Everson finishes with the very respectable figures of 10 overs, none for 30.
Excellent, excellent. And it just goes to show that, you know, you don't need to be taking wickets necessarily.
And a round of applause as his figures are read out to everyone here at Arundel Castle.
That's interesting. The Duckworth-Lewis par score suggests 237. at this stage.
Which probably illustrates the reality, which is Sussex
30 runs short.
are well behind. Yeah, exactly. It's just gone up to 239.
So Clarkson then. Oh, they're going to come through for a quick single. Yeah, why not?
Good running.
I think the time for sort of asking questions is long gone. I think it's just head down and yeah, let's hold hold fate in the hands of the running gods. See what happens.
Interesting to see how Jack Carson approaches things now. Attacking by nature, lots of work to do. Is he going to have a go?
Well, he's going to get himself at least one. They're going to half think about a second, but they don't come back for it.
It's good fielding down there in the deep.
One lone voice of "Come on, Sussex." But, at the moment, it's Kent fans who are
0 for 30 off the 10.
in control. Oh, they're going to come back for a second. There's a tight one. They've made it.
He slipped, did Archie Lenham, on turning for 2, as we'll see here on the replay.
Hey, there he goes. And hadn't really regained his footing,
No.
and even as he completed the run.
And we did well to stay upright, because then we'd have had sort of Mike Atherton style run out, wouldn't we? Well, I can't remember who that was against.
That was Australia. That was well, he was trying to get back for 100.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Is that
93 Ashes. Yeah,
right.
He yeah, might have been at Old Trafford. I can't remember now, but he wanted a third run. He was on 97. Wanted a third run for the 100. Slashed away. And that's 4 runs, 4 welcome runs for Archie Lenham and for Sussex. It's there to be hit, and hit it was into an area that's the ball has travelled to quite a bit during this match. Fuller this time. Through they come for a single. Runs needed really off of every ball if they can.
Yeah, 9 off the over. 9 off the over so far.
+1 to come. But, 7 wickets down remains the big problem for Sussex. So 10 off that over. Sussex with 10. So what did we say? Yeah, about 70 you said that they'd be happy with, but not with 7 wickets down. But that's what they got to get, 72 from the last 10 overs. And you can see there that the worm started to turn for Kent at around about over 42-43. And Sussex are going to need to match that with the last 3 wickets.
Yep, so that's 40 overs bowled, 10 to come, which means it's time for the 3rd and final power play. And just to make things a bit trickier for Sussex, that means an extra 5th fielder outside the 30-yard circle. And unsurprisingly, Kent are going to take advantage of that extra man. So we have a man at long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket, long leg and deep cover, and it'll be Matt Parkinson to bowl the 41st over. He's been a bit expensive, going at 7 runs and over in his 6 overs so far. one spinner to another. That time, of course, a leg spinner to an off spinner, but we will now get a leg spinner to a leg spinner with Parkinson bowling to Archie Lenham.
Don't want to sound ungrateful, but it's a bit cold now.
Yeah, but chilly with the clouds starting to descend a little bit as well. I think we'll be fine precipitation wise, but definitely a bit chillier as Lenham comes down the track and almost offers a simple return chance to Parkinson.
You could see there he was sort of beaten in the flight a little bit. He came halfway down and didn't know quite what to do with it when he got there.
And just drawing Lenham forward. Lenham, I think, keen to use his feet and push into that acreage between him and the fielders out deep at long off and long on. Drives this time out to that man at long off. In terms of overs remaining from the Kent bowlers, this is Parkinson's 7th, so he's got 3 after this one. Cohen has 2, Klassen another 3, Everson's bowled out, Mo Rizvi 4, and Jack Leaning has 7 remaining. So anything you would say from Sussex's point of view is they're going to get some spin now before Cohen and Klassen, you imagine, will bowl at the death if it gets that far. Ends Parkinson's over. A good one from Kent Spitfires' point of view. Just singles from it, which means Sussex needs 69 from the last 54 deliveries with 3 wickets in hand. And the man who will bowl at the Castle end, as I speculated, will be the spinner Mo Rizvi, the leg spinner. So leg spin from both ends. And you would say that, barring something remarkable, Harry Finch has juggled his resources very well. In that ordinarily you wouldn't necessarily want your leg spinners bowling at this stage of the game, but when you're so far ahead of the game and you've done the damage with your strike bowlers, it shouldn't matter.
No, and of course, you know, leg spin can be difficult for lower order batters as well, so can Sussex somehow set us up for a grandstand finish?
Short from Rizvi and evades everyone, including the bat of... Oh no, I'm doing him a disservice. That did find the bat of Jack Carson. Looked like it missed everyone.
I was going to say, I don't know how much of it found, but
well, 4 runs to the total.
Yeah, it almost doesn't matter what it came off in the end. Only the statisticians will worry which way that was given. So Sussex just need a boundary.
Yeah, nervy return into the attack from Rizvi.
I get a single there though, and so what we got, 64 from 52, and they obviously needed around about from the last, well, they need 7.2 from the final 10. So they'll need a boundary each over, roughly. Rizvi's being made to wait, or is he waiting? I'm not sure, but either way. Once you get that boundary, especially if it comes off the first, I know obviously it is the wickets that are the problem, don't get me wrong, but once you get the boundary, if it is off the first ball or 2 of the over, then that does mean you can sort of manipulate the field a little bit and work the ball around, and the pressure is off a bit more, but yes,
good point. And you know, just quietly Lenham and Carson are putting together a half-decent partnership here. I think worth 25 runs now.
They'll get 2, or they'll definitely get 2 with that misfield. In fact, they might even want a 3rd. No.
Lucky Singh out there not to concede 4 after the misfield, just to manage to then clear up before the ball trickled to the rope. Well, you know, decent over for Sussex here.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with that over, which has yielded 9 runs. So I think they've had made a decent start to the final 10.
Yeah, and we were praising Harry Finch's juggling of the resources. Only case in which that doesn't look good is if Sussex now win.
Well, yes, but that
still seems very much the outside chance, doesn't it?
There's the phrase, isn't there, when in snooker, you know, if you're behind, you know, the opponent needs only 1 frame to win. You've got to play no miss snooker. Well, it's no error cricket now from Sussex.
Yeah.
That the scenario, the mathematics of it remains possible, even for tail enders if they swing the bat. But they can't afford any slip-ups.
Physio just paying a visit to Matt Parkinson, I think possibly for a couple of painkillers. Can't be easy to bowl leg spin after dislocating your shoulder, which is what we assume he did earlier on. That's a big hit from Jack Carson, who we said can bat, and he's showing that with a lovely...
I think that's the longest, I think that's the longest 6 in the match.
I think you're right. Straight down the ground, over the head of the man at long off, all the way for 6. There'll be a few...
Oh God, it's actually, I think it's clipped the camera up there, I think.
Yeah, we'll introduce a few butterflies into the stomachs of the Kent fielding side. That makes the equation 54 from 47, and if they get it below a run a ball, then with these two able just to maybe knock it around, we start to enter the realms of could they again.
I think that is another example there of the boundary coming at the first ball of the over.
Yep, good point. Ooh, and that'll be wide, so that helps. 7 off the first 2 legal deliveries of the over.
Sorry, Sam. So yeah, so that just gives the batters a little bit more room for manoeuvre when they get that boundary.
Jack leaning, offering words of encouragement from down in front of the effects mic at long on, just making sure that Matt Parkinson keeps his head in the game after an expensive start to the over. Intelligent batting from Jack Carson, who, having hit that first ball for 6, is happy to play low risk cricket for the rest of the over, knowing that the hard work in terms of the runs required versus balls remaining has been done at the start of the over, just as Andrew was just saying. And Archie Lennon quick onto the front foot to smother that delivery from Matt Parkinson, and there's just a bit of tension building again around the ground as people start to question what we thought was probably starting to look like a foregone conclusion, but a good finish to the over from Parkinson. Nonetheless, 8 runs from it, 52 required from 42, 7 overs remaining.
Yeah, that hum of conversation you were talking about earlier, that has now subsided into almost enraptured kind of, you know, absorption. They are now sort of, there is a tension in the air, which is probably the supporters of both teams, and there's quite a good, you know, healthy sprinkling of Kent fans, let me tell you. And yeah, they won't be feeling safe just yet, put it that way.
Yeah, well, that's expensive couple of overs has prompted Fred Clarkson to return at the Castle end. He'll bowl this the 44th over, his 8th over.
Yeah, this might be a key over, this one. If he can keep it tight, or indeed remove one of these two, then Kent will be almost there. If somehow Sussex can get a couple of boundaries, clearly with pace on the ball, well, the ball can travel.
Equally, what the reintroduction of Clarkson, probably an over earlier than Finch would have liked in terms of the death, means that if the game is still alive when Clarson's bowled out, someone else would have to bowl the 50th over from the...
Yes, so yeah, because they'll bowl 44th, 46th and 48th rather than 46th, 48th and 50th. Ever on the ball is Sam Keir.
That might have been the exception rather than the rule, but I think Harry Finch didn't have a choice, did he? Because if Rizvi had returned and gone for another expensive over, having gone for 9 from his previous, then Sussex are in run-a-ball territory and don't have to take too many risks.
So you think Harry Finch you might slightly been spooked therefore by those 2 expensive overs?
I think he just wants to make sure...
Might just be a single.
Before... I think that's been his tactics throughout, is, seize the moment rather than letting it...
drift by.
Yeah, and taking a gamble at the end.
Yeah.
Obviously fairly new to the captaincy business. He used to do a lot of captaincy in the second 11 for Sussex, or a fair bit of it. But as ever, you look like a genius if you win, and people question you if you don't.
Not quite got that in the middle, but singles off the first 3 deliveries, which might actually, although obviously Sussex need a better rate than that, it will probably please both teams actually. If they can set themselves up with a boundary off one of these 2 deliveries, maybe next 2.
Yeah, exactly 50 needed.
That snuck through.
Sussex will be very happy to take a run of ball here against Fred Clarkson, knowing that if they're still in the game in the last couple of overs, it could be what becomes a bit of a shootout then, doesn't it?
That's taken a few bounces, but will go out towards Denley on the rope, and it's fielded. So yeah, if they were to take 27, so if they were to go at say 7 and over for the next 4, and then that would leave them 19 from the last 2. It sounds doable, doesn't it?
Especially when one of them would potentially have to be bowled by a non-typical death bowler.
So just 5 off that over in the end. Clarkson does well, so the advantage just tips back further into the Spitfires' direction, certainly mathematically. 47 needed from 36 balls, 3 wickets in hand. Sussex 241 for 7.
Parkinson is going to continue at this end, having Hanfridge doesn't really have much choice, given that he's bowled Everson out, and he'll be needing to keep Cohen back for a couple of overs. That is the thing about only having the 3 seamers.
Yes, that could be interesting, couldn't it? Cohen coming back, maybe finishing it off with his 5 for maybe.
Yeah.
Might be the dream storyline from a Kent perspective.
He's beaten the man in the ring, but Denley will cut it off. just the single. This partnership, when did they come together? At 200, so it's now worth 42 for the 8th wicket, which is a testament to how well these two have batted. Lovely sweep shot from Lenham. Almost a collision. And I tell you what, Everson does brilliantly to keep his eye on the ball, stop it one-handed, because Singh was charging straight at him. Perhaps a lack of communication, and oh my word, he almost kicks it out of his hand. That is a brilliant from Everson.
Everson has done remarkably well.
So 2 off that ball. This one is out to Singh, who is totally done by the spin, and that is a boundary for Archie Lenham. It's not been the greatest couple of balls for Kent Singh, almost kicking the ball out of his teammate's hand the ball before, and then this time the classic watch the spin, and it sends him the wrong way, and young Kent Singh, the academy graduate for Kent, went the wrong way, and he looks distraught at that, because I think he knows that at this stage of the game you can't afford mistakes like that. 7 off the first 3 balls. Lenham, who is prone to sort of plant that front foot against the leg spinner, perhaps wishes he'd waited and been able to tuck it around the corner. Instead it's a dot ball. Partnership now worth 48. A very optimistic appeal from Matt Parkinson for a ball that was never really threatening the stumps.
The competing voice just before that, by the way, with you was Jack Leaney, who's really getting behind Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, who has conceded 8 from the first 5 balls of this over. Can he get out of the over? He just about does, almost takes a wicket. Ben Compton for a second thought he might have a chance as Jack Carson used his feet but didn't quite get to the pitch and sent the ball skying up. And that's the 250 up for Sussex and a 50 partnership for this, the 8th wicket.
38 from 30.
Maybe we were a little swift to write this game off, which is the beauty of a good 50 over game. You just never quite know how it's going to tail off, and should it pour down with rain now, Sussex would be losers via 6 runs.
It's got up to, it was 251. It's a little bit behind the Duckworth-Lewis. They've got to look at the relevant facts and figures. But yes, so Duckworth-Lewis, of course, it's not going to pour in rain, but it is a good indicator of where teams should be as a pass scorer at that particular stage, given all the resources and everything else. So it isn't going to pour in rain, but it's always interesting to look at the Duckworth-Lewis pass score. Sorry, Duckworth-Lewis Stern, I should say. And yeah, and then you can see where. Oh, so I've nearly broken a chair. Where.
He's gaining in confidence.
He is
the Sussex cheerleader.
Clarkson now.
Well done, Mikey.
I think Jack Leaney tried to catch it for a ball that was hit into the ground, but it's the excitement is getting to all of us, all of it giddy.
Yeah, well, we're getting into exciting Finnish territory.
Potentially, I mean, obviously Kent are still, certainly 1 wicket away from, having it all in their own hands again. 38 from 29 isn't easy anyway. But there's going to be some more runs potentially. Is that going to be a boundary? No, it's brilliantly stopped. Brilliantly stopped. And that gets applause from around the ground. And the whole of the fielding team applaud Denley, who has absolutely been brilliant there. And that, I mean, how crucial could that be?
Yeah, in a game of fine margins, and for a man who's led a few through on the boundary, that was a superb bit of fielding.
They're going to be called into action again, those two down there. And there's two more runs come scampering through. A closer throw might have had him in trouble, but it is now down to just, well, brute force and ignorance really in terms of the running. Just head down and hope that the throw is poor. And sometimes turning for a second run just puts the fielder under pressure and makes the throw that little bit more difficult, less room for error. Again out towards that deep square leg boundary. But you can just see from that shot, I mean it was controlled just about, but you can just see, can't you, that if one gets a top edge then that can cause problems. But Sussex are having to play on the edge at the moment. 55 partnership for the 8th wicket. 5 runs off this over with 2 to come. That's powerfully hit, but only for a single, shy at the stumps. Oh, it's getting tense out there. 32 off 25. I don't know about you, I think we need Ian Smith here to call this home. This is tense and tight.
Yeah, and this is a record 8th wicket partnership for Sussex versus Kent in List A cricket.
On a Thursday.
No.
No, it's a good stat. What was the previous best?
It was.
That is 4 more. And a terrific over from a Sussex perspective. Carson moves on to 43. And as that just brought the pendulum closer to level par, do you think? 10 off the over, 260 for 7, 28 needed, 24 balls remain.
53 unbeaten between David Standing and Merrick Pringle against Kent in the Benson and Hedges Cup in 1988 is the previous best 8th wicket partnership.
I was 3.
I was 2. So yeah, a 37-year-old record falling thanks to Carson and Lenham. But I think that bit of history will mean nothing to them if they don't see Sussex over the line, which is becoming more of a possibility.
It's quite something, this game now, isn't it?
Yeah, we're on for a thrilling finish with Parkinson into his final over, and you feel like in an ideal world, if you're a Sussex fan, they'd like to take a few from this, because then it will be Cohen to return. Good bowling there from Parkinson. Don't forget, of course, that Fred Clarkson only has 1 over left, so if it does go to the final over, Harry Finch is going to have to find it from one of his spinners.
Oh, very quick single.
Well run, always one there, and Ben Compton was a little slow off the mark, and in fact I think Jack Carson's done him a bit of a favour, because there could have been some overthrows in the offing if the ball hadn't hit Carson as he ran through. The extra cover boundary for 4 runs by Archie Lenham, and that is a great shot under pressure. Archie Lenham from one leg spinner to another, giving Matt Parkinson, his fellow wrist spinner, the treatment. That makes it 6 off the over, and that runs to win versus balls remaining equation is tipping ever in Sussex's favour. 22 off 20 required now. and good bowling from Parkinson, who just draws Lenham forward, a thick outside edge, squirts out to the man at point. No run. Some encouragement from the crowd. Ooh, and a shout for a stumping. No interest from the interview. So Matt Parkinson finishes with none for 67 from his 10 overs. His day is done in terms of bowling. And we are in very interesting territory now, because we've got one interesting. Cohen is going to bowl from the, which of course, I've been unfair to Harry Finch. Of course, by doing this switch now, he'll get 2 overs out of Cohen from the Castle end, and then Clarkson can bowl his last over from the Park end at the next over. So Finch has actually in fact juggled his resources spot on, not left himself short.
We live in interesting times, Mr. Keir. We really do. Cohen 4 for 49, 2 overs of his remain. Lenham on 30, Carson on 44, the partnership worth 66, breaking a 37-year-old record for Sussex against Kent in List A cricket. But the most important statistic is that it's 22 from 18. Questions again being asked about the Kent field. Flick down to fine leg. Turns out he wasn't too square.
No, he was perfect for that, wasn't he? Just by far Jack Carson's best List A score. 20 not out, his previous best. What a time.
Oh, time to pull it out.
Yeah, only his 11th game of course, but nevertheless showing some real ticker.
21 from 17. Whoever loses this game now, it will be a real heartbreaker. Good running again. Putting pressure on the fielder.
Yep, the almost capacity crowd here at Arundel Castle being rewarded with a thriller.
What a match, yeah, what a match.
50 over cricket at its very best. Just when you think it's done and dusted, there's another twist in the turn. We've seen it throughout today. Those momentum shifts. It really has been a classic.
And there could be yet more. 20 from 16. Only 3 wickets in hand though. Now they half wanted an appeal there. They're going to come through for at least 1 leg by. There was, I think a second one would have been tight, if I'm honest.
Yeah, the right decision I think from these two, despite the disappointed groan from the Arundel supporters, who I think we're now starting to see the Sussex bias start to come through after some vocal support for the Spitfires earlier on.
Well, I think the Kent fans probably are now starting to bite their nails a little bit, because they thought they had it, and of course when you're trying to take wickets it feels like it's out of your hands, doesn't it? It feels like every run is, oh, they're getting closer, they're getting closer. That is launched high and handsome and for 6.
Brilliant from Lenham. What mettle from the young man to launch Cohen back over his head. He saw that the man was up at mid-on. I thought I fancied my chances here, and he's done Sussex's chances the world of good. And that is another List A best, this time for Archie Lenham. Goes past his previous best of 31. These two choosing a great time to put in career best List A performances.
13 from 14. Lenham studies his surroundings. Top edge. Could be heading towards the boundary rope in front of us, and it does. It goes for 4. And Sussex are edging closer to what would be a sensational victory.
Yeah, he rode that delivery, cut it up over the ring. He's picked those gaps brilliantly in the last 2 balls. Great batting from Archie Lenham, who has been nerveless, coming out with what I have to admit, Andrew, I thought was a lost cause.
We might have even called it that.
Well, we did. But that just shows you, you know, it's taken a record partnership against Kent to do it. Kent had all the cards, and now you'd say Sussex are favourites.
9 from 13. Make that 5 from 12.
Destructive from Archie Lenham. He may well have just won Sussex the match with those 3 deliveries, and you do feel for Mikey Cohen, whose day started so beautifully, and he could now end up having cost his side the game with those 3 deliveries, which is a pretty harsh way of looking at it. It's pretty good batting from Archie Lenham, who has looked a far better batter than someone coming in at number 9.
6, 4, 4. Those last 3 deliveries. Lenham 45, Carson 45, 5 to win, 2 overs remaining. I said about 20 minutes ago, I said for the last, if they go along at this rate, ticking along, they could have 20 needed from the last 2. Don't think I suspected they might need 5 from the last 2.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it was a conscious decision from Lenham and Carson to target that over there, but Archie Lenham played 3 fantastic aggressive shots.
So yeah, 5 from 12, and maybe to take it home, Sam Keir.
A wicket now, and Kent are right back in it, because the nerves would start to jangle again. Fred Clarkson with his final over, the penultimate over of the match, with Sussex needing 5. But there's 4 of them, or maybe even 6. 4, so the scores are level. The scores are level.
We all turned to the umpire. I couldn't see because I've got a gazebo.
And Jack Carson has picked that up. Wasn't that short, didn't get up that high, and middled it. And Sussex need 1 to win in a game that we made the grave mistake of saying was almost done and dusted. Never entered Carson or Lenham's mind, who have batted beautifully. And there it is! Sussex win by 3 wickets. Just their 3rd one-day win in the last 3 seasons, and a 50 for Jack Carson to finish things off. His maiden list A 50 off just 43 balls, and it comes up with the winning run. Absolutely sensational. What a partnership for the 8th wicket between Jack Carson and Archie Lenham. 88 for the 8th wicket. They came together 200 for 7 when Kent Spitfires would have thought this was all but done.
Wow.
But Jack Carson and Archie Lenham had different ideas.
Wow, what a stunning partnership. Archie Lenham 45, Jack Carson 50, a partnership of 88 that's got Sussex over the line, and with 10 balls to spare, Sam. 10 balls to spare. I mean, that's astonishing.
Yeah, well, you feel for Mikey Cohen, who was so happy to be back on a cricket field after 2 years of injury, his Kent debut, it was all going so well, and then Archie Lenham rather spoiled his day and spoiled Kent's day. But a big round of applause, not only from this 4,000 strong crowd here at Arundel Castle, but also from the Kent fielders, who know that these two have played beautifully for their 88-run partnership.
It's absolutely sensational. It's absolutely sensational what those two have done today. Lenham and Carson. You see Carson up the steps there, getting And Lenham, of course, getting deserved handshakes from the opposition. And you have to also feel in this situation for Kent. I know people watching the stream will mostly be Sussex fans. I'm sure we'll have some Kent fans watching as well, maybe. But you have to feel sorry for Kent because they were in a strong position. And they've just somehow let it slip late in the day. And, you know, they've sort of been hit really by the Lenham and Carson bus, because it was really just, you know, they couldn't understand, I don't think, what was happening to them in the moment. And you were talking about the control that you felt that Harry Finch had, and using his resources in the right way. Well, you know, maybe in the last couple of overs there, the bowlers just didn't quite know what to do with themselves.
Well, it's been a great day's entertainment for Sussex's return to Arundel Castle. Everyone will be leaving, whoever they supported, knowing that they've got their money's worth here. It's certainly been a privilege to witness it here with you, Andrew, on the
Thanks, Sam.
On the live stream from the Rathbones Arundel Festival of Cricket. A couple more days of cricket here at Arundel over the next couple of days. If you're in the area and want to come down and see this marvellous picturesque ground. But from us, at the end of a thrilling game, 50 over cricket at its best, with Sussex winning by 3 wickets, it's a good evening from me, Sam Keir, and from Andrew Rayburn.
I'm happy to do post-match. The Tim asked